The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hello! Happy St. Patty's Day and welcome into a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. The madness is officially here. It is moments away. The first four in Dayton kicking off in just a matter of moments. 40 minutes. So you got some moments, and we're going to break it all down for you here. UMBC and Howard kicks us off, then Texas NC State. We got the World Baseball Classic Championship tonight, Venezuela versus USA, and he's Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We're here with you every Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Brad, we're going to get to the college hoops hot and heavy here in just a bit, but I figured while we have some time before the March Madness begins, why not talk a little football? Because we got a pretty big trade today. And the Denver Broncos go out and they get Jalen Waddle from the Miami Dolphins, a guy that had 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons. Hasn't had one in the last 2, but, Tua's downfall, if you will. And the Dolphins' offense coming back down to earth and hitting rock bottom. Certainly reasons for that. He's missed 6 games over the last 2 years. But still, the Miami Dolphins got a hell of a haul back. Denver has to give up their first-round draft pick this year, which is the 30th overall pick since they made the AFC title game, a third-round pick and a fourth-round pick, and they get a Dolphins fourth-round pick back, and, of course, they get Jalen Waddle. So you cancel out the fourths, and essentially Miami gets a first-round and a third-round pick for Jalen Waddle, who still has a couple of years left on his contract. But, was this price too steep? After we saw DJ Moore go for just a second-rounder to the Buffalo Bills, I think this is a move Denver had to make. I love it for the Broncos offense. I think Jalen Waddle fits perfectly in this scheme. I think this is exactly what the Denver Broncos needed in an offseason where we're saying to ourselves, how is this offense going to get better? Because it is what held them back. That and, of course, Bo Nix's injury. They had to go to Jarrett Stidham in the AFC title game, but we had question marks about their offense all season long. So I think Jalen Waddle going to Denver is perfect for them. And I think the Dolphins, they get a nice big haul back, but they better be drafting a receiver now in the draft because I don't know who the hell Malik Willis is going to throw the ball to, Brad.
Yeah, I totally agree. Right now, the WR1 on that roster, I had to look it up because I wasn't really sure. I got Malik Washington, who's still there, more of a gadget guy, more of the slot option as a WR3. But the WR1 right now, Tutu Atwell, the former LA Ram, nowhere close to a WR1 skill set. Then a WR2 is Jalen Tolbert, the former Dallas Cowboy. So, yeah, man, the cupboard is rather bare there on South Beach. Malik Willis, I think, is going to run for, I don't know, maybe 30 attempts per game. Could be like a wishbone-styled offense, military school-styled. It's all ridiculous. I need all the help in the world. I mean, maybe they're going to purposely tank and get themselves a number 1 overall draft pick and make some upgrades elsewhere. But, yeah, they're still going to be the mark in the NFL draft for a wide receiver. Next time we have Joe DeLeon on, we're going to have to ask him what fit would be ideal as somebody in this draft class that is a legitimate WR1 target that can mesh, that can match up quite nicely there with Malik Willis. As for the Broncos, I will say this. I agree with everything you said. I think they needed to make some upgrades on offense. Most notably, they did not win the Kenneth Walker III sweepstakes. He goes to Kansas City, one of their rivals. That's a bitter pill to swallow. They need help with the running back position. So instead of going outside the box, outside the organization, they still got R.J. Harvey. He'll be more of a change of pace guy this year. And they love J.K. Dobbins. Before the injury, he's beloved in the locker room. He's pretty effective on a per-touch basis. When he had the rock in his hands, he was on the field. So he is going to be the primary, grind it out early down running back with Harvey there as a change of pace on third down. That ain't too bad. I think they're A-okay there in that backfield. But you're right. They needed more of a true blue WR2 or maybe a W1B because you got your WR1A, and it could be Jalen Waddle. That 1A designation could also apply to Cortland Sutton. But Cortland Sutton, where he really excels is in red zone packages and situations, right? He's a long drink of water, 6'4", really built up a nice rapport and chemistry with Bo Nix in that area of the field. Jalen Waddle is more of a dirty worker between the 20s. And you look at the data, really kind of bears that out, what he did in Miami this last season. Not extraordinary numbers in the 16 games played, 100 targets, 64 catches, 910 yards, and 6 touchdowns, averaged 6.3 targets per game. But he was really, really solid. Not extraordinary, just really, really solid in many advanced analytics. Case in point, number 21 in total air yards. Just number 38 in total red zone targets. Again, that is not the name of his game. He was top 35 in yards after the catch. He was number 11 in fantasy points per route run. And he was also a guy that went an 84.2 passer rating when targeted, though a pretty high, a top 24 yards per route run average. Now having what I feel is a more competent passer going from Tua to Bo Nix could really kind of unlock him in a way. Really what he could become in this offense is everything Denver expected Jerry Jeudy to be, but never really developed into. So could he be a 1,000-yard guy this year? Yes. Is he going to catch 75 balls this year? Yes. Assuming 17 games, probably only like maybe 4 or 5 touchdowns for you fantasy fans out there. Will be more of a premium WR3 than a surefire WR2, but schematically on the surface, exactly what the doctor ordered. I like the team construct the Broncos are really putting together. They have arguably, a top 3 defense coming back. They got a pretty good offensive line. Again, the sound game, I think, is the ground game is going to be sound. You got Bo Nix. You got Sutton. The area they got to upgrade, I think this is going to be the focus in the NFL draft. I want to get your thoughts on it. Tight end, because that's been ultra elusive for this organization. I thought Evan Ingram was going to be that guy, and he never delivered last year. But Denver, they're going to be right there in the AFC West. Going to be rough and rugged division. You and I have talked about the Raiders are going to be much improved. The Chargers are in the AFC Championship discussion. So are the Kansas City Chiefs. And the Broncos are going to be right there with them. Man, it's going to be rock'em, sock'em robots out west.
Yeah, the 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. What do you think of the Broncos trading for Jalen Waddle? Do you think that this makes them a favorite? Should they be the favorite to win the AFC this year now that they've added a bona fide number 1 or number 2 receiver to that offense? And on the opposite side, what do you think now the Miami Dolphins should do? Because it feels like there may be a Devon Achane trade away from just hitting the full freaking reset button on this thing, Brad. But then again, why would you sign Malik Willis if that was the case? You could have brought in Kirk Cousins for the Veteran League minimum. If you really wanted to blow this thing up, you could have tried to push for Kyler Murray. But, under the guise of, hey, we're only paying him, $1 or $2 million. You could have brought in Geno Smith like the Jets did. The Dolphins made a concerted effort to get the guy that they were familiar with. Malik Willis, who John Eric Sullivan was in Green Bay with, who Jeff Hafley was in Green Bay with. So, again, it feels like for me, you just traded away a key asset in Jalen Waddle. Are you really trying to compete? Or do the Dolphins maybe think that Jalen Waddle's best days are already behind him? And that those 2 years where he really flourished in Mike McDaniel's offense when Tua was healthy, before Tua got all those concussions, was it maybe that brought out the best in Jalen Waddle, and maybe because he still had a prime Tyreek Hill on the other side that got him so wide open? Well, we'll see. I mean, both teams maybe could be right, and maybe Denver does get the best out of him because he's got a bona fide number 1 receiver in Cortland Sutton on the other side. Now, and he can go over the top. We've seen Jalen Waddle beat teams over the top. He's got the great speed. Cortland Sutton, I kind of think of as more of a possession guy, like, just, hey, throw the ball up 10 yards down the field and let him go get one. A lot of slant routes, a lot of posts. Like Jalen Waddle's great with those skinny posts, those long crossers over the middle. he can beat you over the top as well. I think this gives Denver's offense another element. Like they've relied on Marvin Mims and Lil Jordan Humphrey for some deep balls this past year. And now you get a guy that has better hands, better speed than those two. I think Denver's offense is going to be awesome. But, I really do wonder here, Brad, what is the game plan now for Miami? Like, are you trying to win or not? I guess what they do in the draft will ultimately tell us. If nothing else, they're going younger. They're going to get $20 million less on the salary cap here on the books because Jalen Waddle is a small cap hit actually this year. That's what makes it another win for Denver. I think his cap hit's only about $6 million, but then the next 2 years, his cap hit is in the 20 million. So Denver hoping they can get some great production out of him this year. But if you're Miami, you got to think they are going to draft a receiver now in the first round, right? They've got the number 11 overall pick, and now they got Denver's at 30th. I would think for Miami, you lose Jalen Phillips you traded him to the Eagles in the deadline last year. You lose Bradley Chubb in free agency. I got to think that number 11 overall is going to be a receiver. Number 30 overall is going to be a pass rusher, right? Those seems like their two biggest obvious needs to me.
Yeah, foregone conclusions, I think, on both accounts with those draft picks. They have to invest in a wide receiver and with one of those two picks, bar none. If they don't do that, it's going to be a severe swing and miss. 2 points I just want to cover real quick. Number one, the former ILL standout Pat Bryant, also still part of this Denver Broncos roster, and he is going to, I think, really blossom as a WR3. It's a lot of soft coverage, and a guy that's kind of, they use him wheel type of, some of those seams, and a guy that can work in the short field as well in the screen game. They'll get really creative with him. So he could really benefit having a Jalen Waddle on the roster. Not really a WR2 yet in his career, but a WR3 is an ideal fit. And then meanwhile, get back to Devon Achane. And whether or not he's going to get traded. There have been a lot of trade rumors swirling about in SoFla that he is going to be on a one-way ticket out of town. Where, we don't know, but it seems like it's probably better than a 50-50 proposition. He will get dealt sometime in the coming weeks. It could be sometime over the summer, and they just completely go with a rebuild. If not, and again, if not, and he is on roster, pending upon what they do in the NFL draft, paying upon if they make any additional moves via trade or in free agency. This is not a stretch at all to say that Devon Achane is truly going to be the WR on this team, because that guy has got some of the tackiest, stickiest fingers at the running back position in the NFL, and he's an absolute blur in the open field with his elite speed. So he could be fully utilized in almost like an old school Larry Centers capacity to pull a deep name out of that ass. It could be like a 100-catch season for Devon Achane if he remains in Miami. So keep that in mind, fantasy fans. Achane could go absolutely nuts because they got nobody else.
Yeah, and here's the other thing with Devon Achane. He's going into the final year of his rookie deal. So Miami's got to think here. Do we want to trade him, like you mentioned, in this offseason and get what we can get back before we think he might leave in free agency? Or we just might trade him because we don't want to pay a running back a contract extension. Maybe they're still of that thinking from a couple of years ago, where now it feels like, again, if you're anywhere near a playoff team, you got a good running back, you pay them. What does Miami want to do with Devon Achane? Do they trade him? Do they keep him and see if they trade him at the deadline? Do they keep him and he plays this entire year and then he hits free agency and then they got to worry about signing him to a $15 million per year contract? Because Devon Achane's going to be up there. This is a guy that's young. It's a guy that, like you said, Brad, has proven he can get 120 scrimmage yards a game, 70 from the ground, 50 in the air. That's a big decision, what Miami's going to do. Again, you would think at some point they want to commit to winning. But maybe they think they can do that with all these plethora of draft picks that they stockpile. Either way, the Dolphins, for the meanwhile, got worse. Even though they did get a first-round draft pick for Jalen Waddle, we'll see now what they do in the draft. And if you're a Denver Broncos fan, you were, maybe like you said, Brad, looking to use that first-round draft pick on a tight end. Instead, you get a great explosive wide receiver, and your team is committing further and further to going all in on this upcoming season. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You're listening to Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on BetMGM tonight. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, which protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we'll take a short break here. When we come back, we will break down Howard and UMBC. It's coming up in just over 20 minutes from now. We'll give you a taste of NC State and Texas, and we will start working our way through all of the Thursday games, the picks, the sides, the totals, everything that you need to be prepared for when the madness begins, and of course, who you should be taking in your bracket if you haven't filled it out yet. The madness rolls on when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I want to start with the powerhouses because this feels like, based on the bracket and the way we've seen things play out over the last month or so, like a top-heavy year. Like the ones are clearly delineated from everybody else. But I'll include the ones and the twos for the sake of this conversation about the powerhouses. Duke, Arizona, Florida, Michigan, the ones, obviously. The twos, UConn, Purdue, Houston, Iowa State. And which of these teams do we believe in? And we believe they can not just make a run, they can maybe win it all. And which of these teams do we look at and say, no, they are ripe for a fall, maybe even before the end of the first weekend? And who better to bring in? I heard them chomping at the bit yesterday to talk to Nick about the brackets, and I know they've got more spicy hot takes, Cholula hot takes about what we're going to see play out in the bracket over the next couple of weeks. So our technical director, Tyler Morales, and our engineer board op, Kenny Henderson, are both going to chime in here as well. I want to start, though, guys, with what I believe is a couple of teams really to take very seriously. And the region where I believe more in the 1 and 2 than any other region as a combined pair is the Midwest. You've got Michigan as the 1 seed, Iowa State as the 2 seed. Michigan has one of the probably 2 or 3 hottest players in all of college basketball right now. We heard Yaxel Lendeborg earlier with the big shot over Wisconsin to move on to the Big Ten championship the other night. They're outshooting opponents at the rim by 15%, 65-50. Iowa State, they're unstoppable when they win the turnover battle, which has been an obstacle for them at times, but they should do against everyone in this region not named Wolverines. Joshua Jefferson doing everything, Lipsy handling the pressure on the perimeter, and Momcilovic just draining threes at a ridiculous clip. There is no region where I'm more confident that both the 1 and the 2 will be in the Elite Eight, Tyler, than in the Midwest. Which 1s and 2s are you most believing in going into this thing?
So the ones I believe in that I believe in the most are, to me, they're pretty obvious. It's Arizona, Michigan, Duke, and Florida. I have questions on those teams long term, but we'll get to them. To me, Arizona is the best team in the country. I've kind of been saying this off the air a few times. They're kind of like a EuroLeague team. Like all 5 guys are professionals. Some guys play professional in Europe, and now in college basketball, you can do that. You can take pros and put them on your team. Braden Burry's co-appeared. They're going to be first-round picks. It's like if you took a EuroLeague team and just like dumped them into a college basketball arena. Like that's what kind of Arizona is. And I know people are worried about Tommy Lloyd and his tournament success, which is awful. Like we can't go around that. It's terrible. But I love Arizona. To me, they're the best team, and Michigan's the second best team. You can't discredit what they did in the non-conference. They have 7 wins over 40 points. Like no matter how they finish the season, you have to take that for what it is. So Arizona, Michigan, and those are the 2 best teams for me. The other 1 seeds we have questions on, but we'll talk about that later. I think Arizona's the national champion. They're the number 1 team for me.
Ooh, Arizona. A lot of love for the Wildcats, Kenny. Are you in the same boat with them?
Yeah, and I think Tyler can attest to this. I was on Arizona first. I've been saying for over a month I think Arizona's going to win it all. It feels like a lot of people have joined the bandwagon, including Tyler. So we're not alone, and I'm a little worried, but we'll see how it ends up. I'm sticking with them. I'm not going to go away from Arizona, as trendy as they have been. But I love that take, Chris, that you have that you think Michigan and Iowa State are meeting up in the Elite Eight. That's probably one of my strongest takes of this tournament. I think they're on a collision course in the Midwest to meet in Chicago in the Elite Eight. And I do think that's the matchup we get, but I'm going to ride with the Clones. The Iowa State's been a team, I think I said on the show a few months ago, or probably a month ago, that I think Iowa State's going to make their first Final Four in program history. I'm not backing off that. I think if they get the opportunity against Michigan, I do like Iowa State's guard play better than Michigan's. And I think if Momcilovic is going to play the way he did against Arizona State and he can't miss, I don't think the Clones are going to blow that opportunity to make their first Final Four. So Arizona and Iowa State are the two top teams that I'm all in on this March.
Imagine the vibe in the United Center if you get Michigan against Iowa State. Obviously, there's a ton of Wolverine alumni in the Chicagoland area, and Iowa State's, a 5-hour drive away? It would be absolutely incredible to see those two meet up. And I think, like you just said there, Kenny, they are on a collision course.
From kickoff to the final whistle, you're locked into BetMGM Tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And the Cavender twins are facing off in the Court of Legends game, and you can enter our Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. How to get this offer in 3 easy steps. Number 1, opt into the Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game. Number 2, select which Cavender twin, Haley or Hannah, you think will win the Court of Legends one-on-one basketball game hosted at the Bank at Bellagio in Las Vegas, Nevada. And number 3, if the twin you select wins the game, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Before we get to the brackets here, Brad, let's not forget that everybody can compete against us. How much ball do you know? Do you know more ball than us? We've been posting the link. We're going to post it tonight. We're going to post it again tomorrow. Join our free-to-play BetMGM Tonight Bracket Challenge group. Fill out your bracket. You'll be with me. You'll be with Brad. You'll be with Brandon Combs. You'll be with Monty. And let's see who knows the most ball, Brad. Have you got your bracket for our challenge group filled out? How many brackets do you do, by the way? I guess that's always a fair rule of thumb question for everybody to answer.
I'm glad you asked that question because I have right here in my cold, dead hand my bracket. So here's how I approach my bracketology every single year. I do what I call the gut bracket. So I've been doing this for, I don't know, at least a couple of decades, maybe since I was prepubescent, like at 10 years old. I print off a bracket immediately and I fill it out. That's my gut because I watch hundreds, if not thousands of hours of college basketball every single year. I love the sport. I eat, breathe, and sleep the sport. So that just, gets printed out and I fill it out immediately. So here's my gut bracket. And by the way, you can check it out for free on my website, thegamingjuice.com. I got a picture of that bracket available there. And I always do the gut first, and then I let things simmer. For about 48 hours or so after the bracket is revealed on Selection Sunday, and I let my noodle go to work, and I do what I call the analytical bracket, and bam, here it is. I filled this bad boy out this morning. I just posted this on various social media platforms. You can check it out on Instagram at Team Huevos. You can check it out on X at Noisy Huevos. I like huevos, can't you tell? So I got all over the internet right now. I can tell you this. So the difference between the gut is just off the cuff, and the analytical is based on the numbers, nerd, all the advanced data that is out there. That's the difference between the two brackets. And I can tell you, historically, the gut has always kicked the most ass of the two. So that's it. I ride the gut, the analytical, submit them in about a dozen pools imaginable, and I let it ride. So that is my bracket approach every single year. What's yours?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. So you got two. I normally have two as well. And I guess it's kind of similar, although I don't normally apply the analytics. I guess it's more so of a hedge bracket. I do what you did, Monday morning, I filled out my gut bracket. And then I'm probably going to tonight because I've got a lot of intrigue in one of the teams in the first four. And I got to be honest, Brad, I'm kind of waiting to see how that team does before I go ahead and see what I like here. Because let me just pull up my bracket right now that I've got in our group because I've already filled that one out. I've got my champion picked. It is Arizona. I think if Texas beats North Carolina State, I think Texas can beat BYU. I think they could beat Gonzaga. So I think Texas has a chance to make a run to the Sweet 16, and I don't know if I feel as good about North Carolina State. So I'll probably that's my gut bracket. And then I'll probably try to do a hedge bracket where I'm like, all right, I was 50-50 on this one. And this kind of, I have this team in the Elite Eight, but I feel like they could easily lose this game in the second round, and that'll change everything. I will normally do the hedge bracket where, I'll probably pick a different national champion just because. I mean, why would I pick Arizona in one? Why would I pick them in both? And if Arizona ends up winning it, there's a good chance I'm going to win the one bracket, with my gut bracket anyway. So I'll normally pick the second team, the team that I think is the second best team in the country. And then, like I said, there's normally 3 or 4 matchups where I'm like, ooh, I was 50-50 on this. One team I could see going to the Elite Eight if they win this. Otherwise, again, that could be a big one if I end up losing that. And it'll only be about 4 or 5 different games. So, I'll probably have still 50% of the same Final Four or 75% of the Elite Eight that I picked in my first bracket. It's just those subtle changes. I'm not, I don't do an upset bracket. Last year, if you did, you looked like a fool. So, you pick 1 or 2 upsets, and if they happen, great. If not, your whole bracket's not going to get altered because of it. But yeah, I normally have 2 brackets as well.
Yeah, you got to diversify your brackets, yo. Wu-Tang Financial style. I'm the same way, dude. I got a little bit of variance between the two. I take, the gut approach, again, just, shooting off the cuff, and then the analytical approach and diving down deep in the various metrics, so whether on Kempom or Torvik. There's some observational stuff that is also applied to the analytical based on my various consumptions of games throughout the year. But yeah, for the most part, my Final Fours are roughly the same. There's a little bit of, like I said, a variance. In the gut bracket, I have Florida, Arizona, Florida winning it all. In the analytical bracket, I have Duke, Arizona, and Arizona winning it all. And the only difference with the two... You're going to love this, Pat. You would think with my gut, right, that I would go with my ILL. Hey, I'm a super fan. I love the team. But no, they're an analytical darling. So Illinois beats Florida in the South in my analytical bracket. It represents in the Final Four. So that's the difference. I have Duke, Illinois, Arizona, and Michigan. Yeah, 2 Big Ten teams. They were like, there was no way in hell that's going to happen. It's actually happened a few times this century, believe it or not, though. The Big Ten hasn't won a national title since 2000. That Mateen Cleaves team at Michigan State. So those are the subtleties, minor differences. But it is interesting that Illinois is in the Final Four in analytical, but my gut doesn't trust my favorite team.
Wow, and that's good. That's good. That shows you're not a fanboy. That shows you are objective and you are unbiased. You've been unbiased about this team all year, and down the stretch when they've lost some of these tight games, you've been on them. So I can't fault you for that whatsoever. You got them in the analytical. You don't have them in the gut. You're 50-50, and I feel like that's a good way to play it. All right, let's get to the game coming up here in 10 minutes from now. The madness will officially begin with UMBC versus Howard at UD Arena in Dayton, Ohio. And this is probably one of the best 16 seed play-in games that we're going to get here. These are 2 teams that dominated their conferences. UMBC was number 1 in America East all year long. They're just coming off a destruction of Vermont. They beat them by 15 points, led by more than 20 at one point. And Howard, they were the best team in the MEAC all season long. and they ran through their conference tournament, beat NCCU by 7 in their conference championship. UMBC, they're riding a 12-game winning streak. Howard's won 14 of their last 16. We got two hot teams here, Brad. That matchup, they're very different stylistically. UMBC does a great job of scoring in the paint. Howard does an awesome job of defending the paint. Both teams pretty defensive, but Howard, they do a great job of limiting transition. UMBC wants to get out and run in transition. What do we make of this? I mean, it's a toss-up in every sense of the word. Howard's a 1-point favorite, but this feels like a true and, good to the word coin flip game as we can expect. And I feel like it's a good way to kick things off.
Yeah, and if you dig down deep and some of those advanced analytics and do a statistical scout, it is literally a coin flip, folks. Here's the evidence to back it up. UMBC is one of the slower teams among the 16s at number 209 at Justin tempo. As you mentioned, Howard likes to get up and down the court. They're number 77 in tempo, but both these teams inside the top 50 in effective field goal percentage offense, both inside the top 15 nationally in effective field goal percentage defense in games played since February 1st. I think really the advantage for the retrievers of UMBC in this one, Howard really relies on a lot of second chances. They're a very good offensive rebounding team. They're generating that second chance on just over 40% of their possessions in their last 10 games. But UMBC is top 20 in defensive rebounding percentage. So whoever wins the battle of the glass, combined with the fact that UMBC can absolutely stroke it from way downtown, 38.1%, as a matter of fact, they have splashed from distance in their last 10 games, I think gives them a slight advantage in this one. So I'm going to go with Maryland, Baltimore County. I'll take it plus now the 1.5 at a minus 120. Hell, instead of the minus 120, I'll just take it straight up on the money line at a minus 105 right now at BetMGM. And here's another interesting fun fact, Pat. This morning when I woke up, I grabbed the over in this game at 140.5. I was like, man, this is way too low. You know, a lot of people always believe the Butterflies are going to come out to a big national stage for some of these smaller schools. They're going to play ultra tight. But do you want to guess? Do you know what the total is right now? Because it's moved. Have you seen it?
I did. It's moved up.
It's moved up 4 points.
Yeah,
it was
you got great CLV there, brother.
It's 144.5. It's crazy. I like the over. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game, period, end of story.
Yeah, both these teams average right around 77 points per game, and they both allow an average about 67 points per game. So there you go. I mean, you add those two up together, and that gets you, let's see, it's about 144 points. So, yeah, right on the average. You did a good job of getting after that one. Let's hope we get offense. Or let's hope we get OT. And I'll never forget last year. I guess I will forget because I'm also forgetting the other team. But St. Francis, and it was a team from the SWAC who kicked us off in the first four. And that game was bananas, right? We had a buzzer beater right at the end, if I'm not mistaken. That was Alabama State versus St. Francis.
Yep, that's right.
Which I'm pretty sure, again, that game, that was a buzzer beater to win it. And then St. Francis literally, like, afterwards, they're like, yeah, we're going to Division III. We can't support our athletic programs anymore. It's like, wow. I like a double kick to the stones there. All right, let's get into some of these Thursday games. And whatever we don't hit on, we can finish up later here. But, Brad, let's get after it, man. Everybody's got their brackets out in front of them. We're going to do this by day of the games, not by bracket region, because if you go to your BetMGM app, they don't got it listed by the bracket. They'll have it listed by the day. They'll have it listed by chronological order. So why don't we start off here with a little 5 versus 12. Vanderbilt versus McNeese in the South region. The Commodores coming off of getting to the SEC final and losing to Arkansas. Again, a team that started off undefeated, 16-0. Mark Byington's squad now peaking as they head into the tournament, going up against McNeese, the Cowboys. 11.5 point favorites. What's the play here? Do we trust the team that is peaking here, or do we trust the mid-major? McNeese, just a couple years ago, Will Wade pulled off a big upset. Can they do it again this time? What do you like in this game, Brad?
Yeah, I don't think they will. And I think Vanderbilt is a terrible matchup, honestly, for the Cowboys of McNeese. That's a team that is really reliant on creating havoc and turnovers. If you look at what they've done over the last 11 games, they have forced a turnover 24.9% of opponent possessions. That's number one and all of Division I college basketball. But Vanderbilt, they don't turn the rock over. They're number 27 in that same duration of time in offensive turnover rate. So with Tanner, with Miles, they have guys that protect the rock. They have supreme ball handlers that can break that pressure and then break down this team. You look at Vanderbilt, they're a team that's shot the ball well from outside, right around 35% in their last dozen games. Defensively, that's where they have some hiccups. They're outside the top 200 and effective field goal percentage defense in their last dozen games. Not a great rebounding team. But again, what McNeese is, they're not a big team. They just, create chaos. And if they're unable to create chaos, they will get folded and placed into a box and shipped out of town. So I think Vanderbilt's going to win. I think Vanderbilt is going to cover. I'm going to fade McNeese. I don't think they're going to be ultra competitive in this one, though a lot of people are going to be on them based on a recency bias of what they were able to do last year with Will Wade. Different version of a team and just a downright terrible matchup.
Yeah, and again, Bill Armstrong, Neil's brother. He's the coach now at McNeese.
That's right.
The Cowboys coming out of the Southland, 28-5. Larry Johnson, their leading scorer. The great Larry Johnson, 17.5 points per game for them. They do score a bunch of points. They average 80, but they get a lot of possessions. Another team, like many have adopted in college hoops, like you said, Brad, they want to force turnovers. They love to run in transition. They do shoot 47% from the field, but only 32% from deep as a team. So they want to get as many offensive rebounds as possible. Two guys to look out for, Tyshawn Archie. He has hit over 63s this year, and DJ Richards Jr. They're two guards that shoot a ton of threes. Like you mentioned, Tanner and Miles, they've got to be ready for this team on the perimeter because McNeese is going to look to be forcing turnovers, going to look to be shooting the three ball, and it just could come down to, on any given day, how well the underdog shoots it. But Vanderbilt right now playing a really good brand of basketball. I don't know. I honestly, Brad, I think I would take McNeese to cover. I think they can keep this within 11 or 10 points. I'd be surprised if they win. But then again, that's just me kind of thinking last year was all chalk. And if you look this year, I think I saw an interesting stat. I think some lines could move, but I believe all 16, and I know Vanderbilt's a 5, but all 16 of the top 4 seeds are currently double-digit favorites. It would be the first time in 40 years that happens if it closes that way. So it was chalk last year. I think Vegas is hoping for folks to think that it's going to be chalk again this year. You and I kind of think it's going to be chalky because of NIL and how much these top teams are able to pay these players. And even when a mid-major team is good, 1 year is all it takes. Hey, give us your best guys. And now that has created that disparity. So we'll see if we get a punch back in the other direction or if it stays that way. Let's hit on one more game here, the 8 versus the 9 in the Midwest. This should be a good one. St. Louis, the Billikens, who nearly opened up the door for a bid stealer. They got a 9 seed. They're one of the most efficient teams in the country, going up against Georgia, 8 seed out of the SEC. The Bulldogs are 2-point favorites, but they've been very inconsistent down the stretch here. And I guess, Brad, we can get into the X's and O's, but I think there's going to be a lot of people looking at their brackets and thinking, do I trust the power conference team, or do I look at a mid-major here that is pretty damn good, and they've got, what's his name? Robbie Avila, Milk Chamberlain. They've got Larry Nerd. Do I ride this fun team St. Louis, or do I say Georgia's got better athleticism, they've got better speed, even though they have been inconsistent? This is a classic one here. Who do you like in this 8 versus 9 matchup?
By the way, Robbie Avila also goes by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. No lie. He sells T-shirts. It's just outstanding, man. The goggled one. Look, I like St. Louis in this game. I took him straight up. You can take him on the money line right now at BetMGM at a plus 115. I took him in all my brackets as well. I love what Josh Hurts does offensively. He's one of the best schematic offensive constructors in the entire game of college basketball. Really spreads you out, really spaces the floor, and he's got the right players to execute with that spacing, whether on dribble drives, whether on the extra pass, knocking down triples. This is one of the most efficient offensive teams in the country, are the Billikens. At number 23 in effective field goal percentage offense over their last 11 games. They're shooting, folks, for 55.8% from two and 39.2% from way downtown. Over 45% of their shots are coming from distance as well. You look at Georgia, they got a great name too. Blue Cane. Blue Cane. What a name that
sounds
is.
like a drug.
A guy's a pretty good ball player in his own right. Very good offensive team. The difference between Blue Cane and Georgia and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and St. Louis defense. The Billikens are number 91 effective field goal percentage defense. Where is Uga? 324 in that category, and they've really gotten beat up in three-point percentage D, where they're number 311 in the country. And what a quinky dink, they're also number 311 in the country in two-point percentage D. I think, again, with the spacing, the offensive execution of St. Louis, they pick apart this Georgia team in what should be a high-scoring affair. Give me the Billikens straight up on the money line. And a quick quiz, pop quiz, hot shot. What the hell is a Billiken? Do you know?
Well, I think their mascot is like a dog. It's some kind of bulldog. So that's what I'm going to go with, but I could be dead wrong on it.
Okay, so you're dead wrong. I had to look this up a couple of years ago. A woman in the 1920s, they had like a mascot competition at the university. It's a Jesuit school there in the Lou. And she fell asleep and she dreamt of what is now the Billiken. No lie, submitted it as part of the competition. She had a name and it stuck. And if you look at the mascot, yeah, it's nightmare fuel.
Yeah, I just Googled it as well. A mythical good luck figure created by art teacher Florence Pretz, often depicted as a chubby, smiling imp with a pointy head. It's a symbol of things as they ought to be. It's also a popular cultural charm in Osaka, Japan. There you go.
Oh,
the Billikens.
All right.
Well, if you're like, the women in our lives who just go off of which mascot they think is cooler or which team colors, then the Billikens probably get your vote as well. So there you go. I like St. Louis too, mostly just because of Robbie Avila. I want to see that kid going at making as deep of a run as possible. All right, let's take a short break here. When we come back, we will pivot to some NBA games coming up here at the top of the hour. We'll also continue on with the Thursday games in March Madness, and we're going to talk to our guy Rob Doster coming up at the top of the hour. But UMBC and Howard about to tip it off. We'll keep you posted on that game all the way throughout our show tonight. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. Everything March Madness, we got it for you right here. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
In this instance, as anybody as an 8 seed or worse, because 4 out of the last 5 tournaments, we've had an 8 seed or worse find their way to the Final Four. Last year, obviously, being the exception, with all 4 1 seeds arriving at the Final Four. This year feels like it very likely could be an exception as well, because the top of the bracket is just so stacked in each region. I'm going to be that guy. I am going to be that doofus that looks at the win-loss record and tells you Miami of Ohio can go on a run. And maybe I'm the dummy. That's fine. Maybe they'll lose tomorrow and not even get to the official first round of the NCAA tournament. But I don't think so. Second in the nation in 2-point field goal percentage during the regular season. Just outside the top 20 in 3-point field goal percentage during the regular season. And a turnover rate of just 14.5%. I think they can not only beat SMU, I think they can beat Rick Barnes and the Vols. Rick Barnes falling in an early round? No, we've never seen that happen before. And I think they could even put a scare in Virginia and maybe even go to the Sweet 16. So Miami of Ohio is my Cinderella. I don't have them going to the Final Four. I don't have anybody lower than a 3 seed going to the Final Four, and just one of them. I don't even have anybody lower than a 4 getting to the Sweet 16. Or excuse me, to the Elite 8. But I do have Miami of Ohio going to the Sweet 16. I'll bring in Kenny and Tyler again. Who are your Cinderellas, Kenny? Do you have any pegged that you think could go on a deep run?
Well, I do have a number of teams that are like 11 and under that I think are going to win at least a game. I know Tyler's going to touch more on it, but I think South Florida beats Louisville. I think VCU beats Illinois. But I actually have 1 8 or lower only going to at least the Sweet 16. I have none in the Final Four or even Elite 8. And that team, I kind of hinted at it earlier, was Iowa. I have them shockingly beating Florida in the second round. I just think that Bennett Sturts is going to go off and become a March legend. I mean, obviously they're going to have issues with Florida's size, but I think if Florida goes cold from outside, I think Iowa can easily catch up. And I have Iowa going to the Sweet 16 playing Vanderbilt.
I've heard lots of love for South Florida on the show in the last 24 hours, Tyler. Why is that?
Yeah, I didn't realize how trendy this was going to be. I came into the show yesterday and was like, I got to take, no one's going to have. Oh, nope, apparently everyone loves South Florida as well. This is why I think people like him. Their head coach, Brian Hodgson's going to get a Power 5 job next year, probably. He's turned Arkansas State around. And now 1 year he's turned South Florida into a tournament team. They have one of the better big man point guard combinations in the country. Isaiah Nelson's their big. He came from Arkansas State with Brian Hodgson. He won AAC Player of the Year, AAC Defensive Player of the Year. He was first team all conference. He's a monster. And they have the Division II transfer, Wes Ennis, who's a combo guard. He scores, I think he averaged like 17 points a game. So if in the tournament you're an underdog team with a really good big and a point guard, like that's going to help a ton. And they're coached really well. And also for Louisville, who they're playing in the first round, like we don't know if Michael Brown's playing. He's by far their best player. He's a top 10 pick in the draft. We don't know if he's playing. And also with him, like I don't really like this Louisville team to begin with. They're a little erratic. They go hot and cold. You're going to take me. I'm going to get an 11 seed with a good coach team, a good big, a good point guard, and they're super athletic. And they play fast, too. They're one of the fastest teams in the country. To me, USF's, I think they'll beat Louisville. I already bet them. I think there's a chance they beat Michigan State in the second round as well, which could get a little wild. I have USF going into my Sweet 16, maybe Elite 8. So USF's a team I really like in this tournament. And here's one team that I haven't heard anyone talk about. This isn't going to make Kenny happy because he loves the team that I think they're going to be. I kind of like High Point in the first round against Wisconsin. I understand Wisconsin was playing really well to end the conference tournament. They're awesome. Their point guard Blackwell and Nick Boyd are phenomenal. Nick Boyd has tournament experience, but High Point to me is like almost like a mid-major version of Wisconsin. They match up like honestly like almost the same. And the one reason I like High Point, they're not good defensively at all. They're not at all good defensively. But the one thing they do is they're really good at causing turnovers, and they're really good at defending the three. Wisconsin plays like a chaotic brand of basketball sometimes, and they can defend Blackwell and Nick Boyd from going off in the three-point arc. I like them a ton. They play really fast too, and they shoot a ton of threes.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
I got your name written here in a rose tattoo. Oh, Dropkick Murphys. How you doing? Happy St. Patty's Day. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Brad, we're going to talk a little bit about the NBA here because we got a couple of really good games coming up on this Tuesday. If you're multi-screening, if you're jumping back and forth between commercials here, Howard UMBC underway. We got the World Baseball Classic Championship game with Team USA coming up in just over an hour, but a good Tuesday night in the NBA. Before we get there, really quickly, Brad, let's get our first update here as the madness has begun. Howard and UMBC from Dayton, what is going on in the first 5 minutes?
Oh, well, UMBC scored the first 4 points of the game, and then Howard ripped off a 9-0 run. Then UMBC finally got back on the board. It is 9-6, about 15 minutes remaining here in this first half inside UD Arena. Both teams not exactly shooting the leather off the ball. UMBC, the Retrievers, shooting now 38% as they just put another ball through the basket. Is 9-8. Howard shooting 43%. The one observation I primarily have, this is going to be a high-scoring game. You know how you and I were talking about how I love the over at 140.5. I grabbed this morning and then realized when I opened up the BetMGM app right before tip, and it jumped 4 points. It jumped for a reason because this has got zip, breakneck appeal to it. Got to be high possession, lots of scoring. Now 11-11. There were 2 baskets, me just running off on that tangent in the last about 20 seconds. A lot of fun already underway inside UD Arena.
Bang. All right, so very good. Yeah, these two teams really pushing the pace here. And, UMBC canning a triple there from beyond the arc. That is one of their strong suits, to be able to shoot the 3 balls. So UMBC getting that one there at 11-11, like Brad said. All right, let's talk a little NBA here. We got a big one in the Eastern Conference tonight, Brad. Heat versus the Hornets in Charlotte. Playoff positioning, massive in this one. Right now, the Miami Heat enter tonight as the 7th seed in the East at 38-30, but they are only a half game back of both the Toronto Raptors and the Magic for a spot in the top 6 in the Eastern Conference. Excuse me. Meanwhile, the Hornets, ever since they got off, they had a historic, scalding hot stretch where they were 16-28, and they basically won, it was like 14 of their last 16 games. They've come back down to earth a little bit. They're 34-34, safely as the 10 seed, because it doesn't look like Milwaukee, the Bucks, are going to catch them. But, they're 4 games back of Miami. They're 4.5 games back of the top 6. I thought the way the Charlotte Hornets were playing, they would be where the Miami Heat are. But, the Hawks have won 10 in a row. The Magic had won 8 in a row. The Heat had won 7 in a row. So you got some of these teams playing some of their best ball of the year. I like the Hornets here tonight, especially because Mr. 83 points, Bam Adebayo, out for this game, along with Andrew Wiggins. He is not going to play. He hasn't played for 5 straight games now. So 2 of their key starters for the Heat are out, including Bam Adebayo. I think the Hornets take care of business here tonight. I'll lay the spread with them. They're covering. It's 4.5 points on BetMGM. I think the Hornets roll here. I've been adopting this team as my little stepbrothers here for the last couple of months. Hopefully they don't let me down. I like the Hornets to win and win comfortably in this one.
Yeah, the Hornets have been rocking, man. The most net efficient team in the NBA over the last 10 games. I'm going to be a little bit counterintuitive here. I know you like the Hornets, and this was definitely leaning into being kind of counter to your argument. Davion Mitchell, I'm going to take the over on 5.5 assists at plus 102. Little babysitter's mana juice on that one. Oddly, even though Charlotte has allowed the fewest opponent assists per game in the NBA over the last 10, just 23.6 per contest, Mitchell in 3 games this season against the Hornets, 7 dimes, 5 dimes, 9 dimes. So he's done this in 2 of his last 3, though he's hit the under on 5.5 assists in 4 straight games. Pure gut feeling. This is kind of a shot in the dark, but plus money. It hit me like a tractor beam and pulled me in. So Davion Mitchell, I'll take the over on 5.5 assists at plus 102. Pray for my soul.
All right, and then we got a big one in the Western Conference as well. The Phoenix Suns and the Minnesota Timberwolves. These 2 teams are right next to one another. Minnesota hanging on to that final spot in the top 6. They're 41-27, also tied, same exact record as the Nuggets. And then the Suns, 2 games back, 7 seed right now. They'd be in the play-in tournament if the season ended today. They want to avoid that. They've got to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight. They're 2-0 against them this season. And Anthony Edwards is out tonight. He's going to be reevaluated in a week or 2. He's got some lingering knee soreness. So you might see a 4 or 5 game absence here from the Ant-Man. And yet, Brad, I think Minnesota rolls in this one. Phoenix on a back-to-back. They played the Celtics last night, a physically taxing game. They're still missing Dylan Brooks. They're still missing their center, Mark Williams. Grayson Allen is doubtful to play. Give me the T-Wolves here to get it done without Anthony Edwards and a little revenge spot as well. Since they've already lost 2 to Phoenix, I like Minnesota. What do you like in this game?
Yeah, I'll lean into that narrative. I'm going to live in a land down under on Royce O'Neal, under 4.5 rebounds at a -115 juice. 2 matchups prior against Minnesota. Went over once, went under once. 8 rebounds and 1 3 in the other. He's averaging just north of number in the month of March at 4.6 boards per game. Is split right down the middle. In 8 games this month, he has been over in 4 and under in 4. Now, the kicker here is that Minnesota usually commands the glass because of Rudy Gobert. Only the 7th fewest rebounds per game allowed. I like the under on O'Neal rebounds.
All right, very good. So we'll keep you posted on the NBA action, but we'll get an update on Howard and UMBC. We'll talk to Rob Doster coming up next on BetMGM tonight.
Why hold on to anybody at this point? Why sign Malik Willis for that matter if you're the Dolphins? Why wouldn't you just strip it down to the studs and throw Quinn Ewers out there and go 3-14 and call it a day if you're the Dolphins? If you were going to go to this extent to move on from Waddle. Now, maybe they were absolutely stout in their belief that they weren't going to move on from Waddle for anything less than a first-round pick, and they finally got someone to step up and offer that first-round pick. But this makes the Dolphins, 4.5 wins or not, they're under the win total. The Dolphins are going to be an unmitigated disaster this year. It does provide another weapon for Bo Nix, although how far is the ball going to get pushed downfield to a receiver like Waddle in that Denver offense? And it does, naturally, we have to do this because every time a move with a wide receiver takes place, we have to always loop it back around to A.J. Brown in Philly and wonder if the Eagles are still listening and they see the market for Jalen Waddle is a 1, a 3, and a swap of 4s. What on earth could they land for A.J. Brown? Here's the problem. I don't think anybody's paying it for A.J. Brown.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Hour number 2 on this St. Paddy's Day Tuesday, the first 4 of Tuesday, the beginning of the madness. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Let's talk to our guy, Rob Doster, the co-founder of the very, very popular, the uber popular Field of 68. You can find him on Twitter at Rob Doster. Rob, welcome, brother. Good morning, good evening, wherever the heck you are. You're in the back of an Uber flying. The madness has begun. Where is Rob Doster headed to at this very moment?
I'm headed to a beautiful courtyard by Marriott in Chicago, down by the United Center, to go and relax and to get ready for this thing we're going to be doing tomorrow morning, man. But I'm locked in. I'm watching UMBC right now on my phone. It's unbelievable. UMBC is trailing in this game. Brad told me to take Retrievers money line, and it's about on par with what I would expect. The team he told me to bet is down by 7 here early on.
Accurate.
Yeah, Howard up 23-16 midway through the first half. Rob, let me hit you with a little March Madness lore question first. Brad and I were discussing earlier in the show, how many brackets should one typically fill out for the big dance? We both do 2. Brad's got his gut bracket and his analytical bracket. Mine is kind of the same, except I normally just pick a different national champ and maybe switch 1 or 2 of those 50-50 calls where you either got a team getting bounced in the second round or going to the Elite 8. How many brackets does Rob Doster have lined up and inked out?
Honestly, it's embarrassing that I'm on this radio call right now, because anybody that fills out more than a single bracket should never have a voice, should never have a platform, certainly should never have a radio show that they're on. It's one bracket, man. You make your picks and you go all in with it. Now, the way that you hedge is if you got to take, like, let's say you really think that there might be a chance that St. John's can knock off Duke in the Sweet 16, right? You don't fill out 2 brackets and have one of them within that bracket. You just bet the St. John's money line. It's the glory of having BetMGM right there in the supercomputer that's in your phone in your pocket, Brad. You can't fill out 2 brackets. I expected better from you, Bradley. I really expected better from you. Multiple brackets? What are we doing, man? You fill out 1 bracket and you put it in everything and you ride or die with that.
All I got to say is blasphemy based on that answer. I like to have diversity, and I like to have bullets in the chamber if one of the brackets goes terribly wrong and I exit stage left after, I don't know, the first Thursday of the NCAA tournament, Robert. Rob, let's talk about some of these games. I feel first 4 participants are always at a distinct advantage. The winner plays a game, shakes off the butterflies, and gains momentum. It's why the 14-year existence of the first 4, 12 times the team has won at least another game. Who does it this year? Do you think it's going to be Texas, NC State in action tonight at UD Arena, SMU, or mid-major darling Miami of Ohio? Who wins 2 games this year?
You can't see me doing it right now, but I'm doing the wolf pat thing, the thing that the NC State fans do with their hands. I'm doing it right now in the back of my Uber, and I think the Wolfpack get it done, man. I'm in on this team, Brad. You know I'm in on this team. I don't really know why I'm in on this team, but I just got a feel, right? They just have a vibe about them. I think that the thing about Will Wade teams is there's a toughness that they have, and I think if you look at the pieces on that roster, I would believe that is a tough team that knows how to guard. And we haven't seen that yet this season. So I'm going against everything that my gut says, and I'm believing that they're going to figure it out in the 33rd game of their season. It wasn't enough. 32 games wasn't enough. They needed that 33rd game to finally figure out how to be able to actually play a little bit of defense. So I think the Wolfpack get it done. I think they beat Texas, and I think they beat BYU.
Ooh, interesting. Going to ride with NC State, believing in the power of Will Wade's bunch. Rob, true story. I listen to the Field of 68 podcast pretty much every day. I'm at the gym this time of year, and you guys and your hot and spicy takes really helped me get that extra squat in on the rack today. So I appreciate that. And I heard you guys blissfully talking about the potential of the 4-5 matchups if they come to fruition in the round of 32. So let's play hypothetical. If, and that's a giant if, they do come to fruition, which one will you be glued to most between St. John's, Kansas, Vanderbilt, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Arkansas, or Texas Tech, Alabama? That last one, a lot of question marks on that one. Which one do you got?
Well, the answer is Wisconsin, Arkansas. But hold on one second. We're not going to just sit here and let you lie like you get on the squat rack when you're in the gym, man. We know what you do.
Yeah,
You're on the
I was on the squat rack.
You got 15 minutes on the elliptical. Maybe you pretend to do a couple squats and you're out of there.
You've seen my physique, Rob. I am a chiseled god. I like pressing weight. I was on the rack today, threw on a couple extra plates on, and your guys, hot and just exhilarating takes, provide me enough juice to grunt out one more rep. So I appreciate it.
A couple extra plates, man. A couple extra plates is what you get at dinner. It's not what you put on a squat rack. I think that Arkansas and Wisconsin is the best game, man. Give me that backcourt matchup. Nick Boyd and John Blackwell, Darius Acuff and Malik Thomas. That is the game that you want for a couple of reasons. One, those teams are just electric offensively, and two, neither of them have any desire to play much defense at all. So if we see them play, we're going to see. Like, that game will be, whatever it is, you can tell me that total is going to be 195 and I'm taking it over. Just because, right? Just because. I'd be really interested to see what happens with St. John's, Kansas. I'm much more curious to see what happens if St. John's wins that game and gets Duke in the Sweet 16. I think that is the game. If there's going to be a stumbling point for Duke at some point in this tournament, I think that it's that Sweet 16 matchup with potentially St. John's.
Talking with Rob Doster here, co-founder of the Field of 68 on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans on Pat Boy. You can follow Rob on Twitter at Rob Doster. Rob, I will also not accept your blasphemy about one bracket. I think it's this isn't like fantasy football. I'm not saying I'm in 5 or 6 leagues. I don't have 5 or 6 brackets. Yeah. I have two.
Get
2 is more than acceptable.
Get him!
More than acceptable.
I completely disagree. You gotta have your takes and you gotta go all in on it. You gotta have a feeling, you gotta have a gut, you gotta know what you want, know what you believe, and go in. You can't put 13 brackets out there and say, hey, look, I picked this upset in one of my 12 brackets and I got this right. Look at me, I'm so smart. If I would do that, I'd pick every single game. That's what I should do. I should pick every single game. So at the end, when the tournament's over, I can take a screenshot and say, look, I predicted XYZ to happen. You'll have a perfect bracket if you just screenshot it and Photoshop it correctly. That's what we're doing here, Brad. I know what you're doing. I see through it. Bradley.
Anyway,
got 2
Rob,
brackets, bro.
Yeah. Anyway, what's your boldest take of the NCAA tournament? Whether it's a 3 through a 6 seed making the Final Four, or if it's a Cinderella you've got picked out, what team is going to surprise everybody except for you?
My boldest take is that St. John's beats Duke to get to the Elite Eight. I think that is the matchup that Duke does not want to see for a couple of reasons. One, I think Zuby Ejiofor is like the one guy in college basketball that can actually find a way to be able to guard Cam Boozer and not be at a disadvantage in some way. He's as strong as Cam Boozer. He's as mobile as Cam Boozer. He can guard him on the perimeter. He can deal with him in the post. You're not going to overpower him. You're not going to play bully ball against him, but you're also not going to take him away from the basket and do some of the stuff that Cam does. He can guard in the ball screens either off the ball or on the ball. I just think that is the guy that can give him a lot of problems, right? And then beyond that, they have the size and the length and the athleticism on their front court to be able to match up with what Duke has. And then throw in the fact that this is a team that wants to pressure you, that wants to get out and try to force turnovers, that wants to get out and play defensively on the perimeter. And Duke's starting point guard is obviously injured. I think that is something where on paper it looks like that could be the stumbling block. I think the first one seed that really ends up in a little bit of trouble here is Duke if they have to face St. John's in the Sweet 16.
Ooh, muy interesante. That's a spicy take there. St. John's potential upset candidate over Duke. Rob, last one for me. Right now at BetMGM, you can wager on how far a particular team goes, whether it's Sweet 16, Elite 8, Final Four, or whether the whole shebang. Among the following plus money Elite 8 markets available, which one do you feel is a tremendous and viable value? My Fighting Illini at plus 160. Your UConn Huskies at plus 165, Michigan State at plus 180, Gonzaga at plus 225, or Virginia at plus 310. Rob, you got $100 burned a hole in your pocket. Where are you placing it?
Probably Virginia, because I think that you're getting the best price out of all of them. You know, I don't feel great about UConn and like UCLA. I think that's going to be a more difficult matchup for them than people realize. Michigan State, I don't know, man. Like I just can't really see Michigan State. It's hard for me to bet on teams that don't have NBA players when you get to March Madness, and I think that Michigan State has a bunch of really, really, really good college basketball players. But if you're giving me plus 310 on Virginia, I have Virginia in my bracket getting to the Elite Eight. I think that they match up really well with Iowa State. I don't think that they have too much trouble getting past Wright State or getting past potentially Tennessee, or who I think will be their SMU. They play SMU. That's another ACC foe that they got there. So I like their matchup with Iowa State. I think that they're as strong as them. I think they're as physical as them. I think Testa Ritter can eliminate some of what Josh Jefferson does to make him effective. My only concern would be they don't have like a 6'9" wing to chase around Milan Momcilovic, but they got a kid named Sam Lewis who transferred in from Toledo, who's about 6'6". I think could do a good enough job. They got some really, really good guards, and they're smart and they play hard and they play well and they're connected and they're deep and they're balanced. So I'm in on this Virginia team being able to get past Iowa State.
Wow.
Beautiful. Talking about Rob Doster here for another 2 minutes or so. He's the co-founder of the Field of 68. He's en route to Chicago. Make sure you check out all the Field of 68 podcasts and their shows both before the madness kicks off on Thursday, well, when we've got 16 games on Thursday and Friday, and then, of course, all throughout the tournament. Now, you can follow him on Twitter at Rob Doster. Rob, out of the first team All-Americans, who are you most excited to watch play in this tournament? And I know that JT Toppin is hurt, so I'll throw in Keaton Wagler in his steed. Who are you most excited to watch? AJ DeBonsa, Axel Lendeborg, Darius Acuff, Cam Boozer, or Keaton Wagler? Who ends up having the biggest tournament or the biggest games in your mind?
Let's just be clear about something, Brad. This does not mean that Keaton Wagler is a first-team All-American, all right? You can pretend that it is. You can put that in your mind, but it does not mean that Keaton Wagler is a first-team All-American, first and foremost. Let's get that clear.
That's fair.
All, give me Darius Acuff. Give me Darius. I think that Darius Acuff is the guy. I said this last night on After Dark, that I think if there's one guy that can pull off like a Kemba Walker or Shabazz Napier-esque run and carry his team to a championship, I think that it's Darius Acuff. You know, I'm looking at that run and that schedule that Arizona potentially has, and I think the only slip up that they have before they get to Indianapolis, the only time they can really get challenged is against whoever comes out of that Sweet 16 game. Whether it's Wisconsin, whether it's Arkansas, I think it's one of those two teams that will really challenge them. But I would just like to say for the record that in my bracket, right now, the one and only, the singular bracket that I do, because I actually have some morals, I actually have some couth about me, I have the Illinois Fighting Illini in my Final Four. And I don't feel good about it. I kind of hate myself for it. I'm sitting here talking about it. I'm in Chicago. I got off the plane. I walked through O'Hare, and I saw the Illinois University sign there. You know, when you're walking out of Terminal H, and you see it right there, there's a big University of Illinois sign, Champaign campus. I walked by it, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know if I could support this. Brad Evans loves it. I don't know if I can love it too. So I might have to change that. Or just make a second bracket and say that I got it right no matter who makes the Final Four. That's what I might do.
Brad's going nuts right now off camera. Well, now he's on camera. He's got the Illinois towel on his head. He was waving it around. He nearly had a seizure. He nearly fell out of his chair. You just made Brad Evans' entire March, Rob. How does that feel?
It feels great. I hope they lose in the first round now.
Oh, you're a rat bastard. I love you.
Rob, we appreciate your time, man.
Fellas,
Thanks
I'll
so
see you,
much,
man.
and enjoy Chicago. And we can't wait to talk to you next week.
Later, guys.
There you go. Rob Doster, co-founder of the Field of 68. Brad, how does that feel? He's got Illinois in the Final Four, which you also have in your analytical bracket. By the way, what a bastard he is. He really is. You're friends with him. I've talked to him since we've started our show together. One bracket, this holier than thou. I only do one bracket. Screw you, Doster. I should have said it to him when he was here with us.
Flaccid. Yeah, the old
penance,
Mike and Mike
pun
show.
intended.
I think on ESPN Radio they had sheets of integrity, and they only did one bracket. I was like, that's just comical. That's a clown show. Who does one bracket? Nobody does. Like my wife only knows Illinois basketball. She's not doing one bracket. My kids really only know Illinois basketball. Are they doing more than one bracket? Hell yeah, they're doing more than one bracket. Anybody with A+ morality, unlike Rob Doster, who's questioning our morality, is submitting at least 2 sheets to the overall bracket competition. Now, I'm not going to submit like 6, 7, 8 of those. I only do 2 max. I think there is a statute of limitations. Maybe it's like 3 ultimately, but 1, come on, get out of here, bro. That one bracket surely is not going to win you the entire pot of cash at the end of the rainbow.
Yeah, and here's the thing, too, and our producer Brandon Combs in our show chat, I do one bracket every damn year, cowards. All right, sick, dude. How many times do you win? How many times do you win? Probably 0. Because I'll tell you this much, I don't know about you guys, in years past, I'm in like 3 or 4 different pools. So I usually do 2 brackets, and I usually put my gut bracket in 2, in 2 separate ones, and I'll put the other one in 2 separate ones. And that way you got, again, if you're making one bracket and then you're spending $25 or 50, you put even more in these pools that you join $50, all of a sudden your champion gets knocked out in round 2, you're gone, you're done. It's almost like, wow, that kind of stinks. Now I got nothing to root for. At least if you have a second bracket, which I agree with you, you get 4, you're up to 5 bracket. That's too much. I do 2. If you wanted to do 3, I guess that's probably the absolute most. I agree with you there wholeheartedly. But you do 2. And that way, if you lose your champ in the Sweet 16, you got something else to root for. And if both champions you pick get knocked out before the Elite 8, well, then, bad luck of the draw for you. Or last year, you just decided to get too crazy and too creative and not go chalk and not go with one of the 1 seeds.
Pat, for the record, I think I would have been really hot as a redhead, don't you think?
You would. You would have. That kind of, that red towel, that red-orange blood towel, that's falling well on your very pale skin. I would ask you.
Yes, look, I'm very Irish right now.
Do the carpets match the drapes?
I'll let your mind wander on that, buddy. I like it kinky.
And on that, we will take a well-timed break here. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Brad is on cloud 9 because Rob Doster picked Illinois in his Final Four. He's got his Illinois towel around his head. We got much more madness talk. We'll get you an update on UMBC Howard when we come back. We'll do some more bracket hot or cold. We'll do some more picks for the Thursday games. Get in here, have fun with us. Let's go. It's St. Patty's Day. Pull up a Guinness. Get yourself a cider. Have some fun. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I want to start with the powerhouses because this feels like, based on the bracket and the way we've seen things play out over the last month or so, like a top-heavy year. Like the ones are clearly delineated from everybody else. But I'll include the 1s and the 2s for the sake of this conversation about the powerhouses. Duke, Arizona, Florida, Michigan. The 1s, obviously. The 2s, UConn, Purdue, Houston, Iowa State. And which of these teams do we believe in? And we believe they can not just make a run, they can maybe win it all. And which of these teams do we look at and say, no, they are ripe for a fall, maybe even before the end of the first weekend? And who better to bring in? I heard them chomping at the bit yesterday to talk to Nick about the brackets, and I know they've got more spicy hot takes, Cholula hot takes about what we're going to see play out in the bracket over the next couple of weeks. So our technical director, Tyler Morales, and our engineer board op, Kenny Henderson, are both going to chime in here as well. I want to start, though, guys, with what I believe is a couple of teams really to take very seriously. And the region where I believe more in the 1 and 2 than any other region as a combined pair is the Midwest. You've got Michigan as the 1 seed, Iowa State as the 2 seed. Michigan has one of the probably 2 or 3 hottest players in all of college basketball right now. We heard Yaxel Lendeborg earlier with the big shot over Wisconsin to move on to the Big Ten championship the other night. They're outshooting opponents at the rim by 15%, 65-50. Iowa State, they're unstoppable when they win the turnover battle, which has been an obstacle for them at times, but they should do against everyone in this region not named Wolverines. Joshua Jefferson doing everything, Lipsy handling the pressure on the perimeter, and Momcilovic just draining threes at a ridiculous clip. There is no region where I'm more confident that both the 1 and the 2 will be in the Elite 8, Tyler, than in the Midwest. Which 1s and 2s are you most believing in going into this thing?
So the ones I believe in that I believe in the most are, to me, they're pretty obvious. It's Arizona, Michigan, Duke, and Florida. I have questions on those teams long term, but we'll get to them. To me, Arizona is the best team in the country. I've kind of been saying this off the air a few times. They're kind of like a EuroLeague team. Like all 5 guys are professionals. Some guys play professional in Europe, and now in college basketball, you can do that. You can take pros and put them on your team. Braden Burry's co-appeal. They're going to be first-round picks. It's like if you took a EuroLeague team and just like dumped them into a college basketball arena. Like that's what kind of Arizona is. And I know people are worried about Tommy Lloyd and his tournament success, which is awful. Like we can't go around that. It's terrible. But I love Arizona. To me, they're the best team, and Michigan's the second best team. You can't discredit what they did in the non-conference. They have 7 wins over 40 points. Like no matter how they finish the season, you have to take that for what it is. So Arizona, Michigan, and those are the 2 best teams for me. The other 1 seeds we have questions on, but we'll talk about that later. I think Arizona's the national champion. They're the number 1 team for me.
Ooh, Arizona. A lot of love for the Wildcats, Kenny. Are you in the same boat with them?
Yeah, and I think Tyler can attest to this. I was on Arizona first. I've been saying for over a month I think Arizona's going to win it all. It feels like a lot of people have joined the bandwagon, including Tyler. So we're not alone, and I'm a little worried, but we'll see how it ends up. I'm sticking with them. I'm not going to go away from Arizona, as trendy as they have been. But I love that take, Chris, that you have, that you think Michigan and Iowa State are meeting up in the Elite Eight. That's probably one of my strongest takes of this tournament. I think they're on a collision course in the Midwest to meet in Chicago in the Elite Eight. And I do think that's the matchup we get, but I'm going to ride with the Clones. The Iowa State's been a team, I think I said on the show a few months ago, or probably a month ago, that I think Iowa State's going to make their first Final Four in program history. I'm not backing off that. I think if they get the opportunity against Michigan, I do like Iowa State's guard play better than Michigan's. And I think if Momcilovic is going to play the way he did against Arizona State and he can't miss, I don't think the Clones are going to blow that opportunity to make their first Final Four. So Arizona and Iowa State are the 2 top teams that I'm all in on this March.
Imagine the vibe in the United Center if you get Michigan against Iowa State. Obviously, there's a ton of Wolverine alumni in the Chicagoland area, and Iowa State's, a 5-hour drive away. It would be absolutely incredible to see those 2 meet up. And I think, like you just said there, Kenny, they are on a collision course.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is Westwood One Sports. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Our producer, Brandon Combs, pumping the Irish music here tonight on St. Paddy's Day. We got UNBC Howard off to a flying start in the first 4, and Dayton right now, it is Howard, the Bison, leading the way 41-30 with under 4 minutes left to go in the first half. A very high-scoring affair, much to the delight of Brad Evans, although I'm sure he'd like to see the Terriers start barking a little bit louder here. Speaking of which, if they score the most points, you'll score bonus bets. For each round of March matchups, you have the opportunity to predict which team will score the most points. If you're correct, you'll win a share of bonus bets. How to get this offer in 3 easy steps. 1, enter the March matchups, $500,000 pick'em, free-to-play game. Number 2, pick which team you think will score the most points in any round of the tournament. 3, if the team you selected scores the most points that round, you'll win a share of bonus bets. All right, Brad, let's get to most of these other Thursday games that we hit on earlier. And let's get to a matchup that feels like it's going to be sharps versus squares, pros versus Joes, whatever you'd like to call it. There's going to be a lot of people and that's fine. Like, if you haven't watched a ton of college basketball this year, you're jumping in now, March Madness. That's totally fine. That's what we are here for. Brad's watched thousands of games. I've been watching at least a game or two a night here over the last 2 months. We've been locked in, ready to give you the information and the insight you need to make your decisions. And if there's going to be a lot of people that haven't watched a ton of hoops this year, Brad, and they're going to say, oh, North Carolina, small favorite against VCU. Let me jump on the Tar Heels here. Let me put them in my bracket. All right, there wasn't many upsets last year. North Carolina can't get upset, right, by VCU. What does that even stand for? Virginia, I don't know. Virginia Commonwealth is what it is. The Rams, the Fighting Shaka Smarts. Brad, I think we both have VCU in our bracket. I love VCU in this one. Without Caleb Wilson, who is an All-American, it's going to be a top 10 pick, if not a top 5 pick in the NBA draft. I think North Carolina is going to have their hands full. I think VCU's guard play is going to be exceptional. It's going to cause them problems here. And North Carolina has struggled to defend the three-point line. VCU in the top 40 in the country in that category. And Terrence Hill Jr., who is tremendous and rarely turns the ball over, I think he's going to cause some big problems for North Carolina. I like the Rams. Give me VCU to pull off what would be considered the upset.
Yeah, and I'd completely concur with that point of view. North Carolina's just tofu bland right now. You look at what they have done here their last 11 games, and, a good portion of that was without Caleb Wilson, who, of course, is done for the season. They've just been so painfully average across the board. They're number 113 in effective field goal percentage offense, much worse in defense at 167 in effective field goal percentage defense. They're giving up 50.6% from 2, 35.1% again over the last 10 games entering the big dance. And I like VCU's guard play. Terrence Hill is an awesome distributor of the rock, can score off the bounce and really attack it downhill. And that is a calling card of VCU. They're a team that attacks the cup. They draw a lot of whistles, and they make you pay at the charity stripe. That's really, really where they honestly make their hay. Very good defensive team as well. They're top 35 in the country in effective field goal percentage defense. I know Vizar is going to be a matchup problem. The big 7-footer for North Carolina will occasionally go out and nail a jumper from outside and has a very strong back down game inside. But I think the quickness at the guard position of ECU is going to be the difference, and their defensive chops as well. I'm with you, man. Ram it! I'm going with VCU straight up on the money line, and I grab them on that money line at plus 115. I have them in both of my brackets. You hear that, Rob Doster? Both. Multiple brackets. Suck it.
Yeah, no hedging on that one, and I'll be with you. Both my brackets, I'll have VCU as well. All right, let's move on to another matchup that is expected to be tight, a spread of under 3. It's a 7 versus a 10 matchup. St. Mary's versus Texas A&M. The St. Mary's Gales out of the WCC in the same conference as the Gonzaga Bulldogs. And this game is going off late Thursday night. Well, not too late, 7:35 p.m. Eastern at the Paycom Center in Oklahoma City. So Texas A&M, not too far of a travel. St. Mary's coming from California. And yet the Gales are 2.5. They've actually moved up 3.5-point favorites here in this one. And Brad, I remember when we talked about this game initially, this is not a surprise to you. I believe you love the Gales in this one. This is another one. Texas A&M, very popular brand name versus a mid-major team. The mid-major team is favored in this one, and you don't think that's a mistake, right?
No, and again, if you like the advanced metrics, and I am a numbers nerd, I have an advanced degree in nerdom, folks. St. Mary's absolutely clobbers Texas A&M and pretty much every single advanced analytic that is out there. Case in point, Bart Torvik. It should be your friend, barttorvik.com. It's free, folks. They have all the advanced data imaginable at your disposal, and it's sortable by date, which I absolutely love. So if you look in games played over last month, St. Mary's is number 18 in the country overall in terms of efficiency. Where's Texas A&M? Number 61. That's a pretty wide disparity. And St. Mary's really doesn't have a whole lot of weaknesses. They're a team that can play at variable paces, a little bit different from previous versions under Randy Bennett, which usually just grind it out in the half court. This team will run if need be. And, obviously Texas A&M wants to rev the engine. That's their style of play. They're, top 50 in the country in just a tempo of the season. A&M is a very 3-point reliant. I haven't shot the ball particularly well from outside at 33.8% over their last 11 games. Meanwhile, St. Mary's are shooting 42.5% from distance, thanks to Mikey Lewis over the same span. They have size with Vessels and McKeever. Those guys are 7-footers inside for St. Mary's. So they have the guard play. They have the size. They have the defensive chops, pretty restrictive in that capacity. They're a top 10 rebounding team in the country. I think they're going to beat Texas A&M by a somewhat comfortable margin. I think originally I said 5-7. I would probably say it could be 10 or more. I think it's a mismatch for Texas A&M based on the size of play and their rebounding or lack thereof. It doesn't really exist. I think the Gales bludgeon them on the boards. Love St. Mary's in this one.
And I do, and I think I'm going with St. Mary's here as well. This is a matchup that I'm very conflicted on, but because again, St. Mary's, it feels like it's the same story every year for them. It feels like Randy Bennett's squad. They play very slow, and it works against the WCC. But then they get into March Madness, and it feels like this team almost always gets dumped out in the first or the second round. Right? I mean, they haven't made the second weekend. Yeah. I think they've only made it once in the last 11 times they've been to the tournament. So it just feels like it's a style that, I mean, I get it. It maximizes your chances, but if Texas A&M is shooting the ball well, something they haven't done lately, then this could get out of hand quickly here. But again, I guess you could say that about any game. If this team shoots well, if that team shoots well, Texas A&M hasn't shot well in the last several weeks here, so that's definitely a tough one for me as well. I wish this was more of a pick'em, but again, it's a 7 versus a 10, so hard to say that. And St. Mary's, they do play a really good brand of defense. So this is a toss-up for me. But you like St. Mary's. You think they win comfortably. That gives me confidence if I got St. Mary's in my bracket. All right, really quickly here. Number 1 seed Duke taking on Siena. I mean, the spread is nearly 30. It's 28 points. So basically, here's the only question we should answer or we should ask. Can Duke cover? Can Duke win by 30 without Caleb Foster and without Patrick Ngungba? We had our question marks about them, Brad, in the ACC tournament. They end up winning the whole damn thing. We asked what their motivation was. Well, we know their motivation is to get to the freaking national championship game now. How softly do they take this Siena team? Do they mess with some rotations? Does John Shire experiment with some things, knowing that he's not going to have still 2 of the 5 members of his starting lineup? How badly does Duke want to beat up on Siena? And I don't know if I could trust the 16th seed. So for me, it's Duke either win by 30 or I'm not touching this game with a 10-foot pole. Other than that, without a second of hesitation, I got the Blue Devils in the next round of my bracket.
Now I'm going to go Ross from Friends and say pivot. Just bet the under. It's at 135.5 right now. Duke is, they're an anaconda-like defense. They asphyxiate. Ooh, that's a fancy word. The competition. Siena's actually really good defensively as well. Now, of course, they haven't played the level of competition Duke has, but the Siena Saints are number 7 in all of college basketball in effective field goal percentage defense over the last 30 days. Duke, by the way, has given up just 0.897 points per possession, the second fewest points per possession in college basketball over that same span. So this game is going to have limited possessions. Duke is going to clobber them. Siena will be lucky to score 50. It's a matter of how many points will Duke put on the board, without Caleb Foster, without Ngongba. Will they take their foot off the gas? Probably late in the game. I'm not going to touch the line, but I do like the under. And on that 135.5, it's a lighter juice right now at BetMGM at a -105. I think that is the only way, unless you want to, build with some alt lines and SGP, the way to play this game.
Okay, very good. And then finally, the thing that tips everything off on Thursday afternoon in Greenville, South Carolina, number 9 seed TCU, the Jamie Dixon Horned Frogs against the 8 seed Ohio State Buckeyes. You got Big 12 versus Big 10 here in South Carolina, and Ohio State is a 2.5-point favorite in this one. TCU, they finished as the sixth best team in the Big 12. They had 22 wins. Ohio State, they finished as the 8th best team in the Big 10, a very crowded, top-heavy, monstrous Big 10. They won 21 games. They gave Michigan a good battle. TCU gave Kansas a good battle. Feels like another coin flip here in an 8 versus 9 matchup, Brad. I got Ohio State moving on, but I don't know if I feel great about it. What do you like here in this 8 versus 9 battle that'll kick off the proceedings on Thursday?
Again, the advanced data, I think, is going to be very convincing to a lot of people, including you. Over the last dozen games for each of these teams, TCU was number 47 in overall efficiency on Torvik. Ohio State, number 14. Buckeyes are playing their best basketball right now. I think the advantage that TCU has, and it's pretty clear, is going to be the interior. With Edmonds, with Punch, those guys who really get after it, sealing off the glass, getting some of those second chances. So Ohio State's got to limit those offensive rebounds because TCU's getting one on 37.7% of their possessions over the last dozen games. The problem with TCU is they're not scoring the rock particularly well at all. And a team that's only shooting 31.6% in their last 12 games from distance, only 48.5% inside the arc in those last 12 contests. Ohio State, they got Bruce Thornton, who is a doctor, I think 7 times over. He's been at Ohio State that long. Mobley is healthy, and he's got an excellent stroke from outside. It's Christoph Tilley, their 7-footer. He's key in this game. He has got to box out, prevent some of those second chances. Let the guards of Ohio State do their work. I think they will. I think 2.5 is too short of a number. I think the Buckeyes win, and I say they win between 4 to 7 points. So I'll take them in that 8-9 matchup.
Okay. All right. Very good. We will take a short break. The number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get you an update on Howard and UMBC, and we'll get you set for the World Baseball Classic Championship game. It is in 20 minutes from now. Venezuela versus USA, and why the red, white, and blue better get out to a good start early. We'll explain when we come back. We'll give out some picks for that game as well. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
In this instance, as anybody as an 8 seed or worse, because 4 out of the last 5 tournaments, we've had an 8 seed or worse find their way to the Final Four. Last year, obviously, being the exception, with all 4 1 seeds arriving at the Final Four. This year feels like it very likely could be an exception as well, because the top of the bracket is just so stacked in each region. I'm going to be that guy. I am going to be that doofus that looks at the win-loss record and tells you Miami of Ohio can go on a run. And maybe I'm the dummy. That's fine. Maybe they'll lose tomorrow and not even get to the official first round of the NCAA tournament. But I don't think so. Second in the nation in 2-point field goal percentage during the regular season, just outside the top 20 in 3-point field goal percentage during the regular season, and a turnover rate of just 14.5%. I think they can not only beat SMU, I think they can beat Rick Barnes and the Vols. Rick Barnes? falling in an early round? No, we've never seen that happen before. And I think they could even put a scare in Virginia and maybe even go to the Sweet 16. So Miami of Ohio is my Cinderella. I don't have them going to the Final Four. I don't have anybody lower than a 3 seed going to the Final Four, and just one of them. I don't even have anybody lower than a 4 getting to the Sweet 16, or excuse me, to the Elite 8. But I do have Miami of Ohio going to the Sweet 16. I'll bring in Kenny and Tyler again. Who are your Cinderellas, Kenny? Do you have any pegged that you think could go on a deep run?
Well, I do have a number of teams that are like 11 and under that I think are going to win at least a game. I know Tyler's going to touch more on it, but I think South Florida beats Louisville. I think VCU beats Illinois. But I actually have 1 8 or lower only going to at least the Sweet 16. I have none in the Final Four or even Elite 8. And that team, I kind of hinted at it earlier, was Iowa. I have them shockingly beating Florida in the second round. I just think that Bennett Sturts is going to go off and become a March legend. I mean, obviously they're going to have issues with Florida's size, but I think if Florida goes cold from outside, I think Iowa can easily catch up. And I have Iowa going to the Sweet 16 playing Vanderbilt.
I've heard lots of love for South Florida on the show in the last 24 hours, Tyler. Why is that?
Yeah, I didn't realize how trendy this was going to be. I came into the show yesterday and was like, I got to take, no one's going to have. Oh, nope, apparently everyone loves South Florida as well. This is why I think people like him. Their head coach, Brian Hodgson's going to get a Power 5 job next year, probably. He's turned Arkansas State around. And now 1 year he's turned South Florida into a tournament team. They have one of the better big man point guard combinations in the country. Isaiah Nelson's their big. He came from Arkansas State with Brian Hodgson. He won AAC Player of the Year, AAC Defensive Player of the Year. He was first team all conference. He's a monster. And they have the Division II transfer Wes Ennis, who's a combo guard. He scores, I think he averaged like 17 points a game. So if in the tournament you're an underdog team with a really good big and a point guard, like that's going to help a ton. And they're coached really well. And also for Louisville, who they're playing in the first round, like we don't know if Michael Brown's playing. He's by far their best player. He's a top 10 pick in the draft. We don't know if he's playing. And also with him, like I don't really like this Louisville team to begin with. They're a little erratic. They go hot and cold. You're going to take me. I'm going to get an 11 seed with a good coach team, a good big, a good point guard, and they're super athletic and they play fast too. They're one of the fastest teams in the country. To me, USF's, I think they'll beat Louisville. I already bet them. I think there's a chance they beat Michigan State in the second round as well, which could get a little wild. I have USF going into my Sweet 16, maybe Elite 8. So USF's a team I really like in this tournament. And here's one team that I haven't heard anyone talk about. This isn't going to make Kenny happy because he loves the team that I think they're going to be. I kind of like High Point in the first round against Wisconsin. I understand Wisconsin was playing really well to end the conference tournament. They're awesome. Their point guard Blackwell and Nick Boyd are phenomenal. Nick Boyd has tournament experience, but High Point to me is like almost like a mid-major version of Wisconsin. They match up like honestly like almost the same. And the one reason I like High Point, they're not good defensively at all. They're not at all good defensively. But the one thing they do is they're really good at causing turnovers and they're really good at defending the three. Wisconsin plays like a chaotic brand of basketball sometimes, and they can defend Blackwell and Nick Boyd from going off in the 3-point arc. I like them a ton. They play really fast too, and they shoot a ton of threes.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
You ready? Welcome back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Before we get to the World Baseball Classic championship game, which is coming up at the top of the hour, Brad, we're at halftime here in the first game of the men's NCAA tournament, March Madness. The first 4 in Dayton, we've hit halftime. High-scoring affair, to say the least, between Howard and UMBC. Give the listeners and the viewers an update. What is going on at the half?
Yeah, I hope you got an oxygen tank, handy within arm's reach. I mean, this thing is taking your breath away. It's 49 to 41 and a half, folks. Again, the total closed at BetMGM at 144 and a half. I got it this morning at 148 and a half. The live total right now, 169 and a half. Utterly ridiculous. Both these teams are splishing and splashing all over the floor. UMBC shooting 48% that first half. You look at Howard, they're shooting 52%. Both really draining a ton of threes. UMBC is netted 5. Howard is netted 4. They're getting a line. They're driving. It's just a high possession affair, and I expect it to continue in the second half. I'm hoping the Retrievers make this a game, but they're going to have to get some stops. Their defense has been ultra leaky so far, and Howard is really getting downhill and really asserting themselves around the rim. Again, 49-41, Bison over the Retrievers at the half inside UD Arena. It's a good one.
Yeah, and from what I've been watching, Howard is dominating the glass. I mean, they've got 7 more rebounds, 21-14 than UMBC does, and they've used those second chance opportunities to get to the free throw line, and they've cashed in on those free throws. They're 13 of 16 from the line. That's 81%. UMBC just 6 of 11. And what do we always say? Got to hit your freebies, got to hit your free throws, especially in March. Because they're both shooting basically identical. 15 of 31 from the field versus 16 of 31 from the field. UMBC's actually hit 1 more 3 than Howard has, but they're not doing a good job on the glass and the free throw disparity, and they're not hitting their free throws. So if they can do that and make this a grimier, slower game in the second half, I think that would play into UMBC's favor. I think Howard has fed off of the frenetic kind of chaotic pace that we saw in the first half. All right, the world's top baseball stars go head-to-head in the WBC. Join the excitement and make your World Baseball Classic moment when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your Odds Boost token for any WBC bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. It's all come down to this. Lone Depot Park in Miami should be a sold-out crowd of at least 37,000. I expect a lot of Venezuelan fans in attendance, but Team USA, a heavy favorite to win the championship here, Brad. Team USA minus 260 on the money line to win this thing. Over-under of 8.5. And you got Nolan McLean with a shot at redemption after he flubbed it against Team Italy in the last game of pool play. And then, USA was basically rooting for the Italians to beat Mexico just so the red, white, and blue could get in. That happened. Here's Nolan McLean, one of the best young pitchers in baseball, 24 years old, came up in August last year for the New York Mets and was basically unhittable. He made 8 starts. He had an ERA of 1.27 going into the final start of his of the regular season last year. And, for the Mets team, that was just one of the biggest disasters in recent memory with all the talent and all the money they spent on that squad last year. The fact that the Mets, ended up not even making the postseason, finishing 83-79. Part of the reason why they even had a chance to make the playoffs going into the final weekend was because of Nolan McLean and how well he pitched and the rest of that young pitching staff. So, again, he's got a chance here after he allowed 3 runs in 3 innings versus Italy. He's got a chance to clean it up, and he's going up against the veteran Eduardo Rodriguez here, who has been in the big leagues for a while. He's been with so many different teams. Eduardo Rodriguez currently with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Last year, you look at his numbers, had a 2 point, let's see. Why does MLB always bring up the spring training freaking stats? He's had an ERA over 5 here. I know. He's had an ERA over 5 over the last 2 years in the big leagues, has Eduardo Rodriguez, and he allowed 3 runs in 2 2/3 innings versus the DR. Here's the thing. It's can the USA bullpen hold it together? Because this Venezuela team, they came from behind. They were down 5-2 against Japan, scored the game's final 6 runs. They were down 3-1 last night against Italy, scored the game's final couple of runs in that one as well. This team has a penchant from coming from behind. Your bullpen better be locked in and loaded and dialed in. Otherwise, this lineup that has Ronald Acuna and Luis Ariz and Genie Suarez and Gleyber Torres, they will get you when you think you've got them down. You better put your foot on their throat. So I'm hoping USA does that. This lineup should be able to feast against the lefty Eduardo Rodriguez. It's designed for a lot of right-handed hitters that mash off of lefties. So, Brad, again, Been saying this since the USA nearly got knocked out in group play. They better take care of business because they're a big favorite. You avoided Japan, and you're lucky that you even got here. You needed the help of the Italians. You beat the Dominican Republic with a lineup full of legend sluggers, and you got the easier matchup here. You don't have to play Japan. You get Venezuela. Team USA better take care of business, and I'm hoping that they will. But I don't think I could put my money where my mouth is. Not on a one-game baseball playoff. I'm sorry. Crazier things have happened.
Yeah, not at the juice associated with it as well. Minus 260. Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. If you want to get any kind of action on this from a betting perspective, it's got to be with Venezuela at plus 210, or just take the over. We'll have to see what version Noel McLean shows up. Is it the guy that played it extraordinarily well? And I appreciate the scouting report you gave me before we got back on air, because I always tune out of baseball usually in September because I'm so locked in the NFL. So I totally forgot about him, and it was a masterful job done by you with the scouting report on Noel McLean, but got roughed up last time he went out. I know Edward Rodriguez is no bueno. He's a guy that certainly can be a pitching machine at times, and not a good one. Somebody is just throwing straight down A Avenue and guys crushing him, rinse and repeat. So I got a feeling this game's going to hit the over on 8.5 runs. I'm hoping Team USA wins this thing in the end. I wouldn't wager on it because of the juice associated with it. But if I'm going to lean anywhere in the betting market at a more respectable and buyable juice, I'll just take the over in 8.5 runs and we'll call it a day.
Yeah, and our producer Brandon Combs in the show chat, the USA bullpen is stupid deep. They called up a couple of replacements for this game, and I did see this headline. Mason Miller, the closer, who did pitch against the DR on Sunday, he is available to pitch tonight, which is really good. Again, this is spring training, so it's not like these guys are still ramping up here. You don't want to run them into the ground. Padres' new manager Craig Stammen said Miller's availability for the final would depend on how he was feeling after he pitched the final 2 innings of the semifinal victory against the DR. Mason Miller will be available tonight, but again, hopefully. The U.S. relies on this lineup, which here is the USA lineup, by the way. Bobby Witt Jr. leading off at short. Bryce Harper batting second at first. Aaron Judge batting third and right. Kyle Schwarber batting fourth at DH. Bregman batting fifth and third base after he was coming off the bench last game. Roman Anthony had the home run on Sunday night. He bats sixth in left field. Will Smith will be the catcher tonight because he hammers lefties statistically really well throughout his career. He's batting seventh. Bryce Terang batting eighth at second, and Byron Buxton. That's right, Byron Buxton is healthy. He'll be batting ninth in center field. And, again, this should be get 4 or 5 runs in the first 3 innings, knock Eduardo Rodriguez out of the game. Hopefully Noel McLean gives the Mets. Hopefully he gives Team USA 4 or 5 innings with just 1 run or less. And hopefully this is cruise control, man. Hopefully it's cruise control, but I got to be honest, a lineup that has Ronald Acuna with all his postseason clutch hits in the past, not in the last year or two, but before that with the Atlanta Braves, and Luis Arraez, who is a singles machine, and Jeannie Suarez, who had a home run last night. Oof, look, can't you see Sal Perez, the ageless wonder Sal Perez, hitting a big 2-run home run like the 8th inning to tie this game up? That's my worst nightmare. So I hope the USA takes care of business. I would agree with you. I think if there's one thing you can expect, it should be offense with 2 tremendous lineups. And, Eduardo Rodriguez, a very average pitcher, a Venezuela bullpen that, used all their big guns. Do we see Palencia again coming out of the pen for them? Meanwhile, you got Nolan McLean, who's unproven, but in his short time in the big leagues last year proved that he could shut down some of the best teams in baseball. I think there's going to be some nerves. And again, at the end of the day, it's exhibition. So who do you think would play better in an exhibition game? I think the offense. I think you can expect some runs for sure. And I kind of feel like, Brad, and as somebody that did some games for the Yankees last year, the post game, Aaron Judge is a microcosm of, I think, Team USA. If Aaron Judge plays well, it's like, yeah, he should. If Team USA wins, it was like, yeah, they should have all along. If Aaron Judge struggles tonight, he goes 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts, and Team USA loses, it's like it's the biggest disaster possible. It's, oh my God, Aaron Judge once again can't come up clutch, or Team USA once again couldn't win this event. I feel like it's a lose-lose situation, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the sentiment across the board. It may be contagious. If Aaron Judge goes out there and strikes out 3 times in his 4 at bats, what's it going to say? What does Kyle Schwarber do? We know he's got mammoth power, but he's also strikeout prone. I think the advantage, honestly, for Venezuela's at the bottom of the order. Like Jackson Chourio, batting 9th. He's outstanding, high contact guy. And you're right. Salvador Perez is probably going to clobber something over the fence. He's got a wide butt.
When we come back, we'll get back to the Thursday March Madness games. We'll break them down here on BetMGM tonight.
Why hold on to anybody at this point? Why sign Malik Willis for that matter if you're the Dolphins? Why wouldn't you just strip it down to the studs and throw Quinn Ewers out there and go 3-14 and call it a day if you're the Dolphins? If you were going to go to this extent to move on from Waddle. Now, maybe they were absolutely stout in their belief that they weren't going to move on from Waddle for anything less than a first-round pick, and they finally got someone to step up and offer that first-round pick. But this makes the Dolphins, 4.5 wins or not, they're under the win total. The Dolphins are going to be an unmitigated disaster this year. It does provide another weapon for Bo Nix, although how far is the ball going to get pushed downfield to a receiver like Waddle in that Denver offense? And it does, naturally, we have to do this because every time a move with a wide receiver takes place, we have to always loop it back around to A.J. Brown in Philly and wonder if the Eagles are still listening and they see the market for Jalen Waddle is a 1, a 3, and a swap of 4s, what on earth could they land for A.J. Brown? Here's the problem. I don't think anybody's paying it for A.J. Brown.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. The Cavender twins are facing off in the Court of Legends game, and you can enter our Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. How to get this offer in 3 easy steps. Number 1, opt in to the Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game. Number 2, select which Cavender twin, Haley or Hannah, you think will win the Court of Legends one-on-one basketball game hosted at the Bank at Bellagio in Las Vegas, Nevada. And number 3, if the twin you select wins the game, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Before we get back to Thursday's games here, and before we get an update on UMBC and Howard, Brad, we've got our bracket challenge, our group. Everybody's filling out their brackets here. Millions of brackets have already been filled out. We still have like 36 hours or 40 hours until the madness begins on Thursday afternoon. But join our group. Brad, myself, our producer Brandon Combs, our video producer Monty, we'll all be posting the link to join our group. It's free to play. It's through ESPN. Just fill out your bracket. Join the BetMGM Tonight Show group, and you can decide, you can see, you can test who has the most ball knowledge. We did this for the NFL playoffs. It was a ton of fun. It was awesome. We're doing it again here for March Madness. We want to get the biggest group as possible. So fill out your bracket, join our group, check out our socials. Brad at Noisy Huevos. I'm at Pat Boyle 44. We're going to be posting the link every day, so you should be easy to find. And we cannot wait to have as many of you with us along for the ride as possible once the madness officially kicks off on Thursday afternoon. All right, Brad, let's get an update here. Early doors of the second half. UMBC and Howard, high-scoring affair in the first 4 in between a couple of 16 seeds. What's the latest in this game?
Yeah, Howard extended lead right now. They're up 13, outscoring UMBC 12-7 so far early on the second half. 16:21 to go in the game. Overall in the game, both teams just shooting lights out. UMBC 47% for the floor, Howard at 50%, and both are even Steven in terms of three-pointers made, 6 apiece. As you mentioned, the difference in this game is that Howard is drawing a lot of whistles and making UMBC pay at the charity stripe. 15 of 18 on freebies. Retrievers have left to 5 points on their free throw attempts, just 6 of 11. And again, have been killing them on the glass, have now a plus 10 advantage in rebounding due to the Howard Bison. So Howard right now in command, in control. And I'm sweating out whether UMBC got some old line action here, can tighten this thing up, have them plus 8.5 on a same game parlay. So wake up, Retrievers, earn your sausages, boys.
Damn, I remember when I used to get sausages from my dog. She loved them. Yeah. She loved the sausages. All right, let's get back. Yeah, we're talking all the Thursday games. So, you could do it by region, of course, but we figure the easiest thing is, Thursday's games are up first. That's the ones you're going to dive your head and your feet and your hands and your whole body into. And then we're going to break down all of Friday's games, all 16 of them, on tomorrow's show. So, continuing to work through Thursday's games, let's go out to the West region, the Moda Center in Portland. This is a 1:50 p.m. Eastern tip, Brad. That means this is a 10:50 a.m. local time here in Portland on Thursday. It's the 12th-seeded High Point versus the 5th-seeded Wisconsin Badgers. And Wisconsin, they've hovered between a 9.5 and a 10.5 point favorite in this one. you and I have talked up the Badgers in a big, big way here over the last couple of weeks. We love their dynamic guard play of Nick Boyd and John Blackwell, arguably the best guard duo in the country. But High Point runs a high-tempo game as well. Very, very underrated. Our High Point, should they be on lookout here? A team that you and I are both very high on. Should we be worried about High Point? A team that has 30 wins under their belt. I would pick Wisconsin here. I think they win this game. But, again, you always got to watch out for those Cinderella sleepers. Could High Point be one of them?
No, I don't think they're going to be. Look, if High Point had been matched with anybody else in a 5-12, scenario, I may have taken a High Point as a result. But Wisconsin really plays into their weaknesses. Let me give you the statistical scout on this. You look at Torvik over the last, dozen games for each of these teams. The Badgers are number 8 in the country in overall efficiency. High Point is number 77. I mean, that really kind of says it all right there. It's almost a mic drop moment. And if you look at High Point, they're really relying on the turnovers that they create, the chaos that they generate. They're getting an opponent turnover on 22% of possessions. But you got Boyd, you got Blackwell. The Badgers don't turn the rock over. They're very cautious with the orange. They run seamless offensive sets. They really execute. They always make the extra pass, a lot of dribble drive action, a lot of kick out action, and they knock down trays. Over 55% of Wisconsin shots their last dozen games have come from distance, where they're also shooting 38.5%. That's absurd. Absurd. As good as High Point is defensively, they have met their match. They have not seen a team remotely the caliber of Wisconsin. The Badgers firing all cylinders. I know High Point's going to be a trendy selection for a lot of people with the 12-5 designation, but I think they're going to get worked in this game. Badgers by 15.
And I was very high on High Point last year because they nearly had 30 wins last season as well. They were a 13 seed and they played Purdue, and Purdue ended up winning that game by 12 in a game that they led by 10 at half. So I'm hoping that I'm on the right side of history this time. I like Wisconsin. You and I like the Badgers. If not in Arizona's region, I probably would have had them in the Final Four, but I got Arizona winning the whole damn thing. So you and I both like Wisconsin, but we should see plenty of points in this one. High Point averages 90 points per game on the season, but as you mentioned, they really haven't played anybody, haven't played a top 100 team this year. They did dominate the Big South, though, so we shall see. Let's get to one that's it's a real wild card matchup for me, Brad. In the East region, the 11-seeded South Florida Bulls, the champions of the American, going up against the 6-seed Louisville Cardinals out of the ACC. This one in Buffalo, 1:30 p.m. Eastern tip-off on Thursday. And Louisville, just a 4.5-point favorite. They opened as 7.5-point favorites, but the big injury news, their second-best player or their best player, depending on how you look at it, Michael Brown, who averages over 18 points per game, is not going to play. And Louisville, they've done a decent job without him. They won their final 2 games of the regular season, including a win against Miami. And then they nearly beat Miami again in the ACC tournament. But South Florida, they're on a heater right now, and they're pretty comfortably dominated their quick little 2-game American Championship Conference tournament. So are the Bulls a live dog here without Michael Brown playing for Louisville? I got to think that they are.
Oh, they're very much a live dog, and roof. They will earn their sausages. I got them straight up, and not only the gut bracket, but the analytical bracket as well. I like the South Florida team quite a bit. Again, you look at the advanced data. They're a top 40 team over the last 11 games. So is Louisville. But the key in this game is very simply this. Louisville doesn't play a whole lot of defense. Outside the top 170 in effective field goal percentage defense, South Florida, however, inside the top 35 nationally in that category. They pressure the ball. No Michael Brown. That could be problematic for Conwell and some of the backup guards in this game. South Florida is generating a turnover on 20% of opponent possessions in their last 11 games. They really punish you on the offensive glass as well, getting that second chance on 38.8% of their possessions. It's a flimsy front court. Frew's really going to have to box out for Louisville if they're going to compete in this game. I like the Bulls, man. This is one of my favorite 11 over 6 matchups in the entire NCAA tournament field. I think South Florida's marching on and Louisville's going home. Not having Brown on the floor is devastating. It really is.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the difference in this one. Louisville's going to need that secondary or tertiary scoring, and they're not going to be able to find it. All right, let's move on to the West region here. And another one that maybe could have some upset sleeper potential to it. The Hawaii Rainbow Warriors taking on the 4-seeded Arkansas Razorbacks, the SEC champions. This one also in Portland, so that's favorable, about as favorable travel as Hawaii could get, right? I mean, it's not like you got the Hawaiian time zone going all the way to the East Coast. They go to the West Coast. They'll take on Arkansas. The Razorbacks are 15.5-point favorites in this one. And again, coming off the SEC title run, they've got some mojo. They've got some momentum. Hawaii 24-8 on the season, Brad, but also didn't play that strong of a schedule. And I'm looking through their schedule. Here's some of the toughest teams they played. Oregon, they gave them a good run, lost by 1, but that was a team in the bottom of the Big Ten. Arizona State, again, one of the worst teams in the Big 12, lost to them by 7. They really didn't have too many strong non-conference wins. I guess it's always tough to do when you got to convince people to come out to the island, right? When you got to have people come out to Hawaii. But I don't know if I want to lay the points with Arkansas. It's a lot. It's 15, especially for a 4 seed. But again, I can't really convince myself that Hawaii is going to keep this one close, or let alone damn near pull off an upset.
Well, it's my understanding Hawaii did not go home after the Big West Conference tournament. So they've been in the Continental 48 for the last 2 days. So they're time adjusted. I'm not worried about the travel at all. I think Hawaii has one area where they have the upper hand, and that's commanding the glass. Isaac Johnson, their 7-footer, is a supreme interior player, one of the best rebounders out west, no matter what level of play, whatever conference it is. You look at Hawaii as a collective, they're top 10 in defensive rebounding percentage in their last 11 games. And that's an area where Arkansas is not exactly astute as they're in the interior. Now, Arkansas's got the guard play. You mentioned Darius Acuff. That guy's a ball under shot caller. He's going to be a top 10 NBA pick. It could be a multi-time All-Star at the peak of his NBA career. He's that good. He can knock down threes. He gets downhill. He gets a line often. He makes you pay on those charity stripe opportunities. And that Arkansas team can absolutely make it rain. They're shooting 42.1% from distance over the last dozen games. That's a lot of points. I kind of like Hawaii plus the points, but I think Arkansas will win comfortably. But will they cover? I don't know. I'm not going to touch that one.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. You mentioned Hawaii. They do have some length, and they hold teams to a very low percentage of assist rate. So they force a lot of teams to beat you one-on-one. We know Acuff can do it. Can the other scorers on Arkansas do it if Hawaii's getting into a lot of one-on-one matchups with a lot of size and length that they boast? That'll be left to be seen. All right, one that I've got already penciled in for the big upset here. Number 4 seed Nebraska taking on the Troy Trojans in the South region, Brad. I'll let you go first here because I don't think you're as nearly as confident in the Troy Trojans as I am. This one, 12:40 p.m. Eastern on Thursday at the Paycom Center in Oklahoma City. So not too much travel for both of these southern-based teams. I know Nebraska in the Midwest, but again, not going to Oklahoma City, not too far travel from Lincoln. Same thing for the Troy Trojans. And, you got Troy, the champions of the Sun Belt Conference, which they finished on top of in the regular season as well. An offense that averages 80 points per game going up against Nebraska. Remember, they started 20-0, 6-6 in their last 12 games. It's a team that's kind of sputtering. But, Brad, I think Troy wins this game. I'll let you go first before I give my reasoning.
I think they are live dogs in this game. In fact, I think Troy's going to cover. Nebraska, again, folks, has never won an NCAA tournament game in school history. So they have that on the line. I thought it was going to be a foregone conclusion earlier this year, but they have fallen on hard times. As you mentioned, that 500 record, they're down the stretch. They're a connected group, very well coached by Fred Hoiberg. Rank mass is going to be absolutely critical in this game because Nebraska is not a very good rebounding team, and that's the strength of Troy is generating those second chance opportunities. They're getting that offensive rebound on 38% of their possessions. Nebraska is a very good defensive team overall. They're top 10 adjusted defensive efficiency over their last 11 games. They haven't shot the ball all that well, though a decent 34.9% from distance. Again, the Huskers are going to win this thing, but it's going to be by the skin of their teeth. I think they're going to get quite the scare from the Trojans, and I know you're going to have some puns in certain areas in regards to this team, but give me Nebraska barely. I'll take Troy, though, to score the cover.
Yeah, I like Troy. I mean, this is a team that shoots nearly half their shots from beyond the perimeter, and that's kind of the game is going more and more in that direction. We see it in the NBA, and that kind of trickles down to college basketball because players want to go to programs they think they can prepare them for the NBA, whether they have a realistic shot of playing there or not. Troy is a team that has seen the game sped up. It has seen a game that relies on the analytics and more three-point shooting. They take nearly 50% of their shots from deep. They have struggled to shoot it. I mean, they only shoot it at 33%. So if there is one team, though, that you can rely on some variance that has good guard play, and I talked about him the other day, Victor Valdez, 6'7", going up against these smaller Nebraska guards, I think he can really force them into some issues. And then their three-point shooters, the Campbell bros, Cooper and Kobe Campbell, if they can knock down some trays, I think Troy Trojans knocking down the trays. There's alliteration in there. There's sexual innuendo, whatever you want to talk about it. I think the Troy Trojans are going to be wearing that glass slipper. I think they are moving on. I know Nebraska Cornhuskers fans, they've been dying for that first ever tournament win, and you thought at 20-0 it was coming. But Brad, you mentioned this offense has gone down the drain. 112th in offensive efficiency, according to Bart Torvik, in their last 13 games. I do not trust this team to be able to score. So you got to hope Fred Hoiberg's guys can really dig their claws in defensively. All right, let's hit on a couple of other ones here. Let's get to two. We got three more to go through on the Thursday slate. And a couple of these are big favorites. So, got number 3 seed Gonzaga going up against 14-seeded Kennesaw State. The Owls of Kennesaw State. I think Gonzaga is going to get tested. I just don't know if it's here, Brad. I don't know if stylistically this is a good matchup here for Kennesaw State. This one also in Portland. So Gonzaga going from Spokane, Washington to Portland, Oregon. Barely any got to travel. They're 20.5-point favorites. Again, that's a big number to lay. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that, but in terms of who I got going on in the bracket, this is an easy one for me. I don't see the upset happening here. I like Gonzaga.
I do too. I will say this. The Hootie Hoos are going to try to really speed up Gonzaga. That's the name of their game. They're top 48 adjusted tempo. The Zags outside the top 200 in that category. But they're going to need an entire briefcase full of horse tranquilizers to neutralize Graham EK. Good luck. Godspeed. He's going for 30 and 15 in this one.
Yeah, I think so. And again, Kennesaw State, they were middle of the pack in Conference USA. They were the 6th best team or 7th best team, depending on the tiebreakers, in that conference. Liberty didn't take care of business. Sam Houston couldn't take care of business. None of Louisiana Tech or Western Kentucky could get it done. So it was Kennesaw State who knocked off Louisiana Tech in that conference championship game. They won 3 games in 3 days. That's why they're here. You had some teams that won 22. Liberty won 26 games, but it's the Owls that are dancing here. And yeah, Graham Ike, good luck stopping him, ladies and gentlemen. All right, another massive favorite, the Houston Cougars going up against Idaho in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. This is the last scheduled game for Thursday night. Houston 23.5-point favorites. I mean, again, have the Vandals. They're going to be vandalized, Brad. Have they seen a defense like this all season long? I don't think so. They did a great job coming out of the Big Sky Conference. Again, a team that was in the middle of the pack in that conference. They were only 9-9 in conference play. I think they're going to get absolutely destroyed. If there's one big seed that I think rolls by 30, 40 points in the first round, I think the talent discrepancy here in this game is off the charts. I don't think Idaho belongs on the same floor as Houston. No offense to the Potato State. I think they're in for a rude awakening on Thursday night.
Yeah, potatoes are going to get skinned in this one. There's no question about it. Slather them with butter, some bacon chips, some chives, and dig in, Cougars. Totally agree. The one saving grace that Idaho has a pretty good defensive rebounding team, so they may be able to neutralize and mitigate some of those second chances that Houston often thrives off of. But they are a team that would prefer to play a more brisk tempo. Houston's not going to allow that. They grind you out and they bop you in the mouth. So I'm with you. Houston by 30 plus.
All right, very good. And then finally, really quickly here in Buffalo, 4:05 p.m. Eastern on Thursday, three-city Michigan State Spartans from the Big Ten versus the champions of the Summit League, North Dakota State. They've been at the top of the conference. They were the favorite. They took care of business. This North Dakota State team, they can shoot it, man. 81 points per game as an offense. Yep. They shoot 47%. Very undersized, though. They don't grab a lot of rebounds, and that is where I think they are going to be in big trouble against Michigan State. Again, it's a big number. Sparty favored by 16.5 points. I don't know if I'd be picking them to cover, but I'm absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, picking the Spartans to get through to the next round in my bracket.
Yeah, they're going to survive this one, but they're not going to cover. North Dakota State has some decent size. They're excellent on defensive glass. Michigan State is one of the best rebounding teams in the entire field. But here's the issue with the Spartans. They're outside the top 280, folks, and effective field goal percentage defense in the last 10 games. North Dakota State, you mentioned, can stroke it. They're shooting 37% from distance in their last 10 games. So fear the Bison from North Dakota State, Look, I think they're going to do it for the Northern Great Plains states and at least stay competitive. So, again, Michigan State wins, North Dakota State covers, and really that's all that matters.
All right, very good. So you think North Dakota State can cover. I think they get shoved into a locker in this one. Well, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910 if you want to join in any and all of your predictions first round. Do you have any big upsets? I think the Detroit Trojans are going to be the big upset in the first round. When we come back, we'll do a little fill in the blank. When it comes to the East region, we're continuing to break down March Madness. We'll get you an update on Howard and UMBC. We'll get you an update on Team USA and the World Baseball Classic. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I want to start with the powerhouses because this feels like, based on the bracket and the way we've seen things play out over the last month or so, like a top-heavy year. Like the ones are clearly delineated from everybody else. But I'll include the ones and the twos for the sake of this conversation about the powerhouses. Duke, Arizona, Florida, Michigan, the ones, obviously. The twos, UConn, Purdue, Houston, Iowa State. And which of these teams do we believe in? And we believe they can not just make a run, they can maybe win it all. And which of these teams do we look at and say, no, they are ripe for a fall, maybe even before the end of the first weekend? And who better to bring in? I heard them chomping at the bit yesterday to talk to Nick about the brackets, and I know they've got more spicy hot takes, Cholula hot takes about what we're going to see play out in the bracket over the next couple of weeks. So our technical director, Tyler Morales, and our engineer board op, Kenny Henderson, are both going to chime in here as well. I want to start, though, guys, with what I believe is a couple of teams really to take very seriously. And the region where I believe more in the 1 and 2 than any other region as a combined pair is the Midwest. You've got Michigan as the 1 seed, Iowa State as the 2 seed. Michigan has one of the probably 2 or 3 hottest players in all of college basketball right now. We heard Yaxel Lendeborg earlier with the big shot over Wisconsin to move on to the Big Ten championship the other night. They're outshooting opponents at the rim by 15%, 65-50. Iowa State, they're unstoppable when they win the turnover battle, which has been an obstacle for them at times. but they should do against everyone in this region not named Wolverines. Joshua Jefferson doing everything, Lipsy handling the pressure on the perimeter, and Momcilovic just draining threes at a ridiculous clip. There is no region where I'm more confident that both the 1 and the 2 will be in the Elite Eight, Tyler, than in the Midwest. Which 1s and 2s are you most believing in going into this thing?
So the ones I believe in that I believe in the most are, to me, they're pretty obvious. It's Arizona, Michigan, Duke, and Florida. I have questions on those teams long term, but we'll get to them. To me, Arizona is the best team in the country. I've kind of been saying this off the air a few times. They're kind of like a EuroLeague team. Like all 5 guys are professionals. Some guys play professional in Europe, and now in college basketball, you can do that. You can take pros and put them on your team. Braden Burry's co-appeal. They're going to be first-round picks. It's like if you took a EuroLeague team and just like dumped them into a college basketball arena. Like that's what kind of Arizona is. And I know people are worried about Tommy Lloyd and his tournament success, which is awful. Like we can't go around that. It's terrible. But I love Arizona. To me, they're the best team, and Michigan's the second best team. You can't discredit what they did in the non-conference. They have 7 wins over 40 points. Like no matter how they finish the season, you have to take that for what it is. So Arizona, Michigan, and those are the 2 best teams for me. The other 1 seeds we have questions on, but we'll talk about that later. I think Arizona's the national champion. They're the number 1 team for me.
Ooh, Arizona. A lot of love for the Wildcats, Kenny. Are you in the same boat with them?
Yeah, and I think Tyler can attest to this. I was on Arizona first. I've been saying for over a month I think Arizona's going to win it all. It feels like a lot of people have joined the bandwagon, including Tyler. So we're not alone, and I'm a little worried, but we'll see how it ends up. I'm sticking with them. I'm not going to go away from Arizona, as trendy as they have been. But I love that take, Chris, that you have, that you think Michigan and Iowa State are meeting up in the Elite Eight. That's probably one of my strongest takes of this tournament. I think they're on a collision course in the Midwest to meet in Chicago in the Elite Eight. And I do think that's the matchup we get, but I'm going to ride with the Clones. The Iowa State's been a team, I think I said on the show a few months ago, or probably a month ago, that I think Iowa State's going to make their first Final Four in program history. I'm not backing off that. I think if they get the opportunity against Michigan, I do like Iowa State's guard play better than Michigan's. And I think if Momcilovic is going to play the way he did against Arizona State and he can't miss, I don't think the Clones are going to blow that opportunity to make their first Final Four. So Arizona and Iowa State are the 2 top teams that I'm all in on this March.
Imagine the vibe in the United Center if you get Michigan against Iowa State. Obviously, there's a ton of Wolverine alumni in the Chicagoland area, and Iowa State's, a 5-hour drive away? It would be absolutely incredible to see those 2 meet up. And I think, like you just said there, Kenny, they are on a collision course.
Score, every swing, every sharp take. BetMGM tonight continues with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
2 trailer park girls go running outside, running outside, running outside. Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. Let's get a couple of updates here. We got the first game of March Madness tipped off, and it's starting to come down to the wire. A tight one between Howard and UMBC, and then we got the World Baseball Classic Championship game already in the bottom of the first between USA and Venezuela. Brad, you've been locked into this Howard UMBC game from the start, so fill us in. Where are we at? What's going on?
Yeah, let's see. UMBC has a slight advantage here in the second half, up 26-25. Oh my God, Howard actually missed a free throw. They're 15-19 to the charity stripe. That's been a big difference in this game, as UMBC is just 10 of 18 on their freebies. Though UMBC still getting a little bit better here from 3 in the second half. Howard has made 9 triples. The Retrievers 7. It is 74-67 right now. Howard up on UMBC, and UMBC is starting to time up the rebound disadvantage. It is a +8 margin as we speak. So the Dogs ain't hardly dead yet. They had cut this down to 5 at one point, but we're under 7 minutes to go now. They just got a steal, 74-67. Howard up on UMBC.
And shout out to our tremendous video producer, Michael Montgomery. If you're watching the show live on YouTube or on Twitter, you can see the bottom third. Monty's got the live box score pulled up with the score, the first half score, the score in the second half, the leaders, the stat leaders, like everything. Like you are not missing a single freaking second if you are watching our show because we're giving you the updates. Monty's got the visual for you. It's awesome stuff. Let's kick it over to producer Brandon Combs. Combs, you're a baseball sicko. You're a diehard. You said in the break, let's go put up 40 in the first inning, referring to Team USA. I don't think they put up 40. I don't know if they got any at all. We're going to the second inning in Miami between USA and Venezuela. What's going on in the WBC final?
Yeah, so turnabout's fair play, right? Because the first inning just ended on a ball low and out of the zone called for strike 3 against Aaron Judge. So a little bit, of what happened for Team USA to get here the other night. Nothing. But look, Nolan McLean gives up a first pitch hit to Acuna. Could have unraveled. Instead, he gets out of the inning in 6 pitches. So like that start for Nolan McLean. Nothing heading into the top of the second. So,
yeah, and I just saw that strike 3 that Judge got jobbed on, and it's typical. Aaron Judge, I don't think there's any player in baseball that gets more strike 3 calls or just strike calls against him that are nowhere near the zone. So, typical, just absolutely typical. All right, Combs, let's do a little hot or cold here, brother. What do you got for us, March Madness style?
All right, let's start here. A meteor hitting northern Ohio today means Miami of Ohio is going to the Final Four. Brad, hot or cold?
Very cold. And I cannot believe a meteor actually hit northern Ohio today. It's a sign of something. Is it related to Miami, Ohio? Could it be related to the Ohio State? Could it be related to Wright State? Also in Ohio. I don't think I'm missing any other Ohio schools that are in the big dance. But no, Miami, Ohio is going to be lucky to win 2 games, let alone 1 game. I think they got a decent shot at knocking off SMU. But, man, come on. They're not making the Final Four. If they do, I probably should have put $10 on it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess cold. I mean, Miami of Ohio going to the Final Four, that would be one of the wildest March Madness results ever. But, dude, I'm Googling this right now. 17,000-pound meteor that sped across the Cleveland sky at 45,000 miles per hour before breaking apart in a thunderous boom. Startled residents who feared an explosion. That was from the AP News. And apparently it could be seen several states away. I mean, holy smokes, man. I mean, this looked like this is a literal fireball. I had no idea this even happened until you just brought it up right now. Apparently, it unleashed an energy of 250 tons of TNT when it broke apart. So that literally caused a gigantic boom that some people thought were an explosion, and you could see this states away. That is absurd. I had no idea this happened. That's wild. On St. Patty's Day, nonetheless. And maybe Miami of Ohio, maybe it is destiny. I'll go cold in reality, but I mean, look, maybe the astronomers and the scientists and the science they know more than us. So I guess maybe they're hot on Miami of Ohio.
Yeah, I'm hot on Miami of Ohio, but I'm not that hot on Miami of Ohio. There's no chance they're going to the Final Four. Sweet 16. Sweet 16 is where I have Miami of Ohio.
Yeah, so let me do my wind horse here. Maybe it's not Miami of Ohio. Maybe it's Akron who's going to be the Cinderella. Maybe it's Ohio State.
Ooh.
Not so much of a Cinderella, but an 8 seed. Do we have any other Ohio teams in the tournament besides those 3? Everybody in Ohio right now. Kent State's in it? The Zips?
No. Would you say Wright State, Akron, Ohio State, Miami, Ohio? I think we got all 4.
That's right. And also Akron is the Zips. Kent State, I think, are the Golden Flashes. I didn't know Wright State was in Ohio. Yeah. If you asked me what state Wright State was in, I would say I have no idea. North Carolina. So there you go.
Wright brothers, man. Come on. That's all the OHIO.
Yeah, but didn't they fly in North Carolina?
They did. But they're from Ohio.
Oh, all right.
Could have fooled me. I wouldn't have known that either. You're not alone, Pat. I'm dumb too.
All right, so Yeah, so every school in Ohio, Meteor today, flashing through Cleveland, 45,000 miles an hour, 17,000 pounds. Maybe this is a good time to put an Ohio team in your Final Four.
How did it not create more chaos than what it did? A meteor and exploding like that, like I'm surprised that like it didn't destroy part of Ohio. That's what I'm more amazed by. I mean, Miami of Ohio might destroy Ohio, but we'll see. All right,
Ohio.
Let's go to the next one.
Seems like they've seen some stuff, man. The state of Ohio. I know some folks from Ohio, and outside of the city centers, I think Ohio is a very it's a rough and tumble place. Let's just
I'll tell you something they really haven't seen: championships. I'll tell you that much. All right.
Well, they got one from LeBron.
Next one.
That's about it.
Florida will not be in the Final Four. Hot or cold, Pat?
Oh man, I'm gonna go hot here. I don't know. I feel like I've kind of had a last minute change of heart on the Florida Gators to the point where I think they got a tough draw. And again, I don't want to react to just one game, but they got blown out by Vanderbilt. So something's really just scaring me about a potential rematch there. You know, if I'm wrong on my Troy prediction and Nebraska ends up getting there and it's Florida versus Nebraska, I think they'll steamroll them. And at that point, you're talking about an Elite Eight against either Houston or Illinois. But I think both of those matchups could also give them trouble. So, like, I could see Florida getting beat by Vanderbilt again. I could also see them getting beat by both Illinois and by Houston. I think Houston's defense could be a big problem. They've got the size to deal with Florida. And Brad's ILL also has the length to deal with Florida. Their guard play, I'm really worried about Boogie Flan and Xavier Lee. I really do think that Florida's backcourt could end up being their undoing. It could be their demise. If you asked me this a week ago or 2 weeks ago, I probably would have said a hot. Seeing the draw, seeing the way they bowed out in the SEC tournament, I'm going cold. I think Florida might be the only one seed that doesn't get to the Final Four.
Florida will not be in the Final Four. I'm very cold on this. I think they are going to be in the Final Four. I think inevitably they will play against my Fighting Illini in the Elite Eight. It's just going to come down to guard play. Obviously, Illinois, you might say, has a distinct advantage over Keaton Wagler and Kylan Boswell. But Illinois is just not slamming the damn door in tight games. They're 0-4 in overtimes this year. I was at the Nebraska game inside State Farm Center. They lost on a last-second 3 in regulation against Nebraska off the hand of Jamarcus Lawrence. All they do is lose tight games. That game is going to be a tight game. And if Boogie Flan or Xavier Lee steps up, Florida's going to get back to the Final Four on my gut bracket. They're my national title pick. I'm not budging. Cold on this one.
Yeah, they lose to Houston in the Elite Eight. All right. Since you said that Florida loses to Illinois in the Elite Eight, or beats Illinois in the Elite Eight, I think I know where you're going on this one. VCU will be in the Sweet 16. Brad, hot or cold?
Once again, I'm rather chilly. I'm cold on this. VCU will beat North Carolina in their opening round matchup. I had that universally in my 2 brackets, but they will lose to Illinois in the next round. Again, assuming Illinois is a 20-plus point favorite, gets past Penn. It's a bad matchup for VCU, man. They don't have a ton of size, despite being pretty efficient on both ends of the floor. And Illinois doesn't really foul you. And that's what VCU thrives off of, getting to the line, making people pay with those death by 1,000 paper cut splashes. It's just a terrible matchup for the Rams. So VCU wins 1 game, and they're done. So cold that they get the Sweet 16.
Yeah, as much as I'd like to go hot here, I can't. I do have VCU beating North Carolina as well. But, Brad did mention that the weakness of VCU is their size. But the weakness of Illinois is good, fast guards. And if Terrence Hill Jr. again can be lighting it up and not turning the ball over and playing fast, I think that's the key. I think VCU is going to have to try to play as fast as possible, even though it might be uncomfortable. Maybe it's a game where they hang. Maybe they're up at the half, and then Illinois, gets that big statement. Well, I don't know if it would be a statement win, but maybe they outscore them by 15 in the second half and end up winning it by double digits. That's how I could see this playing out. Or we both could be wrong, and maybe North Carolina proves us all wrong, and they get there without Caleb Wilson. But no, I think VCU wins 1 game. I don't see them beating Illinois, so I'm going cold as well.
Yeah, I got the guard play of VCU being enough to beat Illinois. I have VCU in the Sweet 16.
Whoa!
I think Penn's going to be a problem for Illinois as well. But let's do one more here before we go to break. Nebraska will not be in the Sweet 16. Hot or cold, Pat?
Very hot. Again, that's my big upset I got in the first round. For anybody that's a 13 seed or higher, I've got the 13 seed Detroit Trojans knocking out Nebraska because I think the Huskers, if Troy can get hot from three, that's going to flip this game on its head. I think Nebraska's offense has struggled mightily, and all of a sudden you're telling me a Nebraska team that's favored by 12 and a half, 13 points, all of a sudden they're down 6 with 10 minutes to go. It's going to be toothpick time, man. It's going to get real tight for Fred Hoiberg's squad. An offense that has slumped down the stretch. There's going to be like a lid on that rim if Troy can shoot the ball well in the first half, which I'm thinking they will. So I'll go hot. Nebraska, they're not surviving the first game.
Yeah, look, I'm going to go hot. They're not definitely going to be in the Sweet 16. I think they're going to skirt by Troy for all the reasons I already mentioned on the show. But likely destiny and a date with Vanderbilt. Vandy's guards just pick you apart, man. They dribble drive you to death. And both those teams aren't exceptionally a good rebounding squad. So I think Vanderbilt will win against the Huskers and by a 4 to 6 point margin in the round of 32. Nebraska, you make history, but you don't make additional history and reach the Sweet 16.
Doesn't happen often, but I agree with Brad. I have Vandy over Nebraska in the second round.
Okay. All right. Hey, we all have our upset picks, and some of them will be right. The majority will probably be wrong, but we shall see. When we come back, we'll get you an update on Howard UMBC. It's in the final under 4 media timeout, so it's coming down to the wire, and we'll also get you an update on Team USA versus Venezuela in the World Baseball Classic, and preview, we'll have some picks for NC State, Texas. It's coming up in a half hour, so stick it right here. Don't you go anywhere. BetMGM tonight rolls on next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is Westwood One Sports.
In this instance, as anybody as an 8 seed or worse, because 4 out of the last 5 tournaments, we've had an 8 seed or worse find their way to the Final Four. Last year, obviously, being the exception, with all 4 1 seeds arriving at the Final Four. This year feels like it very likely could be an exception as well, because the top of the bracket is just so stacked in each region. I'm going to be that guy. I am going to be that doofus that looks at the win-loss record and tells you Miami of Ohio can go on a run. And maybe I'm the dummy. That's fine. Maybe they'll lose tomorrow and not even get to the official first round of the NCAA tournament. But I don't think so. Second in the nation in 2-point field goal percentage during the regular season, just outside the top 20 in 3-point field goal percentage during the regular season, and a turnover rate of just 14.5%. I think they can not only beat SMU, I think they can beat Rick Barnes and the Vols. Rick Barnes falling in an early round? No, we've never seen that happen before. And I think they could even put a scare in Virginia and maybe even go to the Sweet 16. So Miami of Ohio is my Cinderella. I don't have them going to the Final Four. I don't have anybody lower than a 3 seed going to the Final Four, and just one of them. I don't even have anybody lower than a 4 getting to the Sweet 16, or excuse me, to the Elite 8. But I do have Miami of Ohio going to the Sweet 16. I'll bring in Kenny and Tyler again. Who are your Cinderellas, Kenny? Do you have any pegged that you think could go on a deep run?
Well, I do have a number of teams that are like 11 and under that I think are going to win at least a game. I know Tyler's going to touch more on it, but I think South Florida beats Louisville. I think VCU beats Illinois. But I actually have one 8 or lower only going to at least the Sweet 16. I have none in the Final Four or even Elite Eight. And that team, I kind of hinted at it earlier, was Iowa. I have them shockingly beating Florida in the second round. I just think that Bennett Sturts is going to go off and become a March legend. I mean, obviously they're going to have issues with Florida's size, but I think if Florida goes cold from outside, I think Iowa can easily catch up. And I have Iowa going to the Sweet 16 playing Vanderbilt.
I've heard lots of love for South Florida on the show in the last 24 hours, Tyler. Why is that?
Yeah, I didn't realize how trendy this was going to be. I came into the show yesterday and was like, I got to take, no one's going to have. Oh, nope, apparently everyone loves South Florida as well. This is why I think people like him. Their head coach, Brian Hodgson's going to get a Power 5 job next year, probably. He's turned Arkansas State around. And now 1 year he's turned South Florida into a tournament team. They have one of the better big man point guard combinations in the country. Isaiah Nelson's their big. He came from Arkansas State with Brian Hodgson. He won AAC Player of the Year, AAC Defensive Player of the Year. He was first team all conference. He's a monster. And they have the Division II transfer Wes Ennis, who's a combo guard. He scores, I think he averaged like 17 points a game. So if in the tournament you're an underdog team with a really good big and a point guard, like that's going to help a ton. And they're coached really well. And also for Louisville, who they're playing in the first round. Like, we don't know if Michael Brown's playing. He's by far their best player. He's a top 10 pick in the draft. We don't know if he's playing. And also with him, like, I don't really like this Louisville team to begin with. They're a little erratic. They go hot and cold. You're going to take me. I'm going to get an 11 seed with a good coach team, a good big, a good point guard, and they're super athletic. And they play fast, too. They're one of the fastest teams in the country. To me, USF's, I think they'll beat Louisville. I already bet them. I think there's a chance they beat Michigan State in the second round as well, which could get a little wild. I have USF going into my Sweet 16, maybe Elite 8. So USF's a team I really like in this tournament. And here's one team that I haven't heard anyone talk about. This isn't going to make Kenny happy because he loves the team that I think they're going to be. I kind of like High Point in the first round against Wisconsin. I understand Wisconsin was playing really well to end the conference tournament. They're awesome. Their point guard Blackwell and Nick Boyd are phenomenal. Nick Boyd has tournament experience, but High Point to me is like almost like a mid-major version of Wisconsin. They match up like honestly like almost the same. And the one reason I like High Point, they're not good defensively at all. They're not at all good defensively. But the one thing they do is they're really good at causing turnovers, and they're really good at defending the three. Wisconsin plays like a chaotic brand of basketball sometimes, and they can defend Blackwell and Nick Boyd from going off in the three-point arc. I like them a ton. They play really fast too, and they shoot a ton of threes.
Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and Brad is pumped up because we've got a tight one in the first game of the men's NCAA tournament. The first four in. Howard has led this game almost from start to finish here, Brad, but the UMBC Retrievers have one last push in them. We're under a minute to go, and all of a sudden it's a one-possession game. What is transpiring right now in Dayton?
DJ Armstrong just hit a massive three as Howard missed the front end of a 1-and-1 opportunity. And Howard is really dominated at the charity stripe, 17-23. As a result, 16-24 now is UMBC. They're actually starting to hit their free throws, left a lot of points in the first half at the free throw line. But DJ Armstrong comes down, spots up for three, nails it. 83-81. Howard up by just a deuce. 43 ticks left in Dayton. Folks, it's March Madness, baby. Unbelievable. Oh, yeah, and I'm sweating this out because I have a little same game parlay. The total was already hit long ago, eons ago. I have UMBC plus 8.5. So that three was monstrous. I just need Howard not to hit some free throws, but I tell you what, the Retrievers, the fact they're in this thing and have a shot now to win it is absolutely stunning. It's the madness. It's undefeated.
All right, so they're coming out of a timeout break, and here's the thing here, Brad. UMBC doesn't have to foul because you got 43 ticks left. If they get a stop, they'll get the ball back with about 13 to 15 seconds left to go with a chance to either tie or take the lead. So you're obviously not fouling here if you're UMBC, right? Both teams are, or it looks like UMBC's in the double bonus. Howard's only in the bonus. But if you're UMBC, why foul? You get a stop. You got the ball with a chance to tie or win it. So you're not fouling here if you're the Retrievers, right?
No, and Howard's going to bleed this thing down. So that's exactly what they're going to do here. Live on my feed, there's only 30 seconds to go. We're going to see what Howard does. My guess is they'll probably dribble drive in, maybe try to draw some contact here. Bryce Harris, one of their star guards, and then possibly convert. But yeah, it's really going to come down to this possession. Oh, man, and Howard just hit a fadeaway jumper from about 12 feet away. There was 11.3 seconds remaining, and Howard now up 85 to 81 against the Retrievers. So UMBC ultimately is going to have to score a quick bucket. And if I'm the Retrievers here, I mean, you don't have to take a three, but more than likely you're going to have to take a three in order to, keep this one within striking distance. But man, we nail biters, man. And this is what March is all about. It's the greatest month of the year. It's unquestionable. So we're going to see how this thing finishes. But Howard up 85-81 with just 6 remaining.
All right, quick pivot here to the World Baseball Classic championship game. Venezuela is threatening off of Nolan McLean. It was scoreless through the first 2 innings. Then Salvador Perez, the ageless wonder, leadoff single to start the third. Then a Ronald Acuna walk. And right now it's Michael Garcia up at the dish with the heart of the Venezuela lineup lurking against the Mets' young pitcher, Nolan McLean. Top of the third, 1 out. Venezuela's got runners at first and second, and it's still scoreless in the title game. All right, Brad. No matter what happens between Howard and UMBC, we will have NC State versus Texas coming up here. And another coin flip here. The Longhorns this is basically a pick 'em. I think they're both minus 110 on the money line. It's a total of 158.5. These are 2 teams that have kind of really sputtered down the stretch. So which team is able to find some form here? NC State at 20-13, Texas 18-14, and both of these teams have only won 1 of their last 5 games. And in that 5-game stretch, North Carolina State, they've got losses to Notre Dame in overtime and a home loss to Stanford. And for Texas, they lost. They didn't have a bunch of bad losses, but then they had a chance to improve the resume in the SEC tournament game. They lost to Ole Miss, and they still get in. So 2 teams kind of heading in the wrong direction. Who do you like in this one here, Brad? Because I think the winner, especially if it's Texas, I think they can beat BYU.
I like Texas, and this is a rematch from the Maui Invitational just showdown we had earlier in the season back in November, which Tejas won 102-97. The Horns drained 16 threes in that game. Jordan Pope had 7 alone. I don't think they're going to shoot lights out like that, but Matas Vokititis, I think, is an advantage against a smallish NC State team. It's not particularly good on the glass. NC State number 344 in the country as well, and 3-point percentage D over last month. Texas, a team also struggling defensively, but better offensively with Swain and Pope and Vokititis. I like hook 'em horns, and I'll lay the 1.5. What was at plus money earlier today? The line has now flipped. NC State is favored by 1.5, but I ain't buying it. Give me the fighting Matthew McConaughey's. All right. I think they win this game and probably go on and beat BYU as well.
Yeah, so you and I in agreement there. Texas hasn't played well, but you and I both like them there to beat NC State, who was very average to say the least here down the stretch in their ACC play. All right, Venezuela's got a sack fly to get on the board. They lead USA 1-0. Brad, you got about 30 seconds, as it looks like we got 7 seconds to go here. Howard up 85-83. Can they get the ball in and hit their free throws? Your final thoughts before we bid you adieu.
Yeah, it's going to be about 5 ticks left. They're going to foul quickly, maybe a quick trap. We're going to find out what the Bison can do at the charity stripe to try to seal the deal on this. But UMBC, if they miss just 1 free throw, they're going to have a shot to at least get this into the extra session, baby. God, the undefeated NCAA tournament, it just churns the soul unlike any other event on the calendar every year. And this is just the first game. We'll have more action tomorrow than the main slate on Thursday. Man, I can't wait.
Yeah, and again, only one free throw guaranteed. It's not the double bonus, it's just the bonus. So here we go. We got the madness ensuing. We'll get you an update on Bison and Howard on UMBC when we come back. We bid adieu to Brad Evans. Can't wait to talk more college hoops with you tomorrow, brother. And we got more sports, more March Madness talk coming up next here on BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
Why hold on to anybody at this point? Why sign Malik Willis for that matter if you're the Dolphins? Why wouldn't you just strip it down to the studs and throw Quinn Ewers out there and go 3-14 and call it a day if you're the Dolphins? If you were going to go to this extent to move on from Waddle. Now, maybe they were absolutely stout in their belief that they weren't going to move on from Waddle for anything less than a first-round pick, and they finally got someone to step up and offer that first-round pick. But this makes the Dolphins, 4.5 wins or not, they're under the win total. The Dolphins are going to be an unmitigated disaster this year. It does provide another weapon for Bo Nix, although how far is the ball going to get pushed downfield to a receiver like Waddle in that Denver offense? And it does, naturally, we have to do this because every time a move with a wide receiver takes place, we have to always loop it back around to A.J. Brown in Philly and wonder if the Eagles are still listening and they see the market for Jalen Waddle is a 1, a 3, and a swap of 4s, what on earth could they land for A.J. Brown? Here's the problem. I don't think anybody's paying it for A.J. Brown.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got 2 solo hours here. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Again, we're with you 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern every Monday through Friday. So we'll have you jam-packed all the way through a busy Thursday, the official start of March Madness, all throughout Friday, breaking down the live games, reacting to the earlier games, getting you set for the weekend. The fun has only begun, my friends. The fun has only begun. The phone number to join the conversation is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. And the first official game, the first game of the NCAA tournament has gone final. The Howard Bison of the MEAC hold on and beat UMBC 86-83. The Retrievers had a chance at 3 at the logo as the buzzer expired, as time expired, and they could not get it to fall. Howard led this game by as many as 14. So give credit to UMBC. They made a big comeback all the way to get it to a one-possession game in the final 5 minutes, but it just wasn't enough. It was too little, too late. Great game from Howard. Osei Okoji led the way with 23 points. Bryce Harris had 19. And so the Howard Bison, they are moving on, and they will now play the Michigan Wolverines on Thursday night in Buffalo. Congrats. You hung on to beat UMBC. Now you got Michigan. And the Wolverines are a 31.5-point favorite. The folks at BetMGM have already released that. That is the biggest spread now in the first round. Arizona, 30.5-point favorites against the LIU Sharks. Fins up. And now Michigan is a 31.5-point favorite against Howard. My goodness. We'll see if they can keep that one within the stratosphere. But congrats to Howard. They won an NCAA tournament game. They're going to get nearly $1 million for winning that game. I believe Dallin Cuff said he thinks the unit for winning a March Madness game, the TV rights, everything that goes into that, it's between $600,000 and $700,000 for your school. So there you go. The Howard Bison, big, big win for them. We got Texas and NC State coming up. Brad and I both have Texas in our bracket. We both have Texas beating BYU in our bracket. So go Longhorns, hook them. All right. Matthew McConaughey, there you go. Brad said it right before the break. I agree. We both like Texas. And then an update for you here, because we are your nightly Central Sports hub, so we keep you abreast of everything going on in sports. We'll get to a busy night in the NBA, but right now, center stage is the World Baseball Classic Championship, and Venezuela, they strike first on a sac fly from Michael Garcia. They lead Team USA 1-0 in the bottom of the third. Which it looks like is now going into the top of the fourth. As a matter of fact, looks like a quick bottom of the third after Bryce Turang got a single. Byron Buxton struck out and Bobby Witt flied out. So the USA cannot crack Eduardo Rodriguez, a guy that has had an ERA over 5 in his last 2 seasons with the Arizona Diamondbacks. He has allowed just 1 base runner so far. 3 innings, 1 hit, no walks, 3 strikeouts. Can we wake the bats up, please? It's a lineup that is Bobby Witt, Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge, Schwarber, Bregman, the first 5 guys. Figure it out, red, white, and blue. Figure it out, please. So it's 1-0 Venezuela, top of the fourth. All right, I want to talk some more March Madness, though. And I want to give you, according to my bracket, who I think the top 5 players that are going to ball out in March Madness. And again, when I say ball out, most of these guys I've got either in the final, like in the Final Four. So you're going to see them for 5, 6, 7 games. And here's a hint. I've got Darius Acuff not on the list, even though I think he's awesome, even though I think he might actually be the best college basketball player in the country, considering Arkansas doesn't have a ton of scoring talent around him. What Darius Acuff has done this year for Coach Calipari and the Razorbacks has been phenomenal. I think Arkansas is losing in the second round. So Darius Acuff might score 40 against Hawaii. He might score 40 in a loss against Wisconsin. But I think you're only going to see 2 games from Darius Acuff. We'll see. I could be wrong. But according to the picks that I have in my bracket and the teams that I have going the furthest, you're going to see these players the most. You're going to be able to learn about them even more if you haven't been watching a ton of college hoops. So here is my top 5 players that will ball out in the big dance. Let's start with number 5. And this is the team that I got winning the championship. But the Arizona Wildcats are a very balanced bunch. They don't really have one dominant scorer. Now, there's guys that step up and dominate game by game. Braden Berries is their leading scorer at 16 points. Jaden Bradley was one of the best players in the Big 12 this year. He only averages 13 points. Koa Pete, their star freshman, averages 13 points. All 5 starters average double figures, but Braden Berries is the leading scorer at 16 points. And yet, I'm going to give you a guy that comes off the bench. That is their 7th leading scorer, because I think this guy is freaking dynamite. I think he's a firecracker waiting to happen. The Aussie Italian coming off the bench from Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Number 5 for me is Anthony Del Orso, their senior. Because I think every game I've watched Arizona play, this guy comes off the bench and he just hits dagger 3 after dagger 3. He had 6 triples in the Big 12 semifinal game against Iowa State. He had 26 points. Now, granted, in the championship game against Houston, he only scored 4, so it might be a little feast or famine for Anthony Del Orso, the Italian Aussie. But, look, he might, if Arizona wins the national championship, maybe he only has one big game until the title game. But if my bracket's correct and Arizona wins the title game, I think Anthony Del Orso, their 6th man coming off the bench, their senior, is going to play a massive role. He had 22 points in the regular season when they took down Houston. He had 22 points in a win against BYU earlier this year. He's got 4 games this season scoring 20 or more points. So he's more than capable. And when you see this guy, if you see his season averages, when they show him, they show his graphic during March Madness and you're saying, wow, only 9 points per game and he's got 23 tonight. He's capable of it. He's capable of going for 5 or 6 threes on any given game. It's off the bench, and it's instant offense for Arizona. And if there's a couple of games this year where they need that desperately, I think Anthony Del Orso will deliver. So he's number 5 for me on my list of players that will ball out in March Madness this year. Number 4, he's a first-team All-American. He's one of the best players in the country, and you're going to hear that basically about all these guys. It's Yaxel Lendeborg from Michigan. That's who I have at number 4. And if you didn't know much about Yaxel Lendeborg, the senior from Pennsauken, New Jersey represent. If you didn't know much about him before this weekend and you watched the Big Ten Championship, you watched the Big Ten Tournament, well, you saw him hit the buzzer beater 3 against Wisconsin in the semifinal to send the Wolverines to the Big Ten Championship game, where even though they lost to Purdue, Yaxel Lendeborg had 20 points and 5 rebounds. He's 6'9". He can shoot the 3. Great defender, good passer as well. He averages over 3 assists, shoots 51% from the field, knocks down his free throws. Great defender all around, can block shots as well. And I think for a Michigan team that, like Arizona, is very balanced, they don't really have, one dominant go-to scorer. They need somebody to hit a clutch shot for them. That's why Yaxel Lendeborg took the game winner, the buzzer beater against Wisconsin. He's got the ice in his veins. Again, his last 2 years at UAB, you knew this kid wasn't going to stay with the UAB Dragons. He ends up on Michigan. They've been a top 3 team in the country all season long, and he is a big reason why. In the regular season finale against Michigan State, he had 27 points. In the first game against Michigan State, he had 26 points and 12 rebounds. In some of the biggest games this year, this kid has stepped up and delivered. In the loss against Duke, he had 21 points and 7 rebounds. He's phenomenal. I cannot wait to watch him. I cannot wait to watch Michigan. I think they go to the Final Four. And so Yaxel Lendeborg, number 4 for me. I hope that is the Final Four game, Arizona, Michigan. I think that might end up being the best game of the tournament if we get both those 1 seeds going up against each other. All right, number 3, and here's the one, I guess you would say, asterisk on this list, because this is a team that unfortunately I don't have going, making a deep run. I got them in the Sweet 16, but across 3 games that you watch Nick Boyd play for the Wisconsin Badgers, you're going to fall in love with this kid. If you don't know him by now, get ready because he is electric. Again, in that game, in that loss against Michigan, he was brilliant. He was phenomenal. Even though he didn't score a ton and he struggled to shoot the basketball, 14 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. He had 5 steals. 5 steals. He's not just all offense, even though he averages 20.5 points per game to go with 4 rebounds and 4 assists. He's a great defender as well. But I feel bad. I've been talking up this Wisconsin team for weeks. I think they're so dangerous. And if they were in any other region, I would have had him in the Final Four. And he might have been number 1 on my list of players in March Madness that are going to ball out. But they're in Arizona's region. And I got Arizona winning the title. So I think Wisconsin gives the Arizona Wildcats a hell of a game in the Sweet 16. But I think that's where they fall. And I think that second round game, that I previously mentioned, I left Darius Acuff off my list. You get Wisconsin, Arkansas in the second round. Nick Boyd, Darius Acuff, that is must-watch TV. Those are 2 future NBA guards going at it, and they're probably going to light it up. I think Nick Boyd, along with the help of John Blackwell, who is also awesome for Wisconsin. Again, John Blackwell set the program record for Wisconsin for most points in a Big Ten tournament game. And then the next game, Nick Boyd put up 38 and beat that record in the win against Illinois in overtime. Blackwell, I think it was 35 or 36 points against Washington. And the very next day, Nick Boyd says, all right, I'll break that record. I'll score 38 in the OT win against Illinois. The confidence is supreme. The shot-making ability. He can drive to the hoop. He can slow down and hit the mid-range. He's so crafty. He can drill the triples when he needs to. Doesn't rely on the three-point shot, but when he has to uncork it, he can hit it. He can absolutely hit it. He shoots at 36% from deep. But just the swagger on this kid, Nick Boyd, the senior from Garnerville, New York, cannot wait to watch him play. I got him at number 3, despite the fact that I got Wisconsin going out in the Sweet 16. All right, number 2, I'd be remiss if I didn't put the guy that's probably going to win the Wooden Award on this list here, Cam Boozer from Duke. And it's not just because he's the best player on the number 1 overall seed, but no, it's because Cameron Boozer is now going to have to go above and beyond. He's going to have to play out of his freaking mind if Duke wants to get to the Final Four. With the absence of their point guard, Caleb Foster, the absence of their center, Patton Gungba, Cameron Boozer had to do it all throughout the ACC tournament for Duke. And he did. He scored 23 points and had 10 rebounds in the win against Florida State. Had 24 points and 14 rebounds in the win against Clemson. And then in the tournament, in the title game against Virginia, only 13 points. He did struggle offensively, but he more than made up for it with 8 assists. Virginia kept blitzing him, kept double teaming him, triple teaming him. He had 8 rebounds, and he played some sensational defense. He's a leader. He's a warrior. This kid will play every minute if John Shire needs him to. Averaged 22.5 points per game to go with 10 rebounds per game this season and over 4 assists. Shoots at 57% from the field. And, again, for a 6'9" freshman, it's not like, he's shooting 57%. He just basically stands underneath the bucket. No. He shoots nearly 4 threes a game, and he shoots 41% from deep. So he's been the best player, statistically, he's been the best player in college basketball all season. He's going to win the Wooden Award for most excellent player, in my opinion, most outstanding player. And the fact that he, now without his point guard for maybe the whole tournament, without his center for maybe the first and second weekend, Cameron Boozer's got to do it all. And if we do get Duke versus St. John's in the Sweet 16, going up against Zuby Ejiofor, the Big East Player of the Year, I think St. John's is going to be a popular pick for some folks if they get past Kansas. And even if they don't, even if it's Kansas versus Duke, and so many people are going to be talking about Darren Peterson, or if they go up against St. John's and people are going to be talking about Zuby Ejiofor, Like Cameron Boozer's going to remind everybody why he was the best player in college basketball this season. And I think he wills Duke all the way to the Final Four. And I think he's going to basically put up his season averages throughout the tournament. 23 points, 10 rebounds per game, dishing out assists, shooting it efficiently, playing great defense. Cameron Boozer, the son of Carlos, with his brother Caden also on the team. He is number 2 on my top 5 players who will ball out in March Madness. And then number 1, I got this team going to the national championship game. But I think what Kingston Flemings is going to do this tournament for Houston. You know, we had on Rob Doster earlier in the show, and he was talking about if there's a player I think can go on a Kemba Walker-like run. He thought it was Darius Acuff. I think it's the freshman Kingston Flemings from Houston. And I think he is already probably a unanimous top 10 pick in the NBA draft this year. He might launch himself into the top 5 with what the show that I think he's going to put on in the NCAA tournament. Only a freshman, not a big guy, 6'4", $190, your classic point guard. But man, his speed is incredible. His shot making is incredible. And I think he's just going to have a couple of 30-point games in some of the biggest games of this tournament that everybody's going to be talking about. Kingston Flemings, talking about this kid jumping himself into the top 5 of the NBA draft because he can light it up in a second. Now, he had 42 in a loss against Texas Tech. He's had a handful of 25-point games this season, and he dominated a very good Kansas defense in the Big 12 semis where he scored 21 points. He did get, Arizona did a tremendous job with him in the Big 12 championship game. He only scored 8 points. He shot 3 of 12, but I think Kingston Flemings, part of the reason why I've got Houston in the national championship game, yes, it's their defense. Yes, it's the three-point shooting from Milos Uzan and Sharp, Emmanuel Sharp, and yes, it's Kelvin Sampson and that coaching. But when Houston finds themselves in those 65, 62 games where I think they might find themselves in the Sweet 16 against Illinois, or they'll be in the Elite 8 against Florida, you're going to need somebody to rise to the occasion. And I think in the biggest wins that Houston has in this tournament, and if they end up beating Duke, which is what I have them doing, it'll be because of their sensational freshman, Kingston Flemings. I think that's the name everybody's going to be saying by the time this tournament ends. And again, I've got Houston losing in the title game to Arizona, but I think Kingston Flemings is not going to produce anything other than spectacular greatness in the big dance. So there you go. There's my top 5 players who will ball out in March Madness. Anthony Del Orso, the 6th man off the bench for Arizona, who I think wins the title. Yaxel Lendeborg from Michigan, Nick Boyd from Wisconsin, Cam Boozer from Duke, and Kingston Flemings from Houston. All right, when we come back, we'll get you an update on the World Baseball Classic Championship game. USA in trouble against Venezuela, and we'll have you started with Texas and NC State. We'll give you a little NBA scoreboard update as well here on this St. Patty's Day. We've got some St. Patrick's Day fun and shenanigans coming up for you later on, so stick around. Hang out with us here. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I want to start with the powerhouses because this feels like, based on the bracket and the way we've seen things play out over the last month or so, like a top-heavy year. Like the ones are clearly delineated from everybody else. But I'll include the ones and the twos for the sake of this conversation about the powerhouses. Duke, Arizona, Florida, Michigan, the ones, obviously. The twos, UConn, Purdue, Houston, Iowa State. And which of these teams do we believe in? And we believe they can not just make a run, they can maybe win it all. And which of these teams do we look at and say, no, they are ripe for a fall, maybe even before the end of the first weekend? And who better to bring in? I heard them chomping at the bit yesterday to talk to Nick about the brackets, and I know they've got more spicy hot takes, Cholula hot takes about what we're going to see play out in the bracket over the next couple of weeks. So our technical director, Tyler Morales, and our engineer board op, Kenny Henderson, are both going to chime in here as well. I want to start, though, guys, with what I believe is a couple of teams really to take very seriously. And the region where I believe more in the 1 and 2 than any other region as a combined pair is the Midwest. You've got Michigan as the 1 seed, Iowa State as the 2 seed. Michigan has one of the probably 2 or 3 hottest players in all of college basketball right now. We heard Yaxel Lendeborg earlier with the big shot over Wisconsin to move on to the Big Ten championship the other night. They're outshooting opponents at the rim by 15%, 65-50. Iowa State, they're unstoppable when they win the turnover battle, which has been an obstacle for them at times, but they should do against everyone in this region not named Wolverines. Joshua Jefferson doing everything, Lipsy handling the pressure on the perimeter, and Momcilovic just draining threes at a ridiculous clip. There is no region where I'm more confident that both the 1 and the 2 will be in the Elite 8, Tyler, than in the Midwest. Which 1s and 2s are you most believing in going into this thing?
So the ones I believe in that I believe in the most are, to me, they're pretty obvious. It's Arizona, Michigan, Duke, and Florida. I have questions on those teams long term, but we'll get to them. To me, Arizona's the best team in the country. I've kind of been saying this off the air a few times. They're kind of like a EuroLeague team. Like, all 5 guys are professionals. Some guys play professional in Europe, and now in college basketball, you can do that. You can take pros and put them on your team. Braden Burry's co-appeal. They're going to be first-round picks. It's like if you took a EuroLeague team and just like dumped them into a college basketball arena. Like, that's what kind of Arizona is. And I know people are worried about Tommy Lloyd and his tournament success, which is awful. Like, we can't go around that. It's terrible. But I love Arizona. To me, they're the best team, and Michigan's the second best team. You can't discredit what they did in the non-conference. They have 7 wins over 40 points. Like, no matter how they finish the season, you have to take that for what it is. So Arizona, Michigan, and those are the 2 best teams for me. The other 1 seeds we have questions on, but we'll talk about that later. I think Arizona's the national champion. They're the number 1 team for me.
Ooh, Arizona. A lot of love for the Wildcats, Kenny. Are you in the same boat with them?
Yeah, and I think Tyler can attest to this. I was on Arizona first. I've been saying for over a month I think Arizona's going to win it all. It feels like a lot of people have joined the bandwagon, including Tyler. So we're not alone, and I'm a little worried, but we'll see how it ends up. I'm sticking with them. I'm not going to go away from Arizona, as trendy as they have been. But I love that take, Chris, that you have, that you think Michigan and Iowa State are meeting up in the Elite Eight. That's probably one of my strongest takes of this tournament. I think they're on a collision course in the Midwest to meet in Chicago in the Elite Eight. And I do think that's the matchup we get, but I'm going to ride with the Clones. The Iowa State's been a team, I think I said on the show a few months ago, or probably a month ago, that I think Iowa State's going to make their first Final Four in program history. I'm not backing off that. I think if they get the opportunity against Michigan, I do like Iowa State's guard play better than Michigan's. And I think if Momcilovic is going to play the way he did against Arizona State and he can't miss, I don't think the Clones are going to blow that opportunity to make their first Final Four. So Arizona and Iowa State are the 2 top teams that I'm all in on this March.
Imagine the vibe in the United Center if you get Michigan against Iowa State. Obviously, there's a ton of Wolverine alumni in the Chicagoland area, and Iowa State's, a 5-hour drive away? It would be absolutely incredible to see those 2 meet up. And I think, like you just said there, Kenny, they are on a collision course.
Every score, every swing, every sharp take. BetMGM tonight continues with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Been locked up, they won't let me out. Won't let me out, no, they won't let me out. Been locked up. It's like Aiden Holloway's theme song right now. A player from Alabama got arrested for having over 2 pounds of pot. Say, hey, man, I'm not selling it. I'm just smoking it. Oh, you bought it in bulk, huh? Where'd you get it from? The Costco dispensary? Welcome back to BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Let's get you an update here on the World Baseball Classic. But before we do that, let's let you know a message from our friends at BetMGM. The world's top baseball stars go head-to-head in the WBC. Join the excitement and make your WBC moment when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your Odds Boost token for any WBC bet. You'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. You can, if you want to take the Team USA right now, good luck to you. I didn't trust them to begin with. They were heavy favorites, and they are choking this thing away here. The offense is, at least, trailing Venezuela. It's now 2-0 in the top of the fifth with 2 outs. Wilyer Abreu just took Nolan McLean. He took him bye-bye. That's where he took him. Took him deep. They had to check that ball for... I don't think I can say that word on the air, but it's a common thing I used to say in college baseball. When somebody would hit a home run from our team, we'd say, hey, check that ball for... you bleeped on the ball. Anyway. That's what he did. Took him to deep center, 414 feet. Nolan McLean out of the ball game now after he got out. He got Sal Perez, and Jackson Churio out after that. But now they're going to bring in the reliever here out of the bullpen. Mark DeRosa going to Brad Keller, the Chicago Cub, or actually I think he's now newly of the Philadelphia Phillies. Brad Keller, righty against the righty Ronald Acuna. But the story is so far, USA can't score a run against Eduardo Rodriguez. This is a guy who, he's had some big games. He's had some big moments in his career. He's on the wrong side of 30. He's got an ERA over 5 the last 2 years, pitching with the Arizona Diamondbacks. And Team USA can't score a run off him. Only gotten 2 base runners. 4 innings, 1 hit, no runs, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. And he's only thrown 51 pitches. So he's probably good for at least another inning or 2 if Team USA don't get to him. Bryce Turang, the only hit right now is a single back in the 3rd inning. So I don't know. Can Bryce Harper, can you wake up? Aaron Judge, can you wake up? He struck out. He's over 2 with 2 strikeouts. Schwarber walked, and then Bregman grounded into a fielder's choice. So you got Roman Anthony, Will Smith, and Bryce Turang set to lead off the next inning for Team USA, but it's only halfway through, and I don't feel great about it. 2-0 Venezuela right now. Going to the bottom of the 5th in the World Baseball Classic Championship. And I said, Aaron Judge is kind of a microcosm of Team USA. He's in a lose-lose situation. Because I honestly thought, we're into this tournament. Me, producer Brandon Combs, Monty, Brad, a little bit. He's obviously locked into the NCAA tournament, March Madness, and all that stuff. But, I still feel like the general population probably didn't get into the World Baseball Classic maybe until this weekend. When you saw Team USA beat the DR, and then yesterday Venezuela beat Italy, and now all of a sudden there's probably a lot of folks that are like, all right, opening day's 10 days away. This will be a nice primer. I know it's an exhibition, but let me lock in. And you're probably going to have a lot of people that see USA losing to Venezuela and say, of course, figures. Back their way into the knockout round. Mark DeRosa doesn't even know the rules of the format. And here's Aaron Judge. Well, this guy's never clutch. This guy never does anything clutch. 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts against Venezuela. Figures. And I feel like if Aaron Judge hit a home run and had 3 RBIs tonight, and USA won 7-1, the feeling from around the country would have been, USA should have won. Aaron Judge should have done that. He's one of the best hitters on the planet. He's the captain. So I don't know if there's pressure. I mean, I know that the players have really talked about this meaning a lot. Maybe not so much Bryce Harper in the beginning. When he said, it doesn't compare to the Olympics. The Olympics is not for another 2 years. And there's no reason for Bryce Harper to have a loser comment like that. But everybody else basically has taken this tournament like it means something, playing for pride, playing for country. The Venezuelans are certainly doing it. All the Latino countries take this tournament as seriously as you possibly can. And Team USA, when push comes to shove, I don't think it's the pressure of the moment right now getting to them. I guess Eduardo Rodriguez is just pitching a good game. That's it. Just pitching a good game. But sooner or later, these bats got to wake up. These bats got to wake up, man. So 2-0, bottom 5. And we've already got, let's see. Yeah, bottom 5 inning just started. Roman Anthony leading off against Eduardo Rodriguez, who's still in the game. NC State and Texas, it looks like they have just tipped it off here in the second game of the first 4. No, they're about to tip it off in any minute from now. So we'll keep you posted on that. And then I figured let's do a little NBA conversation here because, I was really hoping that my Charlotte Hornets, and I call them my Charlotte Hornets. I'm a diehard Knicks fan, but the Hornets are like the little stepbrother team that I've adopted this year. When they were 16-28 and they started to get on a run, I really became invested in this team. I said, man, this would be nice if this trio, led by LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller and Con Knippel from Duke, who I think might be the best shooter on the planet outside of Steph Curry already, if they really kept it rolling. And what do you know? They went on one of the hottest tears in franchise history. They were one of the hottest teams in the NBA. And they're going up against the Heat team tonight that has also been red hot and is undefeated against them this year at 3-0. But it's a Heat team playing without Bam Adebayo and Andrew Wiggins. And I said, man, like the Hornets, they if they want to be taken seriously, there's certain games you got to win. They got to win this game tonight. And they trailed for most of the first quarter. It was back and forth in the second quarter, back and forth in the third. But the Hornets, they blew this thing wide freaking open in the fourth. And it's seconds away from going final. And the Hornets lead the Heat 135-106. Dominant fourth quarter from the Charlotte Hornets, who are going to go back above 500 with this win. They're going to move closer to the top 6 in the Eastern Conference. And how about this for a game from LaMelo Ball? 30 points, 13 assists. Con Knippel, despite getting into foul trouble, only played 24 minutes in this one. 22 points. And Brandon Miller also in foul trouble. He had 4 fouls early in the third quarter. He had 16 points. It was Kobe White, the former Chicago Bull. Thank you, Brandon Combs. Thank you to your Chicago Bulls. Kobe White, 24 points off the bench. So that is a massive win for the Charlotte Hornets. They take care of business. And now with this win, they are going to move within, let's see, they will be within 4 games. I believe they'll be within 4 games of the top 6 in the East. That's a big one. The Hornets needed this one tonight, and they got it. So congrats to my Charlotte Hornets. Speaking of my actual favorite team, my New York Knicks, just taking it to the Indiana Pacers, which I love to see. 120-98 with under 6 minutes left to go at the Garden. Jalen Brunson didn't even play in this game, and that's no problem at all because Josh Hart's got 33 points. OG Anunoby's got 26 points, and Karl Anthony Towns has 22 points and a double-double. So the Indiana Pacers, we don't have Tyrese Halliburton, so we're going to tank. We're going to tank, and please don't hit us with any rules or anything like that. Screw you. Knicks crushing them. Crushing the Pacers, so we love to see that. And then another game that we previewed earlier tonight that is a massive one in the Western Conference. Timberwolves versus the Suns. These two teams right next to one another in the Western Conference standings. Minnesota right now the 6th seed in the West at 41-27, and Phoenix just 2 games behind them. Remember, top 6 make the playoffs. 7 through 10 go in the play-in tournament. And it's basically going to come down to Phoenix and either Minnesota or Denver, probably. Maybe Houston for that 6th spot. That's been a log jam. Those 3 teams are only separated by 2 games. Because after that, the Clippers are 5 games worse than Phoenix. And you got Golden State and Portland that they're 9 games ahead of the Memphis Grizzlies. So, they're basically already locked into the play-in tournament. Nothing short of a miracle would have to happen here over the final 14, 13 games of the regular season for Portland, Golden State, or the Clippers to not be in the play-in tournament. But, to also miss the playoffs. So it's really going to come down to Phoenix and these other teams in the West. Lakers, Rockets, Nuggets, T-Wolves. Who is going to slip up and choke? And this was a monster game for the T-Wolves tonight. because Anthony Edwards all of a sudden has some lingering knee soreness, and he's going to miss potentially 1 to 2 weeks. So with Phoenix right behind them, and they've had some injury issues. Dylan Brooks has that broken hand. He's like a fine wine, Dylan Brooks. You might hate him. He might be an incessant troll. He might be annoying as hell. But man, has he played some great basketball. He's played some winning basketball over the last couple of years, especially this season with Phoenix. He's got the broken hand. Their center, Mark Williams, has been out for the last 2 weeks with an injury. And Minnesota needed this one. Minnesota needed it, and they're getting a battle right now. They're getting everything they can handle from Phoenix. It's 75-73 midway through the third quarter. Devin Booker we're seeing prime Devin Booker. He's got 16 points. He has been on a freaking heater lately. He's played out of his mind. He has scored 30 points in 5 of the last 6 games, and he's scored 40 points in 2 of the last 3. He's got 16 points right now. And for Minnesota, it's Julius Randle leading the way with 18 points. Can the T-Wolves hold on and win? They should win this game, even without Anthony Edwards. We'll see. Phoenix has proven a very tough customer. They've already beaten Minnesota in both of the previous meetings. So we'll keep you posted on those games when we come back. We'll keep you posted on the World Baseball Classic. Bottom 5, Venezuela leads the USA 2-0. And we'll keep you posted on Texas and North Carolina State in the NCAA tournament. They have just tipped it off a couple of minutes ago. So we'll do that, plus a little St. Patrick's Day, true or false, because it is St. Patty's Day. I'm Pat Boyle. It's my namesake holiday. We're going to have some fun. Pull up a Guinness and join us. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. We're coming right back here on Westwood One Sports.
In this instance, as anybody as an 8 seed or worse, because 4 out of the last 5 tournaments, we've had an 8 seed or worse find their way to the Final Four. Last year, obviously, being the exception, with all 4 1 seeds arriving at the Final Four. This year feels like it very likely could be an exception as well, because the top of the bracket is just so stacked in each region. I'm going to be that guy. I am going to be that doofus that looks at the win-loss record and tells you Miami of Ohio can go on a run. And maybe I'm the dummy. That's fine. Maybe they'll lose tomorrow and not even get to the official first round of the NCAA tournament. But I don't think so. Second in the nation in 2-point field goal percentage during the regular season, just outside the top 20 in 3-point field goal percentage during the regular season, and a turnover rate of just 14.5%. I think they can not only beat SMU, I think they can beat Rick Barnes and the Vols. Rick Barnes falling in an early round? No, we've never seen that happen before. And I think they could even put a scare in Virginia and maybe even go to the Sweet 16. So Miami of Ohio is my Cinderella. I don't have them going to the Final Four. I don't have anybody lower than a 3 seed going to the Final Four, and just one of them. I don't even have anybody lower than a 4 getting to the Sweet 16, or excuse me, to the Elite 8. But I do have Miami of Ohio going to the Sweet 16. I'll bring in Kenny and Tyler again. Who are your Cinderellas, Kenny? Do you have any pegged that you think could go on a deep run?
Well, I do have a number of teams that are like 11 and under that I think are going to win at least a game. I know Tyler's going to touch more on it, but I think South Florida beats Louisville. I think VCU beats Illinois, but I actually have 1 8 or lower only going to at least the Sweet 16. I have none in the Final Four or even the Elite 8. And that team, I kind of hinted at it earlier, was Iowa. I have them shockingly beating Florida in the second round. I just think that Bennett Sturts is going to go off and become a March legend. I mean, obviously they're going to have issues with Florida's size, but I think if Florida goes cold from outside, I think Iowa can easily catch up, and I have Iowa going to the Sweet 16 playing Vanderbilt.
I've heard lots of love for South Florida on the show in the last 24 hours, Tyler. Why is that?
Yeah, I didn't realize how trendy this was going to be. I came into the show yesterday and was like, I got to take. No one's going to have. Oh, nope. Apparently, everyone loves South Florida as well. This is why I think people like him. Their head coach Brian Hodgson's going to get a Power 5 job next year, probably. He's turned Arkansas State around. And now 1 year he's turned South Florida into a tournament team. They have one of the better big man point guard combinations in the country. Isaiah Nelson's their big. He came from Arkansas State with Brian Hodgson. He won AAC Player of the Year, AAC Defensive Player of the Year. He was first team all conference. He's a monster. And they have the Division II transfer Wes Ennis, who's a combo guard. He scores, I think he averaged like 17 points a game. So if in the tournament you're an underdog team with a really good big and a point guard, like that's going to help a ton. And they're coached really well. And also for Louisville, who they're playing in the first round, like we don't know if Michael Brown's playing. He's by far their best player. He's a top 10 pick in the draft. We don't know if he's playing. And also with him, like I don't really like this Louisville team to begin with. They're a little erratic. They go hot and cold. You're going to take me. I'm going to get an 11 seed with a good coach team, a good big, a good point guard, and they're super athletic and they play fast too. They're one of the fastest teams in the country. To me, USF's. I think they'll beat Louisville. I already bet them. I think there's a chance they beat Michigan State in the second round as well, which could get a little wild. I have USF going into my Sweet 16, maybe Elite 8. So USF's a team I really like in this tournament. And here's one team that I haven't heard anyone talk about. This isn't going to make Kenny happy because he loves the team that I think they're going to be. I kind of like High Point in the first round against Wisconsin. I understand Wisconsin was playing really well to end the conference tournament. They're awesome. Their point guard Blackwell and Nick Boyd are phenomenal. Nick Boyd has tournament experience, but High Point to me is like almost like a mid-major version of Wisconsin. They match up like honestly like almost the same. And the one reason I like High Point, they're not good defensively at all. They're not at all good defensively. But the one thing they do is they're really good at causing turnovers, and they're really good at defending the three. Wisconsin plays like a chaotic brand of basketball sometimes, and they can defend Blackwell and Nick Boyd from going off in the three-point arc. I like them a ton. They play really fast too, and they shoot a ton of threes.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Well, it wouldn't be St. Patty's Day, of course, without a little shipping up to Boston by the Dropkick Murphys. Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. I'm St. Patty. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Let's get producer Brandon Combs here in the mix. First, Combs, let's get an update on the World Baseball Classic Championship. I know you have been laser focused in on this game. I got my multi-view rocking. I got Texas NC State, and I've got the World Baseball Classic game on, but I know that you have been locked into this game, and then we'll do a little St. Patrick's Day true or false. So give us an update here. We're going to the bottom of the sixth. What's going on?
Yeah, the offense is just flat, man. Cannot hit. You got Aaron Judge out here swinging at absolutely junk in both of his at-bats. The entire offense just looks flat. They've got to get it going. They've got to get it together. They're in this Venezuela bullpen now, so they've got to find a way, string together some hits. It's a 2-0 deficit, but they can do this. I mean, look, all the firepower this Team USA has, they've got the deeper bullpen. So you hold Venezuela to 2. You got to come out and you got to hit, man. And I hope that they can get this done. They should be able to get this done. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. They just got to start hitting the ball, man.
Yeah, well, you would think hitting Eduardo Rodriguez would have been a lot easier.
Yeah, you know? But it's baseball, man. Like, I mean, like you get how many times do we in baseball, like in a major league season, do we look at a pitching matchup and you're like, man, they're gonna kill this guy tonight, and the guy goes out there and throws a 3-hitter. Like, it's baseball, man. It happens. Sometimes you think you're gonna kill somebody, and you go out there and you're just like you think it's gonna be so easy, and it's just not. And he has a good night, and it's a different feeling in the World Baseball Classic. He's pitching for his country. He's pitching for all of Venezuela right now, so it's a different feeling for a guy who's got a lot of talent. So, it's one of those things. That's why we play the games.
All right, fair enough. And it's Jose Butto coming into the game now. This is Jose Butto, reliever for now. He's on the Giants. Last couple of years, he was with the Mets, and then the Mets traded him to the Giants. And this is a guy that was pretty decent at times when he was pitching, when he was healthy with the Mets. But they traded him to the Giants. That's who he finished last year with. That's who he's going to be with this year. So the Venezuelan Jose Butto out of the pen. And it looks like he's got Pete Crow Armstrong. You called it. Here's your guy. Pinch hitting here, Combs. PCA up to bat. Pinch hitting for Byron Buxton to start off the bottom of the 6th inning.
Yeah, it would have been nice had Bryce Terang been able to get on ahead of him in the 5th inning, because I would have really liked to seen PCA with a chance to tie the game in that moment just to see how he performed. But let's see how he does here. 1-1 count quickly. So hopefully he can get on base and they can get something going here. I love this kid, man. This kid's so electric to watch night in and night out.
What kind of hat is that? So that is a St. Patty's Day Cubs hat, by the way, that you got rocking right now?
Yes, sir. PCA flies out to left field. Yeah, this is their St. Patty's Day hat from a couple years ago. This year's hat was actually black with the green C on it. I have that one as well, but I decided to go with the all green one today.
I brought out my best. I brought out my green Notre Dame hat, and I brought out my Sláinte shirt, which is cheers in Gaelic.
Yeah, I have my green shirt that I had worn like every day on St. Patrick's Day for like the last 10 years, and I was angry today because I could not find it. But it said green shirts are for pimps.
That's a good one. All right, speaking of St. Patty's Day, you got a segment cooked up here called St. Patrick's Day True or False. So explain what we are doing here.
So I got some fallacies and some facts about St. Patrick's Day, and I'm going to see if Mr. Irishman himself, we're both Irish, but you've got the shamrock tatted on your upper breast. So
that's right.
There
it is.
We've got to see where you stand and if you can smell out the shite, if you will. All right.
Whoa!
Here we go. Here we go. The first one. True or false? True or false? The original color of St. Patrick's Day was green.
Oh, man. I feel like that's a trick question right off the bat. The original color of St. Patrick's Day was green. I feel like that's I don't know it. I feel like it's a leading question, so I'm going to go... You know what? I'm not going to overthink this one. I'm going to go with true. I feel like it's always been green. I can't remember a St. Patty's Day that wasn't about green. I'll go true.
It's actually false. The original color of St. Patrick's Day was blue. Green became linked to Ireland later, specifically as a symbol of rebellion in the 17th century. So originally, the official color of St. Patrick's Day was blue.
All right. 0 for 1. I'm off to a rough start.
Off to a very rough start. All right. So let me throw you a softball. St. Patrick was Irish.
True. St. Patrick was absolutely Irish.
0 for 2, sir. 0 for 2. St. Patrick was born in Britain, likely Scottish or Wales, around 390 AD, to Roman aristocrat parents before being enslaved and taken to Ireland. Man, you really don't know your Irish stuff, huh? All right.
Well, yeah, we all right.
All right.
All right. That's fair. It's fair.
True or false? Corned beef and cabbage is not their traditional Irish meal for St. Patrick's Day.
That's true. That one I know is not Irish. That has become an Americanized meal, corned beef and cabbage. That has become very American, but it's been a lot of Irish immigrants that started the corned beef and cabbage. But no, it's not a traditional Irish meal in of itself.
Yep, correct. Corned beef and cabbage, American invention created by Irish immigrants in New York who found it a cheaper alternative to their traditional bacon and cabbage. All right, 1-2. 1-2 so far. Right now, you're batting like Team USA is. All right, let's go to another one. The reason why St. Patrick was so beloved in Ireland was because he drove all the snakes out of Ireland.
Well, that's the thing. He drove all the snakes out of Ireland, so I'm going to go ahead and say true. If he was beloved for another reason, it's beyond me.
It's absolutely false. It was not because he drove all the snakes out of Ireland. Ireland's freezing temperatures after the Ice Age prevented snakes from living there, so they never had any snakes to be driven out.
Well, who the hell started that one then? Because who started that myth?
It's a myth. I don't know who started it. I mean, I wasn't alive in 390 AD. So I have no clue who started the myth, but it's a myth. All right. Let's go with... I'm trying to go to another one. All right. Here we go. The first St. Patrick's Day parade took place in Florida, not in Ireland. True or false?
First St. Patrick's Day parade. I don't think it was in Ireland. I also don't think it was in Florida. So I'm guessing it's probably one or the other, the way you asked the question. You know what? I'll go reverse psychology here. I'll go true. It was in Florida.
The first St. Patrick's Day parade took place in 1601 in the Spanish colony of St. Augustine, Florida, not in Ireland, led by the colony's Irish vicar. Correct. So you are 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5. All right. Here we go. We got time for a couple more. Let's go with this one. On St. Patrick's Day, nearly 13 million pints of Guinness are consumed worldwide on March 17th. True or false?
13 million pints worldwide. That sounds like a good number to me. I'll go true.
It is absolutely true. While a public holiday in Ireland, the day is celebrated globally. Roughly 13 million pints of Guinness are consumed worldwide on March 17th, according to Revlar Home Care. I don't know why Revlar Home Care is the say-so of that, but they are.
They are the authority.
All right. Here we go. This is your chance to get over the hump. You're 3-3. This is your chance to go out. You're either a winner or a loser on St. Patrick's Day. St. Patrick's name is Patrick. True or false?
That's false. I know St. Patrick is not actually Patrick. So I don't know his actual name. I think it was something very Gaelic. Like it's a name that's like very tough to pronounce, but I know it was not Patrick, so false.
St. Patrick's birth name was likely Maven Sakat, only changing it to Patricus after becoming a bishop. Correct. You go out a winner, sir. You go out a winner. You sort of know your Irish history.
I'm getting there. The whole snakes thing, that's BS. That's a whole metaphor for the church probably, but I believe he actually did drive out the snakes. All right, Combs, great job. A historian, a teacher, and a purveyor of relics. When we come back, we'll do some hot or cold. We'll continue the fun here on this St. Paddy's Day on BetMGM tonight.
why hold on to anybody at this point? Why sign Malik Willis for that matter if you're the Dolphins? Why wouldn't you just strip it down to the studs and throw Quinn Ewers out there and go 3-14 and call it a day if you're the Dolphins? If you were going to go to this extent to move on from Waddle. Now, maybe they were absolutely stout in their belief that they weren't going to move on from Waddle for anything less than a first-round pick, and they finally got someone to step up and offer that first-round pick. But this makes the Dolphins, 4.5 wins or not, they're under the win total. The Dolphins are going to be an unmitigated disaster this year. It does provide another weapon for Bo Nix, although how far is the ball going to get pushed downfield to a receiver like Waddle in that Denver offense? And it does, naturally, we have to do this because every time a move with a wide receiver takes place, we have to always loop it back around to A.J. Brown in Philly and wonder if the Eagles are still listening and they see the market for Jalen Waddle is a 1, a 3, and a swap of 4s, what on earth could they land for A.J. Brown? Here's the problem. I don't think anybody's paying it for A.J. Brown.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. We've got hour number 5 upon us here, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, or hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We'll take your phone calls here. Final hour, open lines. Number to join is 310-840-4910. 10. Anything you want to talk about? World Baseball Classic championship game. Will Vest just got out of a jam. It's stretch time in Miami. They're going to the bottom of the 7th. It's 2-0 Venezuela. Can the USA bats wake up? Can they wake up? Aaron Judge hasn't done anything. So can Kyle Schwarber? Can Alex Bregman? They're going to be due up number 1 and number 2 coming up in the bottom of the 7th. Can they spark this comeback? Or after needing Italy to help the U.S. get into the knockout rounds and then beating the DR in the semifinals and avoiding Japan in the championship game, is the USA going to lose to Venezuela? And Eduardo Rodriguez, who pitched 5+ shutout innings of baseball, that would be pretty sad. Take your phone calls on that, 310-840-4910. And just like yesterday, the madness has unofficially begun with the first 4. We had Howard win a nail-biter over UMBC. Right now, Texas and North Carolina State late in the first half. Close game there. But anything you want to talk about with your brackets? Who's your national champion? Who's your Final Four? Which upsets do you have in the first round? Any March Madness phone calls you want to make? I did a list before, top 5 players that I think are going to ball out in the big dance. And I got Anthony Del Orso from Arizona. I got Yaxel Lendeborg from Michigan. I got Nick Boyd from Wisconsin, Cam Boozer from Duke, and Kingston Flemings. Any players in particular you're excited to watch? Any matchups you're hoping to see? We'll take your phone calls at 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. But let's get producer Brandon Combs back here in the mix. Let's do a little hot or cold. Combs, what's going on, brother?
You know, I'm sitting here watching this game, hoping upon hope. But I got a message to Fox Baseball. The director of these games, could you please show a replay on closed plays? I don't understand why this is such a problem with Fox Baseball, but it's always a problem with Fox Baseball. We have a hit down the line that was called foul, and instead of showing the replay, it was so close. I thought it was a fair ball off the bat. I thought they were going to go up 3-0 Venezuela. They never show the replay. I don't know if it was fair. I mean, it was called foul, and it stood. Nobody, but it looked like it was fair. Show the damn replay, man.
Yeah, that's probably the most annoying thing in sports with the technology we have at our hands. I don't think I ever mind. I don't think I ever see 3 angles or 4 angles of a replay and I'm like, all right, enough. I don't need to see the I love replays. That's what makes plays that much better. When you see it for the first time and you can't believe your eyes, you need to see a replay. Close plays, you want to see what happened, you want to see why it happened. Yeah. Not being able to see a replay on command, that's so annoying, man. That's a director that doesn't know how to do their job.
Yeah, and look, I do, I've done independent league baseball on TV where we've only got 3 cameras set up around the stadium. So sometimes you don't have a camera that catches an angle, a good enough angle to show a replay, and that's frustrating enough. But this is Major League Baseball, man. They've got 95 cameras in this stadium. Somebody caught the damn thing on camera. It's so frustrating. So frustrating. Let's get to hot or cold.
I agree with you, man.
You want to start it off, or you want me to?
Oh, yeah, I'll start it off, sure. How about this? Here's a little fun one out of the gate. The Indianapolis Colts signing a Notre Dame basketball player who did not play a single ounce of football is why the Colts are a winning organization. Hot or cold?
Well, the Colts are not a winning organization. So I will go cold on this, just based off of that fact. It doesn't even have to do with the fact that they signed a guy who didn't play a single ounce of football. I haven't seen this. I have no clue who the guy is. They signed him as a player.
Yeah. So I'll tell you. So Carson Tout played, and he's not really Notre Dame. He played 1 year at Notre Dame. He played this last year at Notre Dame, but he played 4 years at Northern Arizona. He had over 400 rebounds in his in this season, I believe. He averaged 9 rebounds per game with Notre Dame, led the team in rebounding but just finished up his college basketball career. Just played his final game with Notre Dame in the ACC tournament. Never played high school football. Never played college football. And yet he worked out with the Colts, and they're going to sign him to play tight end. He's 6'8", 250 pounds. He led the nation in rebounding last year while at Northern Arizona. He was a unanimous Big Sky All-Defensive Team selection. And now the Colts, who formerly had Mo Alley Cox as their tight end, who didn't start playing football until a later age, now they're giving Carson Tout a shot. He has also never played football. But yeah, Mo Alley Cox didn't have any football experience before the NFL. So they've done it before. Can they do it again with Carson Tout? We'll find out. But you got a guy that has never played a day of football in his life. He's going to go play for the Indianapolis Colts. How about that?
That's a big target for whoever ends up playing quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. I mean, they've got about 15 options over the next couple of years. Maybe Tout at 6'8", can just be a big-bodied option. Maybe the guy's got hands, and we just don't know. And we're about to find out, though. I'll tell you that's interesting. That's a big boy too, 6'8" tight end. I like that.
That is a big boy. And you look, you know that he can jump and grab the ball, but can he catch it? Can he block?
Yeah. He can catch a round ball when it's passed, but can he catch a football at like 90 miles an hour coming out of a quarterback's hands? He's not going to have that problem this year in Indianapolis, but maybe they'll get a quarterback.
Daniel Jones says
point.
He's going to be ready for week one. Where do you stand on Daniel Jones? What do you think he's going to look like week one? Yeah. What do you think he's going to look like this year? Do you think modern medicine is just that freaking unreal where Daniel Jones torn Achilles in December is going to come back like no problem whatsoever, kind of like Jason Tatum has come back basically 9-10 months after his ruptured Achilles?
Yeah, maybe the Colts will have a quarterback at some point. I'm not a big Daniel Jones guy. I know what they did last year, and I know how he looked, and he got a contract based off of that, a wild contract at that. But what they were doing was based off of the fact that, first of all, they had a running back who was out of his mind. What do you have, like 4 straight games with 3 or more touchdowns or something stupid like that? Like, the way that they were able to move the ball, it wasn't because Daniel Jones was their quarterback. It was because the run game was so damn good that they had to focus in on that, and Daniel Jones was able to dink and dunk down the field. Every once in a while, he would hit a deep pass, and I understand that because things get opened up when you have to crash to stop the damn run. When you've got to drop your safeties and you've got to, allow things to happen downfield so that you can stop Jonathan Taylor at the time, like you've got to come in and you've got to make your move. So it opens some things up. I don't think you're going to see a repeat performance from Daniel Jones, and I think you're going to be highly disappointed with the money you paid him, just like the Green Bay Packers are going to be highly disappointed with their quarterback, your boy, D.
Oh, all right. Now you're getting into Homer territory where, God forbid, anybody outside of the Bears has success in that division. Your heart can't take it. Look, I don't disagree that I think Daniel Jones is going to struggle this year because I just refuse to believe that a guy that tore his Achilles in December, who is almost 30, is just going to come back no problems, like whatsoever, no questions asked. But Daniel Jones was very good last year. He was in the top 5 in quarterback rating and passer rating and completion percentage. Guys were open. You also have to hit those guys. You also have to throw. He was barely running. Daniel Jones was barely running. He wasn't like Daniel Jones from the Giants where he was taking off 8, 9, 10 times a game. Dude, he was making throws on the money into spaces, doing a great job getting the ball to Pittman, leading Alec Pierce, all the deep shots they connected on. He was good. It's a shame that he tore his Achilles because I really would have loved to see Daniel Jones in the playoffs because I think the Colts would have gotten there if he stayed healthy. You probably disagree, but I think you would have been wrong.
Yeah, that's where you're wrong. Because I remember saying it in week 7, week 8. I said it on my podcast, Combs and Fitz, Windy City Sports Talk, if you ever want to catch it Sunday mornings at 11 a.m. Shameless plug. I said it then. I'm waiting for Daniel Jones to become Daniel Jones. I'm waiting for him to wake up and realize that he's Daniel Jones. And then it started to happen. Before the injury, they had lost 2 or 3 straight. And they were not looking good in the game where he got injured either. And then it just looked like they were starting to come unravel because Jonathan Taylor wasn't able to continue the things that he was able to do early in the season. I think even if Daniel Jones was healthy the rest of the season, they missed the playoffs. And if Daniel Jones had never torn his Achilles, I still wouldn't believe in him going into this year. I'm just telling you, I don't believe in Daniel Jones as a quarterback. He's going to have to prove it to me before I believe in Daniel Jones.
I will say this, and again, I know game plans would change if it was a different quarterback, but the game that Daniel Jones got hurt against they lost that one convincingly. Phillip Rivers against the Seahawks, the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, and the Colts lost by 2. Then Phillip Rivers against Jacksonville, they lost by 6. And then Riley Leonard against the Texans in the final week of the season, they were throwing the snot out of the football against Houston. Who knows what the circumstance would have been in playoff scenario? Who knows? But again, they played pretty, they held up without Daniel Jones. So with Daniel Jones playing the level of quarterback that he was playing last year, I don't think the Colts would have staggered and dropped out of the playoffs. I think they would have made it. They might not have been, 13-4, but they probably would have won 11 games, 11-6, and they probably would have gotten in.
The game before he got hurt, he threw 1 touchdown and 3 interceptions. He was starting to regress. He was starting to regress back to the old Daniel Jones. He was starting to throw picks.
It was one bad game against the Chiefs.
But he was starting to make bad decisions again, and you could see it happening on the field. Look, you could look at the numbers, and the numbers will convey what they convey. But when you're watching the game, sometimes eye test stands for something. And the eye test on Daniel Jones late in that season before he got hurt was that he was starting to regress to the old Daniel Jones. He was doing things that the old Daniel Jones of the Giants would do, and that was starting to become a problem. And I think it would have continued to be a problem had he not got hurt. And I don't think you would believe in him as much had he not got hurt.
I think it's too easy to look at a 2-game sample and think that would have played out the rest of the season. Sam Darnold threw 4 picks in a game against the Rams, and it was like, oh, the same old Sam Darnold. And then he threw 2 picks in the first half against the Rams the second time they played him. And then, bang, the guy was awesome in that overtime and goes on to win a Super Bowl.
And Sam Darnold proved it. And that's what I need Daniel Jones to do. I'll believe in Daniel Jones when he proves it, just like I believe in Sam Darnold now that he proved it. You have to prove it in the NFL. You have to prove it to me on a night in and night out basis. And Daniel Jones hasn't been able to do that. I saw too much from him towards the end before he got hurt that I still don't believe in him. So that's where I'm at with him.
Do you think he knows that he has to prove it to you on a nightly basis?
He better know. He better know. And if he doesn't, I'm going to need somebody to put him on notice. I'm going to need somebody to send him this tape. Monty, get on it. You better you get it over to the Colts and send this to Daniel Jones. All right, you ready for another one?
Yes.
Let's go to the St. Patrick's Day. Wearing green on St. Patrick's Day doesn't make you Irish. Hot or cold, Pat?
I'll go with hot. You and I are both Irish. Brandon Combs, Pat Boyle. I don't know how much more Irish you can get than that. But look, I don't have a problem if anybody who's not Irish wears green. I'll go with hot. Wearing green on St. Patrick's Day doesn't make you Irish for sure. But I don't mind. I don't mind, folks. My friends, my Spanish friends, or my best friend's fiance, she's Indian. I don't have no problem if you want to wear green, you want to celebrate, because I love taking part in other people's cultures. So I have no problem with people who aren't Irish. If they want to wear green, if they want to be Irish for a day, I don't give a damn. I'm not trying to keep people out that aren't Irish. I'm not trying to be like St. Patrick and drive the snakes out of Ireland. I want everybody in. I want everybody to wear green.
That's where I'm at too. I'm okay with everybody wearing green, but the saying of everybody's Irish on St. Patrick's Day just isn't true. And some people take that I hear people trying to talk with an Irish accent that aren't Irish, and I'm like, guy, what if I tried on Cinco de Mayo? What if I threw a sombrero on and started talking with a Hispanic accent? Would you be okay with that? No, you probably wouldn't be. It doesn't make you Irish. Look, support, do all you want, because I'll tell you what, on Cinco de Mayo, I'm drinking tequila and I'm eating tacos. All right, I'm celebrating too. Okay, so it's good, but I'm not going to go out there and say, oh, we're all Mexican on Cinco de Mayo, because that's not how it works, guys. It's not how it works. Wear green, support, do all you got to do, drink all the Jameson, drink all the Guinness you want. Don't talk with the Irish accent, man.
So you're saying you shouldn't do the very cheesy, over the top, like racist cholo Mexican accent? Like, hey man, these tacos are pretty
I would
good.
not do that. Oh my god.
I'm just saying that's
Oh,
what you
God.
shouldn't do. That's what you shouldn't do.
Yeah, that's exactly what you shouldn't do.
But people that want to do an Irish accent that aren't Irish, I mean, it's probably going to sound terrible. Irish
it
brogues,
did.
Very,
It did.
very tough to
Yeah.
pull off.
Yeah, I had that about 15 times today. Teaching at the school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. It was. Let me guess. It was a bunch of kids.
No, they're all adults. Everybody in the school is 20 years or older.
Oh, I forget, man. Sometimes I think of when you're like, yeah, I'm at the school. I think of like you're like,
It's the media
you're
school.
like
It's a trade
gym
school.
teacher. You're like a
Yeah.
gym teacher for like 6-year-olds running
I'm not
around
a gym
and
teacher. No. Media
Oh,
school. I
how
teach
dare
radio
I
imaging.
insult you? How dare I
A gym
insult your
teacher.
profession?
What the hell? I got a mullet now?
Look, man, gym teacher's a fun job. I honestly, if I fail at this, I think I'd
Yeah?
just be a gym teacher.
I don't know if the soccer moms would approve.
Oh, they would, because then you get two for the price of one. You get a hot gym teacher. You get to take your
All
kids to
this-
school every day. Wave to me outside. Stick around.
All of a sudden, all these kids are transferring to the school you're working at.
Yeah.
You guys all can't play shortstop, okay?
Let's do one more St. Patty's Day, hot or cold, and then we could do some more on the other side of the break. Shepherd's pie is the best meal for St. Patty's Day, hot or cold?
Cold. Shepherd's pie is not even good. There's no world in which I want to mix burger with corn with potatoes, throw it all in one slop pot, and just eat it. It's just no. I don't need shepherd's pie for St. Patrick's Day. It's corned beef, cabbage, potatoes, carrots. It's all of that. Irish soda bread. That's the best meal for St. Patrick's Day, whether it's Americanized or not. That's the best meal for St. Patrick's Day. Get out of here with your shepherd's pie.
See, shepherd's pie is probably the most Irish thing you could have, and it's you just said you're like, get out of here with your potatoes and carrots, and then you go on, you're like, yeah, having corned beef and cabbage and potatoes and carrots. Like, you literally just named the same thing. The great thing
I
about
never said
shepherd's
get out
pie-
of here with that.
The best, and there's potato. It's mashed potatoes and carrots are in shepherd's pie, and it doesn't have to be buried. You could do ground beef.
You
I
put
made a
carrots in your
lentil-
shepherd's pie?
Yes, you put carrots and peas. You could put cauliflower. You can put whatever vegetables you want. You chop them up,
Ew.
onions. You dice them up. You saute them. You throw them in. You cook them in the broth. You throw them in
Pat,
with the ground beef, and then you
You're
layer on
increasingly
top.
making it worse for me. Increasingly,
I don't think I
making
am.
it worse for me.
I made.
Yeah.
You know me. I'm a very progressive guy, Combs. I can get with times. I can be healthy. Some people, don't like to eat ground beef. They don't want to eat red meat. So I did a lentil shepherd's pie over the weekend, and I think I knocked it out of the freaking park. You could do ground chicken shepherd's pie. You could do anything. You don't have to do ground beef, but that is traditionally the meal. It's either lamb or it's ground beef. You mix in your vegetables. It's basically like an
Pat, stop.
Irish stew is another meal, but you basically do your Irish vegetables, or your hearty vegetables. You throw them in, you layer in with the ground beef, and then you layer on top the mashed potatoes. And it's fun. It's phenomenal, man. It's like a mashed potato pie with meat and veggies. You get everything all in one. I don't know how you can hate
your
on it.
meal just became less appealing than the United States offense. I don't know.
Here's the thing about cabbage. It is like it's kind of disgusting to me. Like, that's why if I'm just getting corn, I just do a corned beef sandwich. I'll just do corned beef
Well,
on
see, how
soda
do you
bread
cook the
with
cabbage?
mustard.
Like the people that just boil the cabbage in water, yes, that's gross. You know how I cook my cabbage? I cook my cabbage underneath the meat. Let all those juices soak into the cabbage, and then you'll have yourself a good cabbage.
I could do without the cabbage. I don't know why.
Okay.
Why? All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, maybe we got some other St. Patty's Day meals and drinks to go through. We'll talk some more football. We'll get you an update. We've got halftime at North Carolina State and Texas, and we've got the World Baseball Classic Championship game heading towards a climax. Will USA score a freaking run? We'll find out. It's becoming quite the disappointing night for the red, white, and blue, but maybe there's some late-game heroics. He's producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
I want to start with the powerhouses because this feels like, based on the bracket and the way we've seen things play out over the last month or so, like a top-heavy year. Like the ones are clearly delineated from everybody else. But I'll include the ones and the twos for the sake of this conversation about the powerhouses. Duke, Arizona, Florida, Michigan, the ones, obviously. The twos, UConn, Purdue, Houston, Iowa State. And which of these teams do we believe in? And we believe they can not just make a run, they can maybe win it all. And which of these teams do we look at and say, no, they are ripe for a fall, maybe even before the end of the first weekend? And who better to bring in? I heard them chomping at the bit yesterday to talk to Nick about the brackets, and I know they've got more spicy hot takes, Cholula hot takes about what we're going to see play out in the bracket over the next couple of weeks. So our technical director, Tyler Morales, and our engineer board op, Kenny Henderson, are both going to chime in here as well. I want to start, though, guys, with what I believe is a couple of teams really to take very seriously. And the region where I believe more in the 1 and 2 than any other region as a combined pair is the Midwest. You've got Michigan as the 1 seed, Iowa State as the 2 seed. Michigan has one of the probably 2 or 3 hottest players in all of college basketball right now. We heard Yaxel Lendeborg earlier with the big shot over Wisconsin to move on to the Big Ten championship the other night. They're outshooting opponents at the rim by 15%, 65-50. Iowa State, they're unstoppable when they win the turnover battle, which has been an obstacle for them at times, but they should do against everyone in this region not named Wolverines. Joshua Jefferson doing everything, Lipsy handling the pressure on the perimeter, and Momcilovic just draining threes at a ridiculous clip. There is no region where I'm more confident that both the 1 and the 2 will be in the Elite 8, Tyler, than in the Midwest. Which 1s and 2s are you most believing in going into this thing?
So the ones I believe in that I believe in the most are, to me, they're pretty obvious. It's Arizona, Michigan, Duke, and Florida. I have questions on those teams long term, but we'll get to them. To me, Arizona is the best team in the country. I've kind of been saying this off the air a few times. They're kind of like a EuroLeague team. Like all 5 guys are professionals. Some guys play professional in Europe, and now in college basketball, you can do that. You can take pros and put them on your team. Brayden Burry's co-appeal. They're going to be first-round picks. It's like if you took a EuroLeague team and just like dumped them into a college basketball arena. Like that's what kind of Arizona is. And I know people are worried about Tommy Lloyd and his tournament success, which is awful. Like we can't go around that. It's terrible. But I love Arizona. To me, they're the best team, and Michigan's the second best team. You can't discredit what they did in the non-conference. They have 7 wins over 40 points. Like no matter how they finish the season, you have to take that for what it is. So Arizona, Michigan, and those are the 2 best teams for me. The other 1 seeds we have questions on, but we'll talk about that later. I think Arizona's the national champion. They're the number 1 team for me.
Ooh, Arizona. A lot of love for the Wildcats, Kenny. Are you in the same boat with them?
Yeah, and I think Tyler can attest to this. I was on Arizona first. I've been saying for over a month I think Arizona's going to win it all. It feels like a lot of people have joined the bandwagon, including Tyler. So we're not alone, and I'm a little worried, but we'll see how it ends up. I'm sticking with them. I'm not going to go away from Arizona, as trendy as they have been. But I love that take, Chris, that you have, that you think Michigan and Iowa State are meeting up in the Elite Eight. That's probably one of my strongest takes of this tournament. I think they're on a collision course in the Midwest to meet in Chicago in the Elite Eight. And I do think that's the matchup we get. but I'm going to ride with the Clones. The Iowa State's been a team. I think I said on the show a few months ago, or probably a month ago, that I think Iowa State's going to make their first Final Four in program history. I'm not backing off that. I think if they get the opportunity against Michigan, I do like Iowa State's guard play better than Michigan's. And I think if Momcilovic is going to play the way he did against Arizona State and he can't miss, I don't think the Clones are going to blow that opportunity to make their first Final Four. So Arizona and Iowa State are the two top teams that I'm all in on this March.
Imagine the vibe in the United Center if you get Michigan against Iowa State. Obviously, there's a ton of Wolverine alumni in the Chicagoland area, and Iowa State's, a 5-hour drive away? It would be absolutely incredible to see those two meet up. And I think, like you just said there, Kenny, they are on a collision course.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll take your phone calls at 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Bryce Harper into the Miami night. A 432-foot bomb. USA! Over off of Andres Machado, Venezuela reliever who pitches, I believe, in the Japanese Professional League. That's what you get. You get your bell rung when you come low and in on Bryce Harper. He absolutely destroyed the baseball, and USA has tied the game up at 2 apiece. Aaron Judge just struck out for the third time tonight. That's great. But Bryce Harper has tied the game up at 2 runs all. Fastball, center cut at the thighs. See you later, Bob Carpenter. Bryce Harper, after a Bobby Witt 2-out walk on 4 pitches, they made the mistake. A 1-0 fastball right down the you-know-what from Andres Machado, and Bryce Harper takes it deep. We go to the 9th inning, tied up at 2 runs apiece. Who is coming out of the bullpen for Team USA? Will it be Mason Miller, who is available to pitch? Because I believe Garrett Whitlock, let's see, 4 2/3, 5, 6, 7. No, Garrett Whitlock's coming out of the pen. Looks like it's going to be Garrett Whitlock to pitch the 9th inning for Team USA. 2-2 against Venezuela in the World Baseball Classic Championship. Bryce Harper has just delivered a game-tying 2-run home run. Holy smokes, we got a brand new ball game going on in Miami. Really quickly, halftime at the First Four in Dayton NCAA men's basketball tournament. Second game of tonight, Howard squeaked by UMBC 86-83 earlier. We got another good one brewing here between Texas and North Carolina State. The Longhorns lead it 30-29 at the half. Both teams have struggled to shoot the basketball, both shooting under 35% from the field. But for Texas, they got a very balanced attack. Dalen Swain, their best player, leading the way right now with 7 points. Well, him and Tremont Mark are their best players. They've combined for 13. And for North Carolina State, it's Darian Williams, who's got 14 points at the half. And Darian Williams is North Carolina State's one of their best players. They've got 4 guys that average 13 points per game. So 2 teams that are very balanced right now. 30-29 at the half. Texas leads North Carolina State. Brandon Combs, producer of this program, your reaction to seeing Bryce Harper hit that 2-run home run. Our video producer, Monty, kind of tipped us off. He was a little bit ahead of me, and I just kept hearing him go, oh, my God. And so I knew something was coming. I didn't know if it was going to clear the fence or not, but as soon as I saw it left the bat, with the bat flip and everything, it seemed like he knew he got it.
That's why I mute you guys in studio, because you guys are always ahead of me. So I did not hear Monty say, oh, my God, oh, my God. So thankfully, because when Bryce Harper hit that ball, I was pretty ecstatic. Look, as he's coming to the dish, I don't know if you guys heard me. I was talking back down the line, but I was like, Bryce, for once in your life, my God, please come through here. And boy, did he, man. Straightaway center field, fastball, and he just turns on it. And, unreal. Great timing. Whitlock needs to hold things down here. Let's get out of this inning unscathed and go to the bottom of the ninth with my guy, Kyle Schwarber, who I wish was a Cub this year. But yes, let's go. USA, baby. You're muted. You're muted, Pat. Pat.
Have I been muted this whole time?
Yes, I tried telling you like 3 times you were muted.
Sorry. Sometimes when I'm talking, it's tough to hear you talk. Wow.
Yeah.
What I was asking is, with Schwarber, Bregman, Roman Anthony due up to start the bottom of the ninth for Team USA, do you think Venezuela goes back to Daniel Palencia here, your Cubs closer? I think he's pitched in both the semis and in the quarterfinals. Do they bring him out again?
Well, what I'm hoping is that the Cubs told Venezuela no, he's not available. That's what I'm hoping, because he's been absolutely filthy. But if there is a guy that can get Daniel Palencia, it's going to be Schwarbs, a guy that can hit the bad ball a mile. And that's one thing about Palencia. He throws that ball hard, but he does not spot it very well. You take a ball up and out of the zone, and Schwarbs is that guy. And then another guy, his own damn teammate, Pete Crow Armstrong, also will have a chance in this inning. I'd like him against Palencia too, to be honest with you. So one of those two guys I think could get him. Hopefully they do, and hopefully Whitlock can get out of this inning unscathed. He walks the first batter, and now Eugenio, so he's down 1-0 in the count to Eugenio Suarez. So hopefully.
Yeah, he walked Luis Ariz, a guy that is of zero threat to hit a home run. He's just looking to slap a single, and you walk him on 5 pitches. So that's an ominous start for Garrett Whitlock. Now he's got to deal with the power threat of Genie Suarez here, who just took a hell hack at a 1-0 fastball up at his letters and missed. So 1-1. I don't know if your guy PCA is getting up next inning. You'd basically have to get the bases loaded for him to get up, because he'd be due up 6th. You got Schwarber, Bregman, Roman Anthony, then Will Smith, Bryce Turang, and then PCA. Runners tries to steal second.
Third.
We got a stolen base. Sanoja, pinch runner who came in for a rise, just swiped second on a bang play. USA wait to see if they're going to challenge. They're going to challenge here.
Yeah, I don't think he's safe. Live, yeah, I don't think he's safe.
That's going to be a close one. That is as close as it gets. It looked like it was a good tag applied as well. Oh, that is tough.
He's out.
Good tag applied by Bobby Witt, but that is as close as it gets. Or was that Turang at second who covered the bag?
No, he's out.
Either way. All right, so we'll get you another update in a little bit here on Venezuela and USA. Let's finish off a little hot or cold here, Combs, because we still had a couple left on the list that I wanted to get to. And so do you want to go here first?
Yeah, let's go. Let's start here. The Chiefs getting Justin Fields is the best thing that could have ever happened to Justin Fields.
I'll go with hot. I mean, again, Justin Fields goes from the New York freaking Jets, where he talked about he was crying in a closet earlier this year after Woody Johnson, who's just one of the worst owners in football, basically just like threw him under the bus. And then Justin Fields had one of the best games all season. Ultimately, it didn't matter. You know, they end up basically benching him over the final couple of games, and now they've traded him to the Chiefs. But like, he goes from the Jets, the worst organization maybe in all of pro sports, and now he gets to go to one of the best, and he gets to be Patrick Mahomes' backup. and he gets to take the bulk of first-team reps in training camp and OTAs while Mahomes recovers and rehabs from his torn ACL. Oh, yeah, and there's a chance, a small chance, but there's a chance Patrick Mahomes might not be ready for the start of the season, and Justin Fields is going to be the starting quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, that is the best thing that could have ever happened to Justin Fields. He's in an ideal scenario where he gets to show off in case the best quarterback on the planet or second best quarterback on the planet isn't ready to come back. And then when he does, as long as Mahomes is healthy, Justin Fields basically just kicks his shoes up and gets to hang out every Sunday, because you're never getting in the game unless it's a blowout or unless Mahomes got hurt again. So that's a pretty cozy, comfy backup quarterback job to have, one that could take you all the way to the playoffs. You get to cheer on your team. And if Mahomes ever does get hurt, you get the chance to become a hero, and you get to play for a sterling organization like the Kansas City Chiefs. Justin Fields is probably, he must have been thinking about when he was crying in that closet in his house or in his apartment. And if he prayed, all of his dreams and his prayers came true with this trade.
Yeah, look, I think even if Patrick Mahomes is healthy and ready for week 1, this is a good thing for Justin Fields, because now what you get to do is you get to sit behind. You get to sit behind your Patrick Mahomes and learn from a guy who plays kind of a typical style as what Justin Fields always tries to play, as Venezuela takes the lead 3-2 on a Eugenio Suarez freaking double. But no, you get to sit behind one of the best quarterbacks of all time. You get to sit behind him. You get to learn from Andy Reid. You get to learn from this offense. It's something that is kind of invaluable to a guy like that, right? And we've seen this with other Jets quarterbacks. And I mean, technically, I guess you could call Justin Fields a Bears quarterback. But you've seen this with other quarterbacks who haven't been successful. Go and sit somewhere for a year or two. You've seen it with Geno Smith. You've seen it now with Sam Darnold. Go and sit behind some, better quarterbacks that can teach you, quarterbacks that can bring you along, and coaches that can bring you along and teach you. So I think even if Patrick Mahomes is ready week 1, it's probably the best thing that could have happened for Justin Fields.
Yeah, I agree. Monty, in our video producer, Monty in our show chat said, guarantee they have special gadget plays for Fields.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if they would do that, just because of how dangerous Mahomes can be with his feet and with his legs. I don't know if unless you're going just for like a straight up like wildcat type like quarterback power on like a 3rd and 1. Remember, the Chiefs never used a tush push. So if that's something you want to use Justin Fields for, just straight up treat him like a running back, sure. But yeah, I mean, they challenged the stolen base play at second. It held up on the field, and then Genie Suarez rips a double to left center. So nobody out, runner in scoring position. Andres Jimenez looked like he was trying to bunt Suarez over, but instead he's in an 0-2 count, and he fouls off.
U.S. got hosed
on
that call.
Yeah, going to take more heroics.
It was a terrible call at second base. I mean, he was out. That's one of those plays, though, I think if he's called out on the field, that stands too. Like, that's just the way that the replay goes. It was a bang-bang, but he gets tagged before his foot's on the bag. U.S. got kind of jobbed on that call, and then, of course, Suarez hits the double. Because you have to pitch to him. You get into a 3-2 count. Don't go 3-2 with Suarez. He's too dangerous, man. Suarez is a dangerous hitter. So it's tough. Gonna need to battle back again. I don't know if U.S. has it in them, to be honest with you.
All right, real quick, Combs, two-parter here. Let's just finish off our St. Patty's Day festivities, hot or cold questions here. Hot or cold Irish soda bread is overrated, and then hot or cold Guinness is the best thing to drink on St. Patty's Day.
So hot Irish soda bread is overrated, and hot Guinness is the best thing to drink on St. Patty's Day. I know there's a lot of people out there that don't like it. If you don't like it, just chug it. Drink an Irish car bomb. Do it that way. But I love a cold Guinness, especially on St. Patrick's Day. To me, it's one of the better tasting beers. It's one of the more flavorful beers. So I do like a good cold Guinness. And Irish soda bread is kind of overrated.
I agree. Irish soda bread is absolutely overrated. Absolutely overrated. Irish apple cake is good to make. A barnbrack, which is tea-soaked fruit bread. If you could find that at the store, if you don't want to try to make it. Bailey's cheesecake, whiskey truffles. I mean, there were so many things that if you like, even if you don't know how to make it, because I mean, who knows how to make Irish soda bread? Not a lot of people. So you're going out and buying it. Like, go out and get something that's actually better. Irish soda bread, it's like, I don't know, like it's not that good. Kind of boring. Boring to me. There's so much better things if you're actually looking to have an Irish dessert that you can do way better with. And I agree with you. Guinness is the best thing. It's very flavorful. I wouldn't have it. I don't really have it normally if I'm going out because it fills you up, man. You have 3 of them and you feel like you've had 9 beers. But on St. Patty's Day, you're having 1 or 2. You have to have a Guinness.
Green River float. Have you ever had one? Green River float? A Green River float? Oh, that's if you're gonna get an Irish, like an Americanized Irish dessert, go get a Green River float.
Okay. Irish coffee, that's up there. I mean, if you're looking to have something hot, a nice like dessert drink, Irish car bomb, of course, which by the way, I think a lot of people find offensive. I remember one time I was in what's the pub in Hoboken, New Jersey called Mulligan's. They love the soccer there. Me and my roommates used to go like Saturday mornings, get some Irish breakfast. And I asked the owner the one time, he's an Irish guy. I was like, is Irish car bomb like offensive? And he was like, well, not really, unless you know somebody that actually had a bomb put under their car. I was like, okay. I was like, fairly said. I was like, because I know it's like a PC term as an Irish slammer. He goes, I couldn't give a rat's ass if you call it a car bomb. And I was like, all right, say no more. Say no more, man. But yeah, you have that. Smithwick's is another Irish beer that's very, very good. It kind of tastes like almost like a Blue Moon, but it's an Irish beer, Smithwick's. So
I'll have to try it.
There you go. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, USA, once again on the ropes. We'll have our final thoughts from tonight's show, some more bracket talk. We'll get you an update on North Carolina State and Texas, and any of your last phone calls at 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
In this instance as anybody as an 8 seed or worse, because 4 out of the last 5 tournaments, we've had an 8 seed or worse find their way to the Final Four. Last year, obviously, being the exception, with all 4 1 seeds arriving at the Final Four. This year feels like it very likely could be an exception as well, because the top of the bracket is just so stacked in each region. I'm going to be that guy. I am going to be that doofus that looks at the win-loss record and tells you Miami of Ohio can go on a run. And maybe I'm the dummy. That's fine. Maybe they'll lose tomorrow and not even get to the official first round of the NCAA tournament. But I don't think so. Second in the nation in 2-point field goal percentage during the regular season. Just outside the top 20 in 3-point field goal percentage during the regular season. And a turnover rate of just 14.5%. I think they can not only beat SMU, I think they can beat Rick Barnes and the Vols. Rick Barnes falling in an early round? No, we've never seen that happen before. And I think they could even put a scare in Virginia and maybe even go to the Sweet 16. So Miami of Ohio is my Cinderella. I don't have them going to the Final Four. I don't have anybody lower than a 3 seed going to the Final Four, and just one of them. I don't even have anybody lower than a 4 getting to the Sweet 16, or excuse me, to the Elite 8. But I do have Miami of Ohio going to the Sweet 16. I'll bring in Kenny and Tyler again. Who are your Cinderellas, Kenny? Do you have any pegged that you think could go on a deep run?
Well, I do have a number of teams that are like 11 and under that I think are going to win at least a game. I know Tyler's going to touch more on it, but I think South Florida beats Louisville. I think VCU beats Illinois. But I actually have one 8 or lower only going to at least the Sweet 16. I have none in the Final Four or even Elite Eight. And that team, I kind of hinted at it earlier, was Iowa. I have them shockingly beating Florida in the second round. I just think that Bennett Sturts is going to go off and become a March legend. I mean, obviously they're going to have issues with Florida's size, but I think if Florida goes cold from outside, I think Iowa can easily catch up. And I have Iowa going to the Sweet 16 playing Vanderbilt.
I've heard lots of love for South Florida on the show in the last 24 hours, Tyler. Why is that?
Yeah, I didn't realize how trendy this was going to be. I came into the show yesterday and was like, I got to take, no one's going to have. Oh, nope, apparently everyone loves South Florida as well. This is why I think people like him. Their head coach, Brian Hodgson's going to get a Power 5 job next year, probably. He's turned Arkansas State around. And now 1 year he's turned South Florida into a tournament team. They have one of the better big man point guard combinations in the country. Isaiah Nelson's their big. He came from Arkansas State with Brian Hodgson. He won AAC Player of the Year, AAC Defensive Player of the Year. He was first team all conference. He's a monster. And they have the Division II transfer Wes Ennis, who's a combo guard. He scores, I think he averaged like 17 points a game. So if in the tournament you're an underdog team with a really good big and a point guard, like that's going to help a ton. And they're coached really well. And also for Louisville, who they're playing in the first round. Like, we don't know if Michael Brown's playing. He's by far their best player. He's a top 10 pick in the draft. We don't know if he's playing. And also with him, like, I don't really like this Louisville team to begin with. They're a little erratic. They go hot and cold. You're going to take me. I'm going to get an 11 seed with a good coach team, a good big, a good point guard, and they're super athletic. And they play fast, too. They're one of the fastest teams in the country. To me, USF's, I think they'll beat Louisville. I already bet them. I think there's a chance they beat Michigan State in the second round as well, which could get a little wild. I have USF going into my Sweet 16, maybe Elite 8. So USF's a team I really like in this tournament. And here's one team that I haven't heard anyone talk about. This isn't going to make Kenny happy because he loves the team that I think they're going to be. I kind of like High Point in the first round against Wisconsin. I understand Wisconsin was playing really well to end the conference tournament. They're awesome. Their point guard Blackwell and Nick Boyd are phenomenal. Nick Boyd has tournament experience, but High Point to me is almost like a mid-major version of Wisconsin. They match up honestly almost the same. And the one reason I like High Point, they're not good defensively at all. They're not at all good defensively. But the one thing they do is they're really good at causing turnovers, and they're really good at defending the three. Wisconsin plays like a chaotic brand of basketball sometimes, and they can defend Blackwell and Nick Boyd from going off in the three-point arc. I like them a ton. They play really fast too, and they shoot a ton of threes.
Opinions and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Final chance to get your phone calls in here at 310-840-4910. We are headed to the bottom of the ninth after Eugenio Suarez, Genie Suarez's RBI double put Venezuela in front against Garrett Whitlock. He was able to get out of the rest of the jam, but now Venezuela's going back to their closer, Cubs closer, Daniel Palencia, who is going to throw in his he's already pitched 4 times, so he's coming in for his 5th game. He's 2 for 2 in saves. He's pitched 4 innings, has not given up a run, and he's got 7 strikeouts. So he has been untouchable so far. But he's going to go up against Kyle Schwarber and Alex Bregman to start the bottom of the ninth. Venezuela has put Wilson Contreras in at first base as a defensive replacement. And so here we go. It's on. 3 outs away from Venezuela stunning the USA after they knocked off Japan in the quarterfinals, after they came from behind to beat unbeaten Italy in the semifinals. They're 3 outs away from nixing Bryce Harper's heroic 2-run blast in the bottom of the 8th. And they're 3 outs away from beating Team USA and winning the World Baseball Classic title game. Wow. This would be stunning. This will be shocking, so we'll keep you posted here throughout the end of the show. My guy Linnell Willingham is coming up at the top of the hour for Westwood One Sports tonight. He'll be on from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern, so make sure you keep it tuned here for all the World Baseball Classic reaction, all the March Madness reaction. Quick update here on the North Carolina State and Texas game. because they've just started the second half. Texas leads NC State 32-31. They're just over a minute into the second half. So we'll keep you posted on both of those. Really quickly, got up a couple of minutes. I got some thoughts because Max Crosby put out a new episode of his podcast today, The Rush, and he said he was livid and confused by the Ravens backing out of that trade that would have sent him to Baltimore. And he said, quote, "No one will ever admit what the real truth is. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. I am where I'm supposed to be." And then he kind of described how it went those 24 to 48 hours in Baltimore. He said they flew him first class to D.C. because there wasn't a direct flight from Vegas to Baltimore. And then the next day he had a physical and an MRI, but he did not speak at all with Eric DeCosta, Ravens GM, throughout the day. And Max said, quote, "I thought I was going to see him when I first got there. I don't know why. I'm not going to speculate. He just made the trade, and I didn't see him for 5 hours." Max Crosby said, though, he was pumped up. He was excited, as much as he loved Vegas. He said he wanted to be in Baltimore. And then he said the energy felt off. He said when he dapped up head coach Jesse Minter, he had a blank face. And then, they basically sat him down and said one of the doctors had concerns about his knee and they wanted to get additional opinions. And he said he went back to his hotel room, talked to his agents, and they were like, yeah, they're probably going to nix the trade. Even though Max Crosby said, he was like, no, I spoke to somebody from the Ravens training staff, and they said they're going to, they expect to get the deal done, and they ended up canceling it. And so to hear that, like, first person point of view from Max Crosby on what happened and to be in that process, and look, I still think the Ravens got cold feet, man. I think they made the trade on Friday night, and then they saw Monday go by, Tuesday go by, Trey Hendrickson not get signed. The pass rusher market kind of fell for him, kind of dropped off. And I think the Ravens said, well, screw it, man. We're not going to give up. We can get these 2 first-round picks back, and we can pay Trey Hendrickson like $7-8 million less than what Max Crosby's cap hit is. And we get a guy that's a little bit younger that also like had more sacks in back-to-back seasons than Max Crosby did a couple years ago. Really, it's the first-round draft pick. Screw it. We're pulling out of the trade. I think that's what it was. I think the whole concern about the failed physical is BS. His doctor, Neil Elatrach, who's one of the top doctors in the world, said that Max is doing very well in the early part of his rehab. He's still on track in his planned program. Max Crosby is expected to be ready to play by training camp in July. I think this was all BS from the Baltimore Ravens. And I will always think that. I don't care what Eric DeCosta says. I don't care if he says, oh, we were trying to get both Max Crosby and Trey Hendrickson. Yeah, well, why didn't you? Why didn't you sign Trey Hendrickson until the day after you pull out of the trade for Max Crosby? I think it was a bunch of garbage. Garbage. Kyle Schwarber strikes out. Alex Bregman pops out. Roman Anthony's got a 1-1 count. USA is down to their final out. Venezuela is an out away from winning the World Baseball Classic Championship, and this would be a massive disappointment. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care if it's an exhibition. I don't give a damn. This would be a disaster if the USA loses this game. And we'll close on that. We'll see when Linnell Willingham comes on. We might have extra innings, and it might be over. Thanks to everybody on the show. My co-host Brad Evans. Thanks to Brad Combs. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to Zach Kroll, Max Sheedy, and Chloe Pratt. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern on BetMGM Tonight.
Why hold on to anybody at this point? Why sign Malik Willis for that matter if you're the Dolphins? Why wouldn't you just strip it down to the studs and throw Quinn Ewers out there and go 3-14 and call it a day if you're the Dolphins? If you were going to go to this extent to move on from Waddle. Now, maybe they were absolutely stout in their belief that they weren't going to move on from Waddle for anything less than a first-round pick, and they finally got someone to step up and offer that first-round pick. But this makes the Dolphins, 4.5 wins or not, they're under the win total. The Dolphins are going to be an unmitigated disaster this year. It does provide another weapon for Bo Nix, although how far is the ball going to get pushed downfield to a receiver like Waddle in that Denver offense? And it does, naturally, we have to do this because every time a move with a wide receiver takes place, we have to always loop it back around to A.J. Brown in Philly and wonder if the Eagles are still listening and they see the market for Jalen Waddle is a 1, a 3, and a swap of 4s, what on earth could they land for A.J. Brown? Here's the problem. I don't think anybody's paying it for A.J. Brown.